Chapter 1437. This is a good chance. Qingshan, give up on this bet. Cultivate in the herb garden and slowly accumulate contribution points. With your talent and that mysterious inheritance, you can definitely become a core disciple. Definitely. Ruan Yaozhu thought to herself. Even though she knew his final choice, she knew that he didn't even consider this suggestion. Li Qingshan's body tensed up as if he was under heavy pressure. He felt the gap between the human emperors even more deeply. Compared to a Renhuang like Zhuolong who was at the bottom of the pack, they were not on the same level at all. The gap was so big that just now the quartermaster had no chance of winning. But he didn't take a step back and stared back at him, just like how he faced all the strong enemies. Gritting his teeth, he asked word by word, "If I don't deserve it, then who does?" His blood was boiling and he became sharper with every setback. The surrounding cultivators were all shocked. He dared to talk to eldest senior brother like this? He must be tired of living. Even Gu Xing praised in his heart, "This kid is really courageous." But this way not only did you miss the opportunity, but you also forced yourself into a dead end. Originally, if Li Liehua gave the order, Li Tian wouldn't be able to do anything. The core disciples would have no reason to deal with Li Qingshan, and they would even look up to him. But not only did he not accept it, he even dared to question Li Liehua. The two legions of the Wanxiang sect on the human-demon battlefield were no longer safe for him. The two legions were Li Liehua, the commander of the Raging Inferno Legion, and Chao Tianjiao, the commander of the Xuanwu Legion. Sai, this is reasonable. If he didn't have this kind of personality, why would he participate in this bet? Li Liehua's flame-like eyebrows twitched as he stared at Li Qingshan, as if he didn't expect him to question him. In an instant, visible streams of heat surged towards Li Qingshan like dragons and snakes dancing about. It contained the monstrous killing intent he gained from killing in the human-demon battlefield. But the heat current surrounded him. Even with the phoenix's bloodline, it penetrated into every pore. He still felt an unbearable heat like he was in hell, even the Yin demons were about to melt. However, the surrounding people did not feel any heat at all. The seemingly wild Li Liehua's control over his power had already reached the pinnacle. Li Liehua took a step forward, giving off an illusion that his figure was like a flame that expanded endlessly, breaking through the teleportation hall. "I'll give you one more chance. Give up what doesn't belong to you." In comparison, Li Qingshan seemed even more tiny like an ant, yet he took another step forward and shouted explosively. "Don't belong to me? Who does it belong to?" The main hall was deathly silent. All the cultivators stared blankly at Li Qingshan. He's definitely crazy. Yet they also felt an inexplicable sense of heroism, not losing to their eldest senior brother in the slightest. The female quartermaster beside Gu Xing finally understood what Gu Xing meant. It was her. He was probably lying on the ground now. The commotion alarmed the entire city. Little Anne's gaze turned serious and she clenched her wrist. "He is in danger." "How do you know?" "Okay. Apart from him, no one else would do such a thing. He is probably at the late Yang God realm, maybe even close to the peak. His strength and personality are both good at killing, so we have no chance of winning at all, so..." Little Anne said, "If there is danger, bring him away, I will cover you. I really don't know what's so good about it." Gu Yening smiled and sighed. "Don't worry, just now Ruan Yaozhu is beside him. She probably won't sit still and do nothing." Little Anne lowered her head and clenched her wrist even tighter. The beads clashed and gave off a squeaking sound. Gu Yening was slightly stunned. "Sorry." When the badge on Li Qingshan's chest started to melt, Ruan Yaozhu unwillingly rode the 9-colored deer in front of him, blocking Li Liehua's blazing aura. Isn't senior brother bullying the weak by doing this? Li Liehua looked past Ruan Yaozhu and stared at Li Qingshan like a fierce beast. "Is this what you are relying on?" Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Senior brother, you haven't answered my question yet. If I don't deserve it, who does? If it doesn't belong to me, who does it belong to? Is it you? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you?" Li Liehua said angrily. Ruan Yaozhu also felt the heat. The 9-colored deer's coral-like antlers emitted a 9-colored light, trying to resist the flames. "I heard this not long ago. Is it Chao Tianjiao? What she cares about doesn't mean I will. If I want to kill you, no one can protect you today." Li Liehua directly walked down from the altar. "I don't need anyone to protect me." Li Qingshan walked past Ruan Yaozhu and asked with a sneer, "Haha, I wonder how many moves you will need to kill me with your cultivation." "You want to try?" Li Liehua asked sternly. "I want to try." Li Qingshan grinned. "One punch. If you can block one of my punches, I will spare your life. If you can't kill me in one punch, then you can write your Li surname backwards. I am ashamed to be with you." Before the word surname left his mouth, Li Liehua's fist was like a volcano erupting, fiercely bombarding Li Qingshan's body. In fact, the power of a volcano eruption was only this much, maybe even weaker. Even though Li Qingshan had already focused all his attention, it was still too fast for him to react. Even though he had gathered all his power, he could only block for a moment. Li Liehua poured all his power into his body, causing the volcano to erupt. Boom! Li Qingshan smashed through the black stone tower and flew far into the sky. Li Liehua. Ruan Yaozhu stared at Li Liehua angrily. The change was too fast. She did not expect him to attack without hesitation. "Don't worry, he is not dead, just teaching him a lesson." Li Liehua's anger seemed to have dissipated. Looking at his own fist, he indeed had the intent to kill. That punch was not held back at all. A weaker demon emperor might not be able to take it, but his aura did not disappear. What a strange kid. If he was given time to grow, once he becomes a direct disciple, he would definitely be able to establish an army named after him. He might even be a strong contender for the position of Big Brother. But he had to survive first. If he took this punch, even if he did not die, he would not be able to avoid heavy injuries. "Heal him, I will wait for him on the battlefield." Glancing at Ruan Yaozhu and Gu Xing, he turned back and stepped into the teleportation formation, disappearing along with the distorted light gate. Ruan Yaozhu patted the 9-colored deer, hurrying towards the direction where Li Qingshan landed. "What are you all gathered here for? Disperse, disperse." Gu Xing waved his hand unhappily. He had won this bet, but he was not very happy in his heart. Fearless warriors would be respected everywhere, especially in the army. But now he had to sacrifice himself for a bet, a pointless death. But just now he felt like he was being watched. Was it an illusion? Chapter 1438. The wind whistled past his ears as Wanxiang City became smaller and smaller. A large hole opened up in Li Qingshan's chest, and raging flames spewed out. His sternum was completely shattered, and his spine could be vaguely seen, as well as his throbbing, undying heart. He looked up at the blue sky and white clouds passing by, but he was strangely calm. Whether it was Li Liehua or Chao Tianjiao, they were merely small obstacles in his path, and he did not view them as strong enemies. He was even below the Xinming Cave Abode's true dragon Ao Xian. Since he could not hand over the Xinming Cave Abode's formation plate, he could only fall out with them. Although he did not have Chao Tianjiao's apprehensions, it was still the same. When asked how many moves would it take to kill him, he was too embarrassed to say 100 or 200 moves. Thus, although it seemed dangerous, it was actually very safe. Of course, Li Liehua's strength was unquestionable. The punch was so powerful that it almost turned him into a phoenix egg. However, this was also because he did not use any innate magical power. Otherwise, it would not be a problem for him to withstand a few moves. The true dragon Ao Xian's strength was similar. For now, it would be difficult to defeat him. He had to wait until the ape demon transformation broke through to the 5th layer and fully recovered his strength. Boom! Waves splashed as he fell into the depths of the sea. Scorching flames gushed out from his chest, directly vaporizing the seawater and causing it to surge upwards. Li Qingshan grinned. This punch would definitely be avenged. He leaped and swam towards the surface. Just as he poked his head out of the water, a hand reached out to him. Under the blue sky, Gu Yanying's smile was hidden under her veil, but her eyes shone. "Little brother Qingshan, long time no see." Li Qingshan chuckled and grabbed her hand with one hand. He pressed against the surface of the sea with the other and leaped out. A white figure flashed and leaped into his arms. Li Qingshan revealed a gentle smile and rubbed her head. "I knew you were nearby." Not seeing Luo Ho Xiaoming, he frowned. "Where's little Ming?" Little and said, "He was covering our retreat and was captured by a dragon." "Understood. Don't worry, we'll save him right away." Li Qingshan immediately changed his original plan. He was prepared to not wait for his strength to fully recover, but before he was sent to the army, he had to rescue Luo Ho Xiaoming and take down the mysterious underworld cave at the same time. "I'll let that damned Li Liehua see if I'm worthy or not. I'm not alone right now." At this time, Ruan Yaozhu came over on a deer and stopped far away on the sea. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He still remembered them. Li Qingshan let go of Little An and cupped one hand in the other before his chest. "Senior Sister Ruan, just now, thank you." Ruan Yaozhu wanted to say something but hesitated. The 9-colored deer asked, "Boy, who are they?" Li Qingshan said calmly, "Family and friends." Ruan Yaozhu smiled and nodded. "I see. Hello." Gu Yenying and Little An looked at each other and pulled down their scarves. Hello, senior sister Ruan. Ruan Yaozhu looked deeply at Li Qingshan. Seeing that he had no intention of introducing them, she wanted to leave. Just as he was about to leave, he asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's okay. You know that my body has always been very good." Li Qingshan patted his chest. His injuries were already gradually healing. "Sai, you shouldn't have fought with him head-on. You know my temperament. Rather than holding my breath, it's better to take a punch. It's more satisfying." Ruan Yaozhu's eyes looked at the three of them. She seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Then she said, "I'm going back to the 100 Herb Garden." She then left on the deer. The tranquil sea reflected the blue sky and white clouds and a white deer. It was a girl, her dress fluttering in the wind. She looked a little lonely. Li Qingshan suddenly said, "Senior sister, I have a presumptuous request." Ruan Yaozhu turned her head. Her attitude was still calm, but it seemed to be a little distant. "Junior brother, I'm afraid I can't help you this time." "I haven't said what it is. Speak." "I want to ask you to help me buy some time." Li Qingshan asked earnestly. He couldn't rush to the cave of Xianming and fight to the death with true Dragon Ao Xian right now. He needed some time to prepare. Since the enlistment order had to be discussed in the Hall of Direct Teachings, it had to go through a set of procedures. It would definitely take a lot of time. That was the time. Ruan Yaozhu couldn't help but look at Gu Yenying and Little An again. Was he going to reunite with them before he left? Gu Yenying smiled but didn't say anything. Little An was expressionless. The 9-colored deer said, "Hey kid, don't push your luck. We've already helped you enough. We don't owe you any more." Li Qingshan said, "That's why I said it's a presumptuous request. But it's really important to me. I want to go to the cave of Xianming. I have to prepare, but I can't help you." Ruan Yaozhu interrupted. As a true disciple, she couldn't help him deal with the current eldest senior brother's mount, even if this eldest senior brother had already reincarnated. She seemed to be a little too excited. She stroked the hair on the side of her face. "Even if I want to help you, I'm not Ao Xian's match. I'm not good at fighting. Of course I know that. I won't make things difficult for you. I just need a little time. But if it really can't be done, then forget it." Li Qingshan sniggered. "Perhaps Ao Xian will cry and beg to be my mount when he sees me. I'll ride a true dragon into the battlefield. Let's see what Li Liao's expression will be like." This joke made Ruan Yaozhu smile reluctantly. He was definitely going to challenge the Chua dragon with these two girls because they were his family and companions. He had never thought of asking her for any big help. He definitely wouldn't make her feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. She was just a senior sister. And the truth was like that. They weren't moved at all, even if they had to go through fire and water with him to challenge an undefeatable enemy. But she was even evading such a small matter. She wanted to persuade him not to rush to the Xianming cave abode. The true dragon Ao Xian wasn't that easy to deal with. But when the words reached her mouth, she couldn't say a single word. She could only nod. "I understand. I'll ask the True Inheritance Hall to discuss it. It should be able to delay it for about 10 days to half a month. You're on your own." Watching Ruan Yaozhu disappear into the horizon, Gu Yenying teased, "Stop looking. She's gone. You've only been in the Myriad Appearance sect for a short time. I really don't know what to say about you. Don't blame us for ruining your plans." Li Qingshan said suspiciously, "You didn't do it on purpose, did you? You really don't know what's good for you. Look at how you were sent flying by a punch. You don't know what's good for you. We quickly came to save you." Li Qingshan was a little embarrassed. Gu Yenying changed the topic. "That's right. We did it on purpose." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes. Then he smiled. "It's fine. This is pretty good." "She's good but not as good as me." Little An had a serious expression. She didn't care how many women were by his side. She only cared that when he was in danger, she wasn't the one standing by his side. Li Qingshan picked her up again and laughed. "Of course. My Little An is the best in the world." Little An's laughter was like a silver bell. Her smile was sweet and innocent. "You too." Gu Yenying facepalmed. They didn't look like two powerful cultivators at all. "Haha, if you're envious, I can hug you too." Li Qingshan opened his arms and pounced on her. "Forget it." Gu Yenying's figure flashed and appeared behind him. "How is it? Have you decided on how to deal with that dragon?" Chapter 1439. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought, "The most important thing right now is to confirm Little Ming's safety. It's best if we can save him. The cave is secondary. Gu Yenying said solemnly. Lin Xian is the eldest senior brother of the Wanxiang sect. It won't be so easy to enter his cave. Don't worry, I've already obtained the formation disc for the Xianming cave. Li Qingshan smiled smugly and pointed at the wound on his chest. I took this punch for this. He also had a trump card, which was the Yin demon. With these two conditions, it was definitely possible to sneak into the Xianming cave. As expected of Li Qingshan, Gu Yenying praised and asked, "Can you control the protective formation?" "No, it's just a key." Li Qingshan was also slightly regretful. "Otherwise things would be much simpler." "Then can't we just change the lock?" Little and looked towards Gu Yenying. Gu Yenying's eyes lit up. "That's right, that dragon doesn't seem to be very smart. I can try to lure him out. If you can take the chance to take control of the cave, then we'll have the geographical advantage and be almost undefeatable." Li Qingshan said in surprise. "You want to lure him out? That's a true dragon that has gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. Don't worry, he won't catch up to me so easily." Gu Yenying's face was full of confidence. In the lightning of the 4th heavenly tribulation, she had completely merged with the feather of mixed heaven and was no longer a human or an eagle. She was slowly transforming into a true Kuan-Peng, which was enough to make up for the difference in cultivation. You don't need to be faster than that dragon. When you forcefully took over the Xianming cave, he will definitely sense it and want to come back to defend. I can block him a bit more and buy you some time. Li Qingshan smiled. "Can you block him? Don't lose another one before you even save one." Little and smiled but did not say anything. The 4th heavenly tribulation was equally important to her. She had already cultivated the 4th layer of the path of white bone and great beauty and reached the Sutua river fruit of the 4 Arhat fruits. It condensed into the white bone jade body. The joints all over his body started to condense into white bone relics, and at the same time his body chakra was connected. All kinds of white bone secret treasures were refined by her. Although he had squandered all his savings, his strength had increased by a huge level. "Very good." Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I didn't stay idle." With their help, he felt more confident. After discussing with them for a while, he told them to leave this place and find a place to cultivate. He then returned to Wanxiang City. Walking on the road, everyone glanced at him. Li Qingshan's name had already spread throughout the Wanxiang sect due to the 30-year bet with the direct disciples, as well as the 30-year challenge with Chao Tianjiao. Li Liaohua's punch had made him famous. A disciple unexpectedly became enemies with the eldest senior apprentice and the eldest senior sister of the Wanxiang sect at the same time. In front of them, even the true disciple had to bow down, but he met a ghoul. Chaotic Life Gambling Denver. "Kid, I really don't know if I should call you crazy or praise you for your bravery." Letian paced back and forth while playing with the sieve. At the same time, he examined Li Qingshan from head to toe with a mocking expression. Li Qingshan grinned. "Either is fine. Why are you looking for me? Are you going to help me collect your corpse?" Letian shouted. This dark horse was about to become a dead horse. His bet of 1,000 green jade lots and his gambling debt of 1,000 green jade lots, adding up to a total of 2,000 green jade lots, had all gone down the drain. Even he felt extremely pained. Pai Yangqiu had probably received the news. He hurried over and grumbled, "Junior apprentice brother, you're really something. That cave abode wasn't yours in the first place, and you couldn't swallow it in such a short period of time. You should just give it to eldest senior apprentice brother to avoid endless troubles. Now, not only are you digging your own grave, he will definitely blame me. Do you think you can run away?" Lu Tian sighed. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have made the bet with you in the first place." This bet made him depressed to the extreme. He won for nothing, lost for nothing, and was even forcefully tied to this brat. Originally, cultivating in the Wanxiang sect would not have so many life-threatening dangers. However, this kid was too good at courting death. He couldn't even stop him. Suddenly, he was furious and grabbed Li Qingshan's neck. "Give me back my green jade lots." Faced with the two direct disciples grumbling in anger, anyone else would have been scared witless. However, Li Qingshan laughed loudly. Pai Yangqiu was slightly startled. Lu Tian's eyes were full of meaning, but his anger seemed to be only on the surface. "Senior apprentice brothers, you two are so pitiful. I have a plan that can ensure you get your own green jade lots." Pai Yangqiu was surprised. "We don't have a plan. What plan do you have?" Li Qingshan glanced at him. "Let go." Lu Tian let go and said, "Interesting." Li Qingshan straightened his clothes. "How much do you think the things that eldest senior apprentice brother Lin left behind in the cave are worth?" Pai Yangqiu said, "It's hard to estimate. Is it enough to pay off the debt? It's definitely enough. Lu Tian had already guessed Li Qingshan's thoughts. He was excited. This was really interesting. This bet was getting crazier. Li Qingshan said, I plan to take down the cave before I am sent to the army. If I die in battle, not only will I pay senior apprentice brother Qingla's debt, but I will also pay senior apprentice brother Pai's share. What do you think? Pai Yangqiu said, Junior apprentice brother, we can't fight Ao Xian directly. Li Qingshan said, I didn't ask you to fight him. Lu Tian said, then what do you want? Senior apprentice sister Ruan will ask the direct disciples to review my enlistment order. Senior apprentice brothers, please help her and buy me some time. Also, lend me 2,000 green jade lots, 1,000 each. Fair enough. Pai Yangqiu was stunned. He said seriously, you're crazy? If 2,000 green jade lots were added to the bet, then this bet would have expanded to an unbelievable extent. Coupled with the bet with Gu Xing and the other true disciples, the bet was approaching the threshold of 10,000 green jade lots. Ordinary small sects wouldn't be able to accumulate so many resources even after 10,000 years. Li Qingshan laughed, no, this is called raising the stakes. Now I only have one question. Are you guys betting or not? Pai Yangqiu said suspiciously, you're not going to run away with some stuff, are you? Li Qingshan looked straight at him. His eyes were sharp and clear. I'm sorry I misspoke. Lu Tian played with the sieve. If we don't bet, are you still going to the cave? Of course I have to go. Before I go to the battlefield, I want to make a decision. Lu Tian licked his lips and threw out 1,000 green jade lots. Alright, I'll bet. In order to break free from this trap, he kept raising the stakes until his feet were in the mud and his eyes were red. It was not a gamble if one's heart was beating fast and his blood was pumping. Li Qingshan looked at Pai Yangqiu. What about you, senior brother Pai? Pai Yangqiu pondered for a long time before letting out a long sigh. At this point, what else is there to say? 30 years is too long. I want to see the results immediately. He dared to bet with his life, so he probably had some confidence in winning. A bet that looked like it was going to fail suddenly had a chance to turn the tables. Furthermore, it was an immediate result. As a gambler, how could he be willing to admit defeat? Li Qingshan accepted another 1,000 green jade lots. He cupped his fists and left Random Life Gambling House, heading straight for the sky. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and watched Li Qingshan's figure disappear into the intersecting streets. Pai Yangqiu could not help but ask, hey, we didn't bet wrong, right? Lu Tian said, who knows until the last moment? Don't you think it's a wonderful feeling? After this bet, I'll quit gambling. The moment Li Qingshan stepped into the sky, he was immediately summoned by Spirit Venerable Gue Hai. Indeed, he did not miss a single one. Spirit Venerable Gue Hai said, I've already prepared what you want. It's worth 2,200 green jade lots. That happened to be all of Li Qingshan's current assets. Li Qingshan grinned and did not say anything else. He browsed through it. The items included, the Xianming Array's formation diagram was extremely complicated and profound. It could save him time deducing and allow him to control the Xianming cave abode at the fastest speed possible. 5 Elemental Divine Escape Art and Illusion Fiend Escape Art. The former's focus was on unobstructed rapid flight, while the latter's focus was on undetected changes and concealment. They complemented each other and complemented each other. This was the basic guarantee for him to infiltrate the Xianming cave abode. Eldest senior brother Lin Xian's combat records. As a mount, True Dragon Ao Xian occupied a very important position. Magical powers, dharma spells and combat methods were all recorded. One could even deduce and analyze its temperament. Then he could use this secret scroll of inner demons. It recorded the most mysterious and unfathomable inner demon secret scroll. It could be used to guard against inner demons, and it could also be used to trigger the enemy's inner demons. All of these only took up a very small space. The most extensive ones were the teachings of the various sects that believed in Mahasvara Demon Lord. They were known by the Buddhists as the ash-smeared heretical path. Their thoughts were abnormally profound, but it was indescribably strange. The content was all-encompassing, but it was also contradictory. There were many Dharma spells recorded, and they were definitely different from ordinary Dharma spells. There was charm, concealment, transformation, destruction, and so on. For example, the Sexual Strength Sect's Dual Cultivation Method, the Mercury Sect's Alchemy Technique, the Beastmaster Sect's Path of Extraordinary Movement, and the Scripture Sect's Living Sacrifice Ceremony to invite a god to possess them. There was nothing that could not be imagined. If he could master all of these, not only would it be greatly beneficial to his cultivation, but the Freedom Sutra would also be able to unleash extraordinary power. Li Qingshan did not hesitate to toss out all the green jade lots. "I'll buy them." He then asked, "Why are you helping me?" "This is my duty." Spirit Sovereign Guihai left without looking back. A Kuan Peng that had inherited the chaotic heaven feather and the successor of the white bone bodhisattva naturally did not escape his eyes. Even if he did not know anything about divination and prophecy, some things were gradually becoming clear, revealing shocking information. He did not dare to make an enemy of it, much less befriend it. A single misstep could lead to eternal damnation. A mere spirit turtle that had yet to become an immortal was unable to bear any consequences. He could only wait and see, go with the flow, and continue observing to gather more information before making a judgment. Chapter 1440. Satisfied, Li Qingshan descended from the sky. The staff members who were once very friendly to him now avoided him as if he was the plague. They waited until he was far away before whispering to each other. However, they did not know how sharp his eyes and ears were. He heard every word they said, treating him as if he was already dead. Li Qingshan smiled. He did not blame them for being snobbish. Other than true disciples like Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu, no one in the Myriad Appearance sect would dare to associate with him. However, he had only left for a few days when he realized that he was wrong. A male cultivator was blocking the entrance. The moment he appeared, he looked over as if he had been waiting for Shen Lian. Li Qingshan felt that it was a little strange. This cultivator's appearance and figure were unusually ordinary. It was not the kind of ordinary that could not be found in a crowd. Instead, it was the average appearance of all the people in the crowd, erasing all the special characteristics. Actually, if one looked closely, he was actually quite handsome. The badge on his chest showed that he was a chambered disciple. However, this kind of ordinary Yin Soul cultivator was especially strange. Moreover, the gaze he gave Shen Lian seemed to be filled with resentment. Li Qingshan stopped. "What are you looking at?" Unfortunately, the other party did not reply with, "What's wrong with looking at you?" making him feel slightly disappointed. "Li Qingshan, to think that you would have such a day." The ordinary face twisted into a somewhat familiar expression of resentment. The tone of the voice was also somewhat familiar. A light flashed in Li Qingshan's mind. "Don't speak, let me think. You are Shen Yushu. Ah, how did you become like this? You are much uglier than before." Shen Yushu looked as if he had been stabbed by a knife. His expression became even more twisted. "Li Qingshan, you destroyed my body. I will not live under the same sky as you." This body was not obtained through possession. The Yin Soul state was extremely unstable. There was simply no time to find a suitable person to possess. Moreover, even if he was lucky enough to find one, not only would it go against human morals, there would also be significant side effects. This was the flying insect that the Myriad Appearance sect's spiritual beast garden specially bred. It was usually in the form of an insect. As long as a secret technique was used, it would quickly grow into a human form. Their bones and blood vessels were no different from those of mortals. It was just that they were born without souls. They were specially cultivated to be possessed by cultivators whose bodies had been destroyed. However, horseshoe insects were only divided into males and females. Everything else about them was extremely ordinary. They had no talent or flaws, so they could adapt to the needs of most cultivators. Absolutely irreconcilable? Li Qingshan put his hands on his waist. "Come and bite me." Shen Yushu was no match for Li Qingshan, and he had yet to fully adapt to his new body. On the other hand, Li Qingshan had gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. Under such circumstances, there was even less hope for him. He sneered and said, "Humph, you won't be arrogant for long. I will wait for the news of your death in the 100-herb garden." Just as he finished speaking, a large hand enveloped him. In an instant, it seemed as if it could blot out the sky and cover the earth. By the time he came back to his senses, he was already tightly gripped by the throat. He was lifted from the ground. Li Qingshan pulled him in front of him and whispered in his ear, "What did you say? Please say it again." Shen Yushu was shocked to the extreme. In his eyes, half of Li Qingshan's face suddenly became as malevolent as a beast's. His eyes faintly revealed a bloodthirsty red glow. How could he say anything? He was incomparably regretful. He shouldn't have come and touched this bad luck. In any case, this thief was going to die. If he went crazy before he died and pulled him down with him, wouldn't he die a wrongful death? This movement attracted the attention of many people, but no one dared to interfere. There weren't many cultivators who had the qualifications to intervene in the dispute between two inner chamber disciples, not to mention that there was also Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan disdainfully said, "Despicable person." He looked him up and down. "I hope you can still be of some use." Leaving him alone, he turned around and walked away. Shen Yushu retreated a few steps. His legs went soft and he sat on the ground. The cultivators watching from the side couldn't help but feel disdain in their hearts. They're both inner chamber disciples, but this gap is too big. Although that Li Qingshan is arrogant, he isn't weak in front of eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister. He really lives up to his reputation. Li Qingshan came to the 100 Herb Garden again. One reason was to recall the Yin demons and start to prepare to cultivate the path of great freedom and practice various spells. The second reason was to see Ruan Yaozhu again. He wanted to get an accurate message from her and see how much time he had. Under the golden leaf Bodhi tree, the Yin demons flew into his body and the thought clones disappeared without a trace. He looked at the mountains and rivers in the 100 Herb Garden. He thought he had found a peaceful place to cultivate, but there were too many tribulations in his life. In the end he couldn't stay for long. Ruan Yaozhu came to the hill alone. "I've already asked the Direct Inheritance Hall to discuss it. Senior Brother Lu and Senior Brother Pai will help me. However, Gu Xing and the others will also help. At most they can only delay for a month." Li Qingshan cupped his hands and bowed. "I've troubled senior sister." Unknowingly they had become much more distant from each other. He felt slightly disappointed in his heart, but he didn't feel any regret. Since they weren't on the same path, he shouldn't repeat the same mistake. This was his way of repaying her kindness. Ruan Yaozhu lowered her head and didn't speak. She returned to the wooden appearance she had when they first met. Li Qingshan said, "That's right, I just saw Shen Yushu again. He changed a lot." Ruan Yaozhu raised her eyes and cast a questioning gaze. Li Qingshan patted the tree trunk. "I wanted to work hard to repay you, but after this parting, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to cultivate under this tree again. Someone needs to take care of the things in the 100 Herb Garden. He's the most suitable person." Ruan Yaozhu frowned and was a little displeased. Li Qingshan smiled. "But don't worry, I won't forget your kindness. I will repay you generously in the future." A sullen expression flashed across Ruan Yaozhu's face. She suppressed it and said indifferently, "Anything else?" "No." Li Qingshan scratched his head. "Then I'm leaving." Before he finished speaking, Ruan Yaozhu had already floated away. Li Qingshan sighed with a smile and left the 100 Herb Garden in the opposite direction. All he saw was a figure flying over from the surface of the sea. Even if he did his best to hide his aura, how could he avoid his senses? It was Shen Yushu. "Ah, you really know how to make time." He had the heart to teach him a lesson again, but after thinking about it, he decided not to be so senseless. This was also good. The 100 Herb Garden would immediately return to its original state, as if he had never come. Shen Yushu saw Li Qingshan in the distance and suddenly stopped. He saw Li Qingshan soar into the sky, whistling through the clouds. After hesitating for a long time, he dared to continue forward. Arriving at the shore of the island, he tidied up his clothes. Looking at this incomparably familiar scenery, his heart was filled with confidence. "I, Shen Yushu, have returned." He originally wanted to wait for Ruan Yaozhu to personally invite him, but in the end he couldn't bear it and urgently came to fill this vacancy. This job was really too important to him. "Ruan Yaozhu, without Li Qingshan, who else can you use? You still have to rely on me, Shen Yushu. You must be very regretful right now." In the 100 Herb Cave, Ruan Yaozhu quietly meditated. Beside her, 100 flowers bloomed, their fragrance permeating the entire cave. The 9-colored deer knew that this was a sign that her mood was not calm and her magic power was dissipating. Finally, that hateful Li Qingshan was chased out. However, his existence was like a lingering fragrance. Hopefully it would fade with time. He cautiously said, "Yaozhu, that Shen Yushu wants to come in." Chapter 1441. The sky was high and the sea was wide. Li Qingshan was flying over the vast sea. In less than a month it was too tight. It was almost impossible for him to make sufficient preparations. If he had a few years to cultivate slowly, he could reach the 5th tier of the ape demon transformation and recover all his strength. Then he could sort out the techniques of the various sects that worshipped the vast freedom heavenly demon lord. His cultivation would definitely increase tremendously. It was just a true dragon that had passed the heavens tribulation 5 times. How hard could it be to deal with? Moreover, after becoming a monster monarch, he should have obtained at least 5 new special abilities. However, they were all obstructed due to various reasons. Although it was a talent, it took time for a bird to learn how to fly. If he could slowly comprehend it, it was not impossible to comprehend it. However, the problem was that he did not have enough time. It would be great if he could comprehend 1 or 2 special abilities in a month. It was almost impossible to use them as he wished. Moreover, it was still unknown what the effects of the new special abilities would be. It would not be strange if he could comprehend them after so much effort to defeat Ao Xian. He had comprehended many divine abilities, but not every one of them could be used in every battle. He might as well use the time to practice the spiritual arts related to the Freedom Heavenly Book. At least he would have a clear goal. Fate was like this. It would not wait until you were fully prepared before giving you a test. Instead, it would hit you head-on. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and threw all these thoughts to the back of his head. He focused all his attention on what he should do. He was thinking about how he could use them to their fullest potential to overcome this obstacle. First, he browsed through first senior brother Lin Xian's battle records. There were no pictures, only words. However, Lin Xian's prowess in the past was still reflected in his words. He was worthy of being called undefeated in every battle. Undefeated in every battle. These 8 words were fascinating. The true dragon heavenly book in his hands was able to transform into countless techniques. He had defeated and killed countless strong enemies on the battlefield. He was not only powerful. He had the ability to lead. He was wise and decisive. He was able to convince others. The armies outside of the nature sect were also willing to follow his orders. He was like a different person from the Lin Xian that Li Qingshan knew. Not to mention the clown Chu Tian. Although it might be an exaggeration, it was definitely not groundless. At the very least, compared to Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, he was more deserving of the title of eldest senior brother. However, the great Tao was merciless. If one could not become an immortal once their time was up, even if they were a hero, they would not be the same as before even if they were reincarnated. In all of Lin Xian's deeds, all of them had Ao Xian's shadow in them, and they even had the battle record of fighting 5 demon emperors alone. Even though it was just a bitter battle that ended with Lin Xian leading the rescue team, Li Qingshan's mood became even more solemn after he finished reading it. At least for now, this true dragon was still a powerful enemy that he could not defeat. The aura of death became more intense, and the fighting spirit in his heart burned like fire. He didn't even notice it himself. He subconsciously pursed his lips and bulged his eyes, a stubborn expression on his face. He was like a stubborn bull. At that moment, a verdant island appeared on the surface of the sea. It happened to be in between Wanxiang City and the Xianming cave abode. It was thousands of miles away from both of them. Li Qingshan descended from the skies. Without saying much, he shared the information he obtained with Gu Yenying and Little N. We don't have much time. Let's limit it to 15 days. By then I'll try to find Little Ming and prepare to fight Ao Xian to the death. Gu Yenying replied, understood, Little N nodded silently. Thus, Li Qingshan said nothing more and turned to head into the depths of the island. He immediately began cultivating. The first was the 5 elements divine escape. In the depths of the dense forest, a huge tree blocked the path. It was unknown how long it had been growing on this island. It would probably require dozens of people to encircle it. Up close it looked like a wall. Li Qingshan walked over and entered the wooden wall silently. The small world within his body was still in a semi-chaotic state. Breathing in and out, it expanded and contracted continuously. Mastering one technique would lead to mastering all techniques. For an ordinary cultivator, it would take at least a few years for them to cultivate the 5 elements divine escape technique to the initial mastery level. However, for him, who had just mastered the first stage of the Qilin longevity strategy, wood escape was no longer difficult. Just like that, he walked through the dense forest, passing through the trees until a huge mountain blocked his path. He smiled and leaped into the mountain rocks like a carp leaping into the dragon's gate. In an instant, he turned into a beam of light and traveled through the mountains. This was a true escape technique. Not only was there no obstruction, but he could also use the momentum to travel. Earth escape was as easy as breathing for him. There were many metals in the mountains, so the obstruction was greater than that of rocks. However, it was not a difficult task. Using the escape technique, he came to the depths of the mountain. Suddenly he sped down. Hot air gradually surged up, and a boundless sea of fire suddenly rushed toward him. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. Oh, so this is a dormant volcano to begin with. The earth-fiendish magnetism interfered with the spell, and the beam of light flickered. The 5 elements divine escape became ineffective at times, and it was instantly swallowed by the sea of fire. Among the 5 elements divine escape techniques, cultivating fire escape was the most dangerous. At most, one would be buried alive if they used earth escape. At most, they would be drowned in water if they used water escape. It was not fatal for cultivators, but it was not so good to be burned by fire. Usually, one had to practice in a cauldron first and find friends and family to watch over them so that they could retract the flames at any time. Even so, it was very easy for them to get injured or even die. Cultivators like Li Qingshan, cultivating in earth fire right from the start, were simply unheard of. Not only was the fire poison cruel here, but there was also the influence of the earth fiendish magnetism. Moreover, lava was not pure fire. One had to be proficient in both earth escape and metal escape. If there was even the slightest mistake, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was probably because Li Qingshan had long gotten used to harmonizing all kinds of powers. Under the influence of the earth fiendish magnetism, he managed to maintain his escape technique. He was unhindered when he entered the earth, unharmed when he entered the fire, and could move about freely. At this moment he suddenly encountered an earth bubble and it exploded. The lava boiled and the magnetism became chaotic. His escape technique immediately lost its effect. He felt a burning sensation on his chest. The wound that had already healed ruptured again. Blood and flames gushed out like a volcanic eruption. This was the residual power of Li Liehua's punch. Li Qingshan's entire body was burned. Even with the phoenix's bloodline, he still felt the heat was unbearable. The rolling lava pressed against him from all directions. Although he had the experience of traversing through lava and earth fire with his physical body, this was the mortal realm. Everything around him told him a simple fact. Here, you are not that strong. The unbridled pride he had when he roamed the 9 provinces in the past was like a distant dream. Just like when he first arrived in the small world, being unrivaled in the world was just a childish game for children. Was that all? Was that all? Li Qingshan asked himself. He clenched his teeth and silently felt the pain in every part of his body. The various situations after he came to the mortal realm surged into his mind. He was used as a chess piece, a gambling tool, and was casually humiliated and ordered around. He was forced into a hopeless situation step by step. He threw life and death to the back of his mind, but he only did his best to maintain his dignity. There was still this hole in his chest. He clenched his fists and let out a hysterical roar. He jumped into the depths of the earth fire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountains and rivers shook and the earth groaned. Chapter 1442. Dang. The bell rang and light shone. The gate of the Hall of Inheritance slowly opened. Under the pillar by the door, Pai Yangqiu rolled his eyes and looked around. Could it be that Junior Marshal Sister Ruan is not coming? Lu Tian leaned on the pillar. Who knows? If she doesn't come, that kid is finished. Maybe he has already escaped. How dare he? On the other side of the gate stood a few unfamiliar direct disciples. Some wore jade belts and tall crowns, some wore long hair and carried swords. All of them looked extraordinary. Guxing was among them. Except for him, the others looked a little impatient. A small problem that they thought could be easily solved turned out to be a confrontation in the Hall of Inheritance. When the gate was fully opened, a female cultivator walked out. Her purple dress trailed on the ground. Her hair was like clouds. She looked dignified and smiling. She was also a direct disciple. She put her hands on her waist and asked, "Why are you all standing outside like idiots?" Third senior sister, junior sister Ruan is not here yet. Guxing hurriedly explained. This third senior sister, Dai Mengfan, was ranked after Chao Tianjiao on the list of versatility. No matter who became the eldest senior brother, she would always be the third senior sister. She was now in charge of the Hall of Inheritance and presided over all matters. It was Guxing's enlistment order that Ruan Yaozhu asked the Hall of Inheritance to discuss. The others were only invited to help. Only the 2 of them could not be absent. I've been here for a long time. Dai Mengfan smiled and pointed at the white jade steps. Ding! A 9-colored rainbow rippled, and a person and a deer appeared. The deer's hooves lightly stepped on the white jade steps and came to the gate. Ruan Yaozhu landed lightly and bowed her head. Senior sister. Everyone was speechless. There were so many direct disciples here, but no one noticed her. Guxing said in a deep voice, Junior sister Ruan's art of concealment is really mysterious. Just now she refuses to show up. Is it because she doesn't want to meet us? Ruan Yaozhu was not good with words, and now she seemed even more inarticulate. Pai Yangqiu flashed over. He replied with a smile, "If I had such a skill, I probably wouldn't want to meet you now. Then you should hide forever. Don't let me see you." Lu Tian walked over with a grin and interrupted, "Greetings, senior and junior brothers." Gu Xing snorted coldly. He was even more displeased with the person who had set him up. Although the two sides didn't draw their swords, they didn't show any signs of hostility. "Cut the crap. If you have something to say, come on in." Dai Mingfan put her arm around Ruan Yaozhu's shoulder and walked towards the successor hall. She transmitted her voice to Ruan Yaozhu, "Blockhead, oh blockhead, don't blame senior sister for not supporting you this time. That kid is too arrogant." All the true disciples entered, and the door slowly closed again. Ruan Yaozhu turned her head back and looked at the clear blue sky without a cloud in sight. She prayed silently in her heart, "No matter what, I will not be able to escape. I hope you're safe." Boom. A loud noise shook the entire island. The volcano that had been silent for an unknown number of years suddenly erupted, spewing out black smoke, crushed rocks and raging flames. Looking down from the sky, it looked like a burning torch. With a whoosh, a five-colored divine light soared into the sky from the thick smoke and raging flames. It quickly circled around the rising mushroom cloud a few times, and then turned to the vast sea. The moment it fell into the sea, the five-colored divine light instantly changed and turned mainly blue. It didn't cause any ripples or splashes on the surface of the sea. It quickly passed by a slowly swimming giant turtle. The five-colored divine light suddenly fell again. It plunged into the seabed, passing through layers of soil and rocks. The color changed again. From fire to water, from water to earth. The light shuttled quickly. It was unhindered. In the five-colored divine light was Li Qingshan. He was overjoyed. After several days of continuous cultivation, he finally mastered the five elements divine light. This was the sign of the initial success of the five elements divine escape. From then on he wouldn't drown in water, burn in fire, and be unhindered in metal, stone, earth or wood. The only flaw was that it was a little too eye-catching. Time was pressing and he couldn't delay any longer. He immediately began to practice the hallucination escape. The five elements divine escape had the small world in his body as a guarantee, so he could enter the state so quickly. This hallucination escape might not be so easy. After a few days, the progress of the hallucination escape was indeed very slow. Li Qingshan pushed it to the extreme, but his figure was just a blur, not to mention using it with the five elements divine escape at the same time. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to catch up. He frowned and came up with a plan. He went to the foot of the volcano, found a smooth stone wall and began to carve. Soon, a distorted, weird and ugly statue appeared in the cave. "It doesn't look like it." Li Qingshan took a few steps back, looked up and down and murmured to himself. A gust of wind blew, and Gu Yenying appeared in front of the cave. "What the hell is this?" "The realm of freedom," Li Qingshan said sternly. "How does it look like it?" Gu Yenying was stunned. "Why did you carve this?" "To invite the god." Li Qingshan put his palms together and looked pious. Gu Yenying's hand landed on his forehead. "You're not crazy, are you? Go away, don't delay my cultivation." Li Qingshan waved her hand away. If the five elements divine escape was based on the small world, then the hallucination escape was based on the Freedom Heaven book. If he wanted to master the hallucination escape quickly, he had to master the Freedom Heaven book as soon as possible, or at least reach a higher level. This was a more difficult task, but there was a shortcut. That was the God-vanquishing spell of the Holy Scripture School. In Li Qingshan's words, it was inviting the God to possess you. In the records of the canon school, there were many such examples. A person who was dying of illness suddenly recovered, a mortal suddenly gained infinite divine power, a fool suddenly became enlightened, and so on. It was simply convenient, fast, easy, and brainless. Although the success rate seemed a little small, and the records were half true and half false, he still had to try. Maybe he would succeed. With such an impious thought, Li Qingshan began to recite the Holy Scripture to the statue. "Generally speaking, don't you need to kneel to invite the god?" Gu Yenying looked at him standing there, not looking like a believer at all. "If you want to kneel, kneel. Don't talk nonsense. Help me catch a fish." Before Li Qingshan's voice died away, Gu Yenying's figure flashed back, holding a colorful, lively big fish in her hand. "A fish like this?" Bang! Li Qingshan stepped with his right foot, and a small round altar rose in front of the statue. He asked Gu Yenying to throw the fish on it, and then he began to pray. Freedom heaven, although I am not your believer, we are kindred spirits. Why don't you just accept this fish and give me something in return? Gu Yanning put her hand on her forehead. Not to mention inviting the god, she couldn't even fool a ghost so casually. Will you be punished by the god? Chapter 1443. Gu Yanning couldn't help but become serious. Could it really work? However, after a while, there was no change except for the big fish that was still struggling tenaciously. Li Qingshan stopped chanting the holy scripture and the illusion immediately vanished. The statue in the cave was still as ugly as ever. It stood there motionlessly, not dancing at all. He spat. I knew it was useless. He had to admit that it was stupid of him to try everything he could think of in a moment of desperation. That's not what you said just now. Gu Yanning smiled, but she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. With his personality, if he really succeeded in inviting the gods, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's go. Li Qingshan turned around and walked away, giving up on this wishful thinking. If he could not master the phantasm evasion skill, he could only use the normal invisibility skill to keep up appearances. The sky was very dark and the smoke and dust from the volcano covered half of the sky. The magma emitted an orange glow from the scorched earth, and the river was also dyed yellow. The island, which was originally full of birds and flowers, now looked like a demon's lair. Rumble. A bolt of lightning illuminated the world, stirring up a gust of black wind and pouring rain. The deep grotto in the rock wall became darker and darker. The statue of Mahasvara was only a vague silhouette. It was not ugly but majestic. Gu Yanning suddenly realized that Li Qingshan's sculpting skills were not bad. The statues in the cave were actually very charming, but he was too lazy to sculpt them. He probably did not expect to succeed. If praying to the gods and Buddha is useful, then what's the point of cultivation? Just as he was about to turn around, the eyes of the statue suddenly lit up, as if it had come to life. It stared intently at Li Qingshan's back. The sky grew darker and darker as the wind and clouds surged. The rainstorm was like a waterfall and the forest was like waves. A bolt of lightning struck the colorful big fish on the altar. In an instant, it turned into ashes. It was as if the god who stood at the top of the 3,000 worlds had accepted this ridiculous offering. Gu Yanning said, "Be careful." What's wrong? Li Qingshan also felt that something was wrong. When he turned around, his eyes met with the statue of the heavenly Lord of Freedom, and his body stiffened. The volcanic island, the dense forest and the wind and rain had all disappeared. In a trance, he was standing in front of an incomparably majestic altar. It was as if an entire mountain had been carved out of it, and there was a sea of people at the foot of the mountain. Their appearances and attire were all different. There were men and women, young and old, rich and poor, noble and lowly. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be no end to them. It was as if all the living beings in the world had gathered here and were all kneeling before him. No, not to him. On the altar at the peak of the mountain stood a statue that was even more majestic than the mountain. It looked down at him. He gently asked, "Why aren't you kneeling?" Li Qingshan panicked. It was as if he had returned to his childhood in his previous life, where he was caught by his parents for making a huge mistake. He quickly lowered his head, but there was still a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart. Qingshan. Gu Yanning saw that Li Qingshan seemed to have lost his soul. He looked at the statue of the great freedom god with his head down and said, "Oh no, this kid is making trouble again." She flew forward and grabbed him, wanting to take him away from this place. However, he did not move at all. It was as if his feet were rooted to the ground. She had inherited the feather of chaotic heaven, so her speed was extremely fast. However, her strength was far from being comparable to that of Li Qingshan. On the peak of the mountain, the statue of the god uttered a questioning sound. It seemed a little strange, but it was not angry. Li Qingshan raised his hands. He suddenly realized that he had become smaller. The power of gods and devils had all disappeared. He was only a mortal standing here, and a weak child at that. He felt a wave of panic in his heart, and his legs trembled slightly. The people at the foot of the mountain were enraged. Kneel. The sea of people and billions of living beings roared together. The heaven and earth shook. An invisible force pressed down like a mountain. Even with the powers of gods and demons, it was difficult to resist. Rumble. In the thunderstorm, Li Qingshan staggered and fell to the ground, like a collapsing mountain. The moment he was about to kneel on the ground, his hands turned into hooves, and ox horns grew on his head. He turned into a strong and powerful oxen. Its eyes were red with anger. With a loud moo, its bent hind hooves stomped hard, and its front hooves crushed the altar, and it rushed toward the cave. Boom! It crashed head first into the statue of the great realm of freedom. Crack! A crack spread from the foot of the mountain to the whole peak. Once again the volcano erupted violently. Lava surged and flowed. The mist and rising black smoke mixed together into a pot of porridge. Lightning flashed back and forth, creating a strange and dazzling scene. Shaoan rushed over, only to see the black ox that Li Qingshan had transformed into lying on the ground, panting heavily. Gu Yenying patted the ox's back. "Are you fine?" Li Qingshan shook his head, feeling extremely tired. Little and squatted down and gently stroked the ox's head. "Is the great realm of freedom really here?" Gu Yenying asked. An ugly and crude statue in a random scripture could summon such a god? Alright, there was also a fish. I don't know. Li Qingshan shook his head. Just now, when he was about to fall, he looked up and saw his own face on the majestic statue. He couldn't help but suspect that it was the work of the Yin demons again. But there seemed to be an external force, or else it wouldn't have happened so suddenly. At this time, the boiling lava spread quickly, and he could vaguely see the broken face of the great realm of freedom statue being devoured by the lava. Gu Yenying waved her hand, and a gust of wind and rain extinguished all the lava and mountain fires. She smiled and said, "I heard that the mount of the world of freedom is a great white ox. You are so strong, don't let him take a liking to you and make you his mount. But this is good too. Not to mention the true dragon Ao Xian, even the demon god Qiong Qi can't do anything to you." Shaoan added, "All the heretical sects that believe in the Mahasvara have a similar saying. On the back of every cow, there is an incarnation of the Mahasvara, and they bring him to travel around the world." Li Qingshan felt that there was really a weight on his back and he shivered. He quickly turned back into his human form, straightened his back, and stretched as if he wanted to shake off the incarnation of the great realm of freedom. But he didn't believe in this saying. At least, there would never be something like the great realm of freedom on the back of a particular ox. And he knew more about these legends than them. Many sects revered the sacred ox. When it was necessary to remove the statue, it was not to be smashed by hand, but to be trampled by the calf. The devout believers believed that the great realm of freedom wouldn't mind his beloved animal trampling on him. Then he thought of the statue of great freedom that he had smashed to pieces earlier. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed these ridiculous thoughts out of his head. This time he had gone for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he failed to benefit from it, but he had almost suffered from chi deviation as well. Little and it's better to be a man. Don't walk the path of evil. But we're not men. Gu Yenying comforted him. Qingshan, don't be too impatient. We can just wait until your strength is fully recovered and then we can fight Ao Xian. Li Qingshan casually practiced the heavenly tome of freedom and discovered that he had actually broken through before he knew it, and the effects were rather prominent. Regardless of the reason, it proved that the inviting a god to possess you really was effective at the very least. He immediately pulled himself together. "No, I need even more offerings and better statues." Gu Yenying said, "You." Chapter 1444. Li Qingshan began to seriously follow the procedure the Holy Scripture School used to offer sacrifices to great freedom. He became more and more focused as he recited the Holy Scripture. Shaoan even provided him with a group of skeleton demons in white robes, serving as sacrifices to one side. And it turned out that it was really useful. Thus, a group of skeletons was formed, and they came to support him every time. The statues he carved became more and more magnificent, and the offerings became larger and larger. The scene in the illusion became clearer and clearer. The cries of living beings and the pressure of the gods seemed to be real, constantly testing his will and courage. Then, at the last moment when he couldn't hold on any longer, he turned into a stampeding bull, trampling over the altar, destroying the statues and stopping the sacrifice. This scene looked very strange to outsiders. Surrounded by a group of ferocious skeletons, a man with no sincerity prayed to the statue for a while and stood there motionlessly. Then he suddenly turned into a raging bull and smashed the statue into pieces. Then he fell to the ground, panting. During the process of the sacrifice, Li Qingshan felt more and more tired. Every time he felt like he was going through a tough battle, and all his spiritual energy was drained. But he only chanted for a while. How the essence, qi and spirit disappeared was still a mystery. It seemed that the real sacrifice wasn't the messy seafood products, but himself. The grace of the gods was like the ocean, and the power of the gods was like a prison. The realm of freedom was hard to predict. Perhaps there was only a thin line between luck and misfortune. But at least for now he was still lucky. His understanding of the Book of Freedom was increasing day by day. Of course, this process wasn't like he just sacrificed some seafood, and the gods rewarded him with some power. The realm of freedom probably didn't like eating seafood that much. Every time he sacrificed, he would use an extremely dangerous method to personally come into contact with the true realm of freedom. It was as if staring at the light that could blind one's eyes and receive enlightenment. But enlightenment couldn't replace cultivation. So, enlightenment was just enlightenment. His cultivation didn't advance by leaps and bounds. It was just that he would have fewer bottlenecks in his future cultivation. And he would be able to use his own power more freely. And that was enough for him. Tao was the source of power, while techniques were only the use of power. Even though the phantasm escape art was amazing, it was still just a spell. As Li Qingshan's comprehension of the Tao of great freedom grew deeper and deeper, his advancement sped up ceaselessly. It could be said that he was progressing at a tremendous pace, and it wouldn't be long before he would achieve initial success. Qingshan, it's about time, Gu Yenying reminded. Li Qingshan was simultaneously activating the 5 elements divine escape art and the illusion escape art. He first transformed into a beam of 5 elements divine light. Then it gradually disappeared into the air. Can you see me? Of course I can. Gu Yenying shrugged and pointed at her own eyes. Those were already sharp eagle eyes. After fusing with the feathers of Chaos Heaven, they already had some of the power of the Kunpeng. She could clearly see Li Qingshan's figure. Li Qingshan then looked at Little N blinked and looked left and right. Where are you? Her clear and ethereal eyes clearly reflected Li Qingshan's appearance. Alright, I give up. Li Qingshan showed himself. It wasn't that the phantasm escape art was unreliable. It was just that the two of them were too powerful. There was no need to mention Gu Yenying. Little Anne's cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty allowed her to dispel various illusions in the first place. Unless the opponent's cultivation was far higher than hers, illusions were practically impossible to hide from. Even the fox of the Green Hills, Sumi Rao, had suffered at her hands. That Ao Xian is known as the Golden Eyes Profound Dragon. If you can see him, he can probably as well. Sigh, there's still too little time. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Suddenly, he made up his mind. I'm going to make another sacrifice. Are you certain? Gu Yenying asked. Last time the sacrifice was complete. After the last sacrifice, Li Qingshan finally crawled up from the ground after a long while. His mind was rather muddled. Little An also showed a worried expression. However, he did not dissuade her. Yenying, help me catch a big fish. The bigger the better. Little An, the white bone sacrificial group, get ready. Li Qingshan looked towards the north and smiled. That kid has a bad temper. Don't let him wait too long. Since they had agreed to travel the same path and fight side by side, they naturally had to help each other and work together. As such, he slowly drew his ending frenzy blade. The blade flashed like water and the blade patterns were like flowers. He looked back at the frozen volcano. Leaping up, he swung his blade downwards. His figure flew through the air as the blade flashed, cutting rocks and breaking rocks. Rumble. Large chunks of rock fell as smoke and dust billowed. A while later he returned to the foot of the mountain. Calming himself, he stood with his blade. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. A blurry silhouette gradually appeared on the volcano. It vaguely resembled the realm of freedom. He sat with his legs crossed with a serene expression. Looking down at the sea from high above, he seemed to be in a trance and the scene and the illusion overlapped. Li Qingshan took a deep breath and prepared for the last sacrifice before the battle. He stomped his right foot and a huge altar with a circumference of hundreds of meters slowly rose. It was no longer a circular mound. All the runes and totems required by the scripture faction were carved on it. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept away all the clouds in the sky. A patch of green cloud flew across the sky and cast a shadow over the entire island. The dazzling sunlight outlined the shape of a huge bird. Its sharp claws grabbed a giant whale and threw it onto the altar. Boom! The ground shook. Li Qingshan put his palms together and began the last sacrifice. Gu Yenying and Little An waited nervously at the side. Man and God faced each other. Lava rolled in the belly of the mountain and flowed through every crack. It was as if blood was flowing all over the body. The mountain suddenly came to life. Its eyes were like lightning as it stared at Qingshan. The runes on the altar flickered. A beam of light shot up to the sky. The giant whale turned into ashes, revealing its white bones. Li Qingshan entered the illusion again. However, the god on the peak of the mountain was nowhere to be seen. The mountain under his feet was also much smaller. He was standing straight on the mountain. All the living beings were howling. They were not cursing but worshipping him. They bowed their bodies and bowed their heads, worshipping him with great respect. Suddenly he realized that he was that god. A great feeling of joy surged into his heart. He could not help but spread his arms and shouted, "I am the realm of freedom." All the living beings raised their heads. There were men and women, young and old, but they all looked like Li Qingshan. Their faces were full of reverence. Li Qingshan was shocked. He stepped on nothing and fell into an endless abyss. Laughter came from all directions. "Qingshan, Qingshan." A familiar and anxious voice was calling him. He slowly opened his eyes and felt a splitting headache. His internal organs felt like they were on fire. He was surrounded by rubble and lava. "Little N, what happened to me?" You cried out, "I am the realm of freedom," before running headfirst into the volcano. Afterwards, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. You became like this. Really? Does that count as success? Li Qingshan murmured. The feeling of fear and falling in the illusion was still clear and intense, making him uneasy. Gu Yenying suddenly said, "Qingshan, behind you." Li Qingshan turned his head and looked over, but he could not see clearly. He then summoned a piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell to use as a mirror. All he saw was a statue of the realm of freedom on his back. It was blurry, but it was extremely charming. It sat with its legs crossed and smiled. It did not seem like a tattoo. It seemed more like a birthmark. Chapter 1445. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and waved his hand, tearing his flesh. Fresh blood gushed out, distorting the deity statue. The wound healed immediately and the deity statue returned to normal. He said in a low voice, "Little N, use fire." Little N hesitated for a moment, then spread his fingers and pressed on Li Qingshan's back. The samadhi flames of white bones surged and attacked, cutting off all the flesh on his back before stopping. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged and activated the Qilin's supernatural power. After a long time, his flesh and blood regenerated just now. The deity statue also regenerated, and it seemed to be even more lifelike. Li Qingshan frowned. What did he mean by inviting the deity to be naked? In the end, it became inviting the deity to be possessed. Moreover, it's easier to invite the deity than to send it away. Little N asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" Li Qingshan shook his head. Other than feeling unhappy, he did not feel unwell. However, the path of cultivation was about controlling the body and mind, without losing the slightest detail. It was probably not a good sign that such a thing appeared on his back out of nowhere. More importantly, he did not know if it was an accident, or if it was a necessary part of cultivating the Book of Freedom. As the first person to cultivate the Book of Freedom, there were too many unknowns. Gu Yenying reminded, "It's about time." The rain poured down, the wind howled, and the waves on the sea rose and fell like mountains. Li Qingshan made up his mind, "Forget it, the important matter is more important." He calmed his anger and looked up at the sky, silently praying, "Mahasvara, oh Mahasvara, if your spirit is really here, I hope you can lend me a hand. I will repay you in the future." There was no response from the deity statue, and he did not know if it received him. "I will go check out the Shenming cave abode, be ready to receive me." Li Qingshan sat down and unleashed his Yin demon. He used the divine escape of the 5 elements first before using the illusory demon escape. After concealing the 5-colored brilliance of the 5 elements' divine light, the Yin spirit gradually disappeared and became invisible. Gu Yenying and Little N nodded and said, "It's about time." Yin spirits were originally ethereal and elegant, and were good at hiding. Yin demons cultivated from the unfettered heavenly book were even more so. However, he did not know whether it was because he had the help of the gods or because he had a deeper comprehension. Li Qingshan tossed aside all distracting thoughts, and the Yin demon followed the wind into the rainy night. He flew toward the Shenming cave abode. The Shenming cave abode led straight to the bottom of the abyss. Ao Shen was lying cross-legged in it, deep in thought. He did not know what happened to Lin Shen in the 9 states, but he was unable to return. He had no choice but to make his own plans. The Myriad Manifestation sect definitely wanted to take back the Dark Nether cave abode, but without the eldest senior brother, the sect could be said to be without a leader. Even if the next eldest senior brother was chosen, he might not be able to do anything to him. The ones who had the ability to expel him were none other than the 4. The Supreme Sect Master was a 9 Heavens true immortal, and he would hardly descend. Not to mention, Spirit Venerable Guihai almost never left the 9 heavens. And the 2 sect masters were traveling above the 9 heavens, and they would not care about these small matters. They would not ask for it only because of their old relationship. He could stay in the cave abode and continue cultivating. When he passed the 6th heavenly tribulation, he could travel the world and maybe he could become a spiritual venerable. However, when he thought of what happened not long ago, he felt uneasy. It was shrouded in a layer of haze. He interrogated the Azura of the Rahu clan, but did not get any useful information. It was not strange. Even a normal Azura would be hard to deal with, not to mention a Rahu. If he wanted to be happy, he could only kill him. But when he thought of this, he remembered the cruel words left by the rock, and this Rahu was so fearless, he might have a way to be reborn in the Azura realm. With his bloodline, it was not impossible for him to pass the 7th heavenly tribulation. If the Rahu clan's status in the Azura realm was taken into account, maybe he would not have to wait that long, and they would immediately send someone to take revenge. The assassins of the Azura realm were famous in the 6 realms, and that would be endless trouble. He could not help but feel that it was a problem, so he could only suppress him in the ice prison. Logically speaking, he should have investigated the matter to get to the bottom of it. However, he felt that he was about to be swept into a whirlpool and he felt uneasy. 10,000 miles away, the wind and rain were gloomy, but the Shenming cave abode was bright and clear. In the depths of the sea where the wind could not blow and the moonlight could not shine, the Yin demon moved stealthily and stopped far away from the shore. He could vaguely see a crisscrossing network covering the entire Shenming cave abode, and it was constantly changing. According to the diagram, the Shenming formation had a total of 9 layers, both inside and outside, and they were all connected. The bottom was connected to the eye of the sea, and the top was connected to the clouds. If he could not break through the core in one go, he would be attacked from both inside and outside, and he would die a horrible death. If Ao Shen noticed him, he did not need to do anything himself. With just a thought, he could crush the Yin demon. Li Qingshan took out the Shenming formation plate, not daring to let his guard down. This was pretty much the only thing he could rely on to deal with Ao Shen. If the Yin demon was destroyed, he could refine it, but if he lost the formation plate, who knew when he would be able to save Little Ming? He circled around the outermost circle of the Shenming formation, and at the same time he analyzed it. Because the formation was constantly running, having the diagram didn't mean that everything would be fine. Until he found the weakest part of the formation and he snuck in. The closer he got to the inner layer, the more profound and complicated the formation became. At the same time, he had to maintain the 5-element escape and illusion demon escape technique, and one could imagine how much mental energy it consumed. The closer he got to the Shenming cave abode, the closer he was to Ao Shen. Even with the formation plate and diagram, it was like walking on a tightrope on a 100,000-foot cliff. However, at such a time, Li Qingshan's mind became clearer and more focused. Even if it was important and dangerous, he was not nervous or afraid at all. From the deep sea to the shore, he went from water to earth and traveled with ease. Finally, he got close to the Shenming cave abode. The entire mountain peak was filled with spiritual energy, and any random stone he dug out was a high-grade spirit stone. Also, it was permeated with Shenming qi and almost turned into frozen earth, which was 100 times harder than steel. Li Qingshan gave it a slight attempt. Even though he was most skilled at moving through the earth, his speed was extraordinarily slow. Before he could even find Xiaoming, he would probably run out of energy and be crushed to pieces in the mountain. He had no choice but to retreat. He used the old method of searching all over the mountain, and finally found a natural crack in the mountain range. However, the crack was so small that even an ant couldn't crawl in, and he still had to use his escape technique. Fortunately, he was prepared and took out the 9 heavens living soil with great care. This was the most valuable treasure he had, and if he lost it, it would be a great loss. He was also like a gambler who was driven into a dead end. He had bet almost all of his chips. Using the power of the 9 heaven living soil, he slowly expanded the crack to the size of a pinky finger, and the Yin demons seeped in like water. There was no special prison in the Shenming cave abode. Ao Shen sealed Luo Ho Xiaoming in the Shen ice and placed him in a random stone room. He thought that out of sight, out of mind, but he didn't expect someone to be able to sneak in. With a light crack, an undetectable crack on the top of the stone room expanded slightly, as if it was naturally frozen. A gust of cold wind blew past, and Li Qingshan stood silently in front of the Shen ice. At this moment, Ao Shen opened one of his eyes, as if he had sensed something. To be continued. Chapter 1446. Cold air filled the air and frost started to form. Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes were tightly shut as if he was in a deep sleep. Li Qingshan walked closer to the ice, and when his fingertips touched the surface of the ice, a bone-piercing chill went through his spirit. He quickly retracted his hand and tried to use telepathy. Xiaoming. Xiaoming. However, even telepathy could not penetrate this sturdy ice prison. If he forcefully broke it, Ao Xian would definitely be alerted. With a thought, he took 2 steps back and stared at Luo Ho Xiaoming in the ice. His right index finger and middle finger overlapped, and he pressed them between his eyebrows. A demonic thought shot out from between his eyebrows, ignoring the obstruction of the ice and piercing into Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyebrows. In an instant, the scenery around him twisted and changed and he flew backward. The boundless blood-colored land spread out, and the sky was vast and boundless. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. I'm in. This was the most basic technique in the secret scroll of inner demons. Normally it was not very useful. The key to controlling inner demons was to be unpredictable and to attack when the enemy was unprepared. It was too stupid to pose in front of the enemy, but it worked wonders at this moment. This should be Xiaoming's sea of consciousness, but where is he? Li Qingshan covered his mouth with his hands and shouted, Xiaoming. His voice reverberated across the vast land. He had just shouted when a familiar voice came from behind him. Turn around. Li Qingshan turned around and a boy stood high up on a giant rock. The boy pulled the slingshot in his hand and pointed it at him. The moment he turned around, the bullet whizzed past his face. Li Qingshan was unmoved and he asked, Why did you become smaller again? Idiot, this is my sea of consciousness, how did you get in? If Luo Ho Xiaoming was not very confident in his cultivation, he would have suspected that he had developed demonic thoughts in the desperate situation. Actually, it was almost the same. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. I went through so much trouble to save you, and you call me an idiot the moment we meet. That's not good. What a joke. Why would I need you to save me? Luo Ho Xiaoming said proudly. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched, but he tolerated it since Luo Ho Xiaoming helped little and, Fine, I'm here to ask for help? Luo Ho Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. He put down the slingshot and sat down. That's more like it. Li Qingshan said sincerely, Great God, Little Ming, please help me kill Ao Xian. I can't do it. Little Ming Luo dug his ears. Li Qingshan shook his head. Then stop boasting. Just stay put obediently. When the time is, Luo Ho Dragon said. Luo Ho Xiaoming clenched his fists. That evil dragon thought that it could seal him, but it didn't understand the true power of the Luo Ho race. He could also gather power. Even though it was much slower, as long as he was alive he would continue to grow stronger. When is the time ripe? When you have the ability to attack the abode. Luo Ho Xiaoming said solemnly. According to his calculations, they would need to go through at least 5 heavenly tribulations before they would have a chance if they worked together. Li Qingshan smiled. Then the time is ripe. What? Luo Ho Xiaoming was shocked. Don't act rashly. Don't worry, I've already obtained this abode's formation disc. In the abyss, Ao Xian opened his eyes and his dragon body suddenly moved. He swam into a pitch-black waterway and arrived in front of the prison cell in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the stone door opened. A huge dragon head peeked in with bright eyes. Luo Ho Xiaoming was still sealed in the ice. The spacious and dark stone room was silent. Li Qingshan was nowhere to be seen. Ao Xian's eyes shot out 2 beams of golden light. He scanned the surroundings but did not find anything. He muttered to himself, was it an illusion? Just now he clearly felt that an outsider had entered. But after thinking about it he felt that it was unlikely. Passing through the 9 layers of the Shenming formation and the frozen earth and avoiding his senses. It was almost impossible. No direct disciple of the Wanxiang sect could do it. It was even more impossible for others. This was the Wanxiang sect's territory. He laughed at himself for being too paranoid recently. He turned around and returned to the abyss. He who had been hibernating in the Shenming cave abode, did not know that the Wanxiang sect had obtained another heavenly book. And the first cultivator of this heavenly book. He also obtained the formation disc of the Shenming cave abode and became the legal owner of the abode. In the Shen ice, Luo Ho Xiaoming's lips curled up. Bits of power gathered from the depths of the void. Ao Xian returned to the abyss. Just as he took a nap, a sharp voice pierced through the abyss. Ao Xian, come out. A Kuan Peng circled in the sky. With a flap of its wings, strong winds howled and huge waves crashed against the frozen earth. It froze and shattered instantly, turning into ice shards. Ao Xian was furious. He flew into the sky and glared at the Kunpeng. "It's you? I didn't look for you, but you came to me to die." Gu Yenying shouted, "Hand him over and I'll spare your life. Otherwise I won't let you go." Ao Xian was so angry that he laughed. "I'd like to see how you'll spare my life." Two beams of golden light shot out from his eyes and shot into the sky. Gu Yenying quickly dodged. In the blink of an eye, Ao Xian had already pounced on her. This time, Ao Xian's speed was not as fast as before. In fact, it looked a little slow. One could see the movement of each scale clearly. Unfortunately, she was also more ambitious than capable now. Her speed could not keep up with her eyesight. Therefore, without hesitation, she rode the wind and flew into the sky. Ao Xian calmed down and had doubts again. She has just gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. Why would she dare to come here? Also, the white-bone descendant is nowhere to be seen. Could it be that she's plotting something? After going through 5 heavenly tribulations, even if he did not know divination, he had a keen sense of fate. Not to mention the dragon race, which was a natural deity. Therefore, he chased for thousands of miles and turned back. He decided to take his time to think. However, just as he returned to the cave abode, Gu Yenying came to him again. She scolded, "What a four-legged snake. You're so scared that you're hiding in the cave again. But it's no wonder. My race has always fed on dragons. It's in line with the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. It would be strange if you weren't afraid of me." Li Qingshan and little and hid far away in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Yes, not bad. You have 30% of my skills." Gu Yenying also felt carefree. It was great to be a Kunpeng. The other party's cultivation was far above hers, but he could still provoke her calmly. No wonder Qingshan liked to do that. "Cough, if you're afraid, quickly let her go. Don't wait for me to skin you alive. If I don't tear you into pieces today, I won't be able to vent my hatred." The veins on Ao Xian's forehead throbbed. No matter what kind of plot it was, he turned into a beam of light and broke through the sky. His speed was even faster than the Kunpeng. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared between the sea and the sky. "This is my chance." Li Qingshan turned into a beam of 5 elements divine light and dove into the deep sea. He quickly approached the Xinming cave abode and easily found the gap in the Xinming formation. He did not need to hide his tracks anymore. He passed through 9 layers of formations and arrived at the foot of the mountain. He found the natural crack. Although the crack was narrow and difficult to pass through, it was not just the Yin demon this time. He held the 9 heaven living soil tightly and activated the bull demon prowess. He punched. Chapter 1447. Dong Dong Dong. Li Qingshan tapped on the ice 3 times, not fearing the coldness at all. Compared to his main body, the Yin demon was just too weak. With a crack, the crack spread and the ice shattered. Luo Ho Xiaoming broke out of the ice and stood in the shattered ice. He didn't know what to say. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder and smiled, "No need to thank me." Luo Ho Xiaoming waved his hand away, "Scoff, you don't need to do anything, I can still break free." "That's right, but how can we be trapped in the hands of insects?" Li Qingshan passed the heaven and earth bag and the slingshot to him. "There is still a long way to go, help me out." "Sure." Luo Ho Xiaoming smiled, raising his right arm and clenching his fist. Darkness covered the stone room, surging towards him like it was real, melting all the ice that stabbed into his body. The weird sound of bones growing spread out. His body stretched out, his chest was wide and thick, his arms long and strong. He was like the most perfect creature in the world, born to fight and kill. His eyebrows were like sharp swords and his eyes were like fierce stars. Vengeful energy gathered within. His handsome face instantly became vicious, but there was a hint of divinity in it. It was like he was going to use boundless divinity to slay all demons. The 4th heaven tribulation was the first fruit of Buddhism, the roots of celestials. To him, who was already a god, it was the first step of his strength recovering, and he was starting to regain the looks of a god. He stretched and muttered to himself, "Right, there is still a long way to go, so how can I stay here for too long?" At the same time, 10,000 miles away, a green cloud and a dark cloud flew across the sky. The rock's wings were like the clouds and it flapped lightly. The astral wind surged and it flew for 1,000 miles. This was the first time Gu Yenying had spread his wings to the maximum after going through the tribulation. He flew for 10,000 miles across the ocean, carrying the sky on his back as he looked down. It was a boundless ocean, vast and boundless. His body and mind were incomparably free, and he almost forgot that he was being pursued. However, the dragon was like lightning, soaring into the sky, riding the clouds and riding the mist. Its speed was even faster. Gu Yanning glanced back. Ao Xian closed in quickly. As expected, I still underestimated his strength. Although a Kunpeng can control astral winds, a true dragon can gather clouds. The longer it flies, the thicker the clouds will be and the faster it will be. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid they'll catch up with us soon, which will be detrimental to Green Mountain's plan. However, she had just passed the 4th heavenly tribulation, while Ao Xian was close to the 6th heavenly tribulation. It wasn't just a difference of one major realm. To be able to maintain such a distance. This was the innate ability of the Kunpeng. It was extraordinary. Slut, stop right there. Ao Xian scolded harshly. His eyes shone with golden light. However, before it got close to the Kunpeng, the light dimmed. His flying speed was simply too fast for spells to catch up. This dragon is indeed not very smart. Let me play a trick on him. Gu Yanning suddenly flapped her wings, which were as wide as the clouds at the same time. A strong wind arose, and her huge body turned back with the help of the wind. The sky was below and the ocean was above. She passed by Ao Xian. Ao Xian raised his head in surprise and said disdainfully, "Insignificant tricks." He twisted his body and turned his dragon head around. He was more agile than Gu Yanning and he shortened the distance between them. Gu Yanning smiled faintly. The fierce general flapped his wings again and a strong wind howled. The two strong winds intersected and formed a whirlwind between the ocean and the sky. Ao Xian was caught off guard during the turn, and was instantly sucked into it. Although he was unharmed, the clouds around him dispersed a lot and he slowed down a lot. He scolded angrily, "Despicable." Gu Yanning laughed and left. "Thank you for the compliment." Under the illumination of the sky, Li Qingshan looked up. The deep cave cut the sky into a circle, and under his feet was a large lake. The lake water led straight to the abyss of the sea, and the waves stirred by Ao Xian had not yet subsided. This was the center of the Xianming cave abode, and according to the formation map, it was also the core of the Xianming formation. As far as the eye could see, it was empty and there was no trace of the formation eye. This was another mysterious part of the Xianming formation. It was to prevent the most extreme situation, such as when an enemy sneaked in and wanted to destroy the operation of the formation. The core of the formation was hidden so deeply that it could not be seen, and naturally there was no way to destroy it. It was like a secret room that only the owner could open, and ordinary people could not enter even if they guessed the location. Li Qingshan was prepared, and without hesitation he activated the Xianming formation plate, and waves of ripple-like light rippled out. In an instant, thousands of rays of light and countless mysterious runes appeared in the empty cave, and gathered from all directions. They intertwined and condensed into a dazzling ball of light, which was reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. The ball of light was divided into 9 layers, and it rotated slowly, affecting the thousands of threads and countless runes to control the entire Xianming formation. This is it. Li Qingshan was delighted. At this stage it was not difficult to destroy the entire formation, but his goal was not just that. He wanted to become the new owner of this place. Finally, it was the most crucial moment. This ball of light was like an extremely complicated treasure chest. Although he had the key and understood the structure, he had to crack the password set by the original owner if he wanted to obtain the treasures stored inside. Using force would only destroy the treasure chest along with the treasures. When Ao Xian returned, all his previous efforts would be wasted, and he could completely set up a new mountain guarding formation. Then he would completely lose the Xianming cave abode and he would have to bear a huge debt for nothing. When he could break the formation and defeat Ao Xian in the future, he might not need this cave abode anymore. This was his only chance. As a result, he was not in a hurry to act. He stared at the core of the formation, and his expression became calm and indifferent. His eyes became as deep as the ocean, as if he was not in enemy territory, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Spirit Turtle Transformation. He turned into a huge turtle and slowly sank into the lake. Immediately, the waves calmed down, and the lake became as smooth as a mirror. It clearly reflected the ball of light, the thousands of threads and the countless runes. Begin derivation. The ball of light in the water gradually spun faster. The threads crisscrossed and the runes flickered, changing rapidly. It was a stark contrast to the slowly spinning ball of light above. The so-called password, was definitely not just a few numbers. Instead, it was necessary to understand the operating mode of the entire formation, as well as find the imprint of the original owner that was imprinted deep within the core of the formation. If he could not erase the imprint in time, Ao Xian could instantly change the operating mode of the entire formation as soon as he sensed it, even if he was thousands of kilometers away. If that happened, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Time passed bit by bit. A prayer bead jumped out of Li Qingshan's bosom and turned into a skull. It cackled, "Qingshan, she can't hold on much longer." Li Qingshan suddenly turned into a human and leapt out of the water. He used the ape demon arms and grabbed at the ball of light in midair. Chapter 1448. The spinning ball of light suddenly froze in the air, and the ape's claw reached into it. The Xianming formation that covered a radius of 100 miles continued to spin. Thousands of threads and innumerable runes flickered. With the two forces twisting, the ball of light gave off a dazzling light. A pillar of light shot into the sky from the mountain, shattering the clouds and visible for thousands of miles. Ao Xian was shocked and turned around. "Who broke into my cave abode?" In the vast sky, Gu Yenying looked back and smiled. "Ao Xian, you've fallen into my trap." Ao Xian laughed coldly. "This is your little trick? You lured me out so you could sneak into the cave abode to save me. How foolish. I'll capture all three of you and see what else you can rely on." Xianming formation suppressed them all. The ball of light spun, tearing apart the stagnant void. The pillar of light became more and more dazzling. Li Qingshan immediately felt the sky collapse and the earth cave in, pressing down on him from all directions. The Xianming formation was fully activated. It defended against the outside and suppressed the inside, destroying all intruders. If he took half a step back and let Ao Xian control the formation, it would be difficult for him to escape. He laughed maliciously, his eyes shining brightly. Like a moth flying into a flame, he jumped into the light. The depths of the ball of light was the energy core of the entire formation. The threads and runes intertwined and condensed, cutting and shredding his body as if he was being tortured by 1,000 cuts. However, he was unmoved. His heart was as deep as the ocean as he calmly broke through the layers of obstacles. The Yin demons were just a little restless when he casually suppressed them. In the midst of battle, his heart was as firm as steel, not disturbed by any distracting thoughts. This was his talent. Found it. His eyes focused. In the depths of the ball of light, there was a Xianming dragon totem. It was the only thing in the entire formation apart from the rules and runes. It was the mark left by Ao Xian, the master of the Xianming world. As long as he erased it, the entire formation would reset and return to a masterless state. He let out a long roar. He clenched his fist, which was covered in blood and flesh, and punched the dragon totem. Ao Xian was very confident. Ignoring the cave, he continued to pursue Gu Yenying. Just as he was about to catch up to her, his expression suddenly changed. He cried out involuntarily, "How is that possible?" The iron fist destroyed everything. The totem was crushed and the aura was obliterated. The great formation suddenly stopped operating. The light dimmed and the sound subsided. Li Qingshan was thrown out of the light ball and fell into the turbulent lake water. Boom! Huge waves roared out of the abyss like volcanic eruptions. He fell straight to the bottom of the abyss, the resting place of the giant dragons. More than half of his flesh was peeled off. Ferocious white bones were exposed. His eyes were tightly shut and his lips were pursed, as if he had fallen into a coma. "Ao Xian, the abode no longer belongs to you. What else do you have to say?" As Gu Yenying spoke to disturb Ao Xian's mind, she calculated that if this fellow went crazy and chased after her, she would have to take the risk to change directions and fly back to the Xianming cave mansion to meet up with them. Only then would they have the strength to fight. Ao Xian's mind was in a mess. If the cave abode was forcefully breached, he would definitely die. He could barely accept it. But if the great formation was destroyed, the array board in his hand would also shatter. But now it was intact. There was only one possibility. The other party also had a Xianming array board. Not only did the other party want to sneak into the abode to save people, but he also wanted to seize control of the great formation and become the owner of the Xianming cave mansion. Because all the abodes were the property of the Myriad sect, Lin Xian had handed over his array board to the sect before he reincarnated. But that array board was not something that outsiders could touch. The Myriad sect. It's a disciple of the Myriad sect. If it was an outsider, what was the point of seizing the abode? Everything had an explanation. This was a conspiracy from the beginning. Ao Xian glared at Gu Yenying. He turned and flew back to the Shinming cave mansion. Gu Yening wanted to chase after him and delay him, but she felt numb and powerless. Her wings, which were as light as a cloud, suddenly became extremely heavy. She had already exhausted her energy, but she did not notice it in the intense flight. She circled in the sky a few times and had no choice but to land in the sea. The originally white eagle feathers had turned dark green and completely melted the heaven-mixed feather. But after coming into contact with the seawater, the feathers suddenly turned into a whirlwind and whizzed away. Her heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly flapped her wings, wanting to fly up. Her wings, however, became clumsy and powerless because of the metamorphosis of the feathers, stirred up even more seawater. Her wings were soaked by the seawater and turned into a gale that hit the water for 3,000 miles. With a boom, her huge body fell straight into the sea and turned into a big dark green fish. It was called Kuan. Gu Yening swung her tail clumsily, and with a whoosh, a huge wave rose to the sky. The transformation of the Kuan Peng must first become a Kuan, diving into the sea and waiting for the gale. Then become a Peng, carrying the blue sky and flying through the clouds. A dove bird could only fly a few feet and stop at an elm, so it did not have to go through this process. But an eagle wanted to fly, but it had to risk falling off a cliff and being smashed to pieces, let alone a Kuan Peng. Gu Yening was originally an eagle, and after obtaining the Heaven Chaos Feather, she gradually turned into a Kuan Peng. She first spread her wings and gained some of the bearing of a Peng, but she was still not a true Kuan Peng. Until she passed the fourth heavenly tribulation and used this power to the extreme, completely merging it into her blood and soul. Exhausted, she entered the sea and turned into a Kuan. Sigh of all times. Gu Yening did not know whether to be happy or sad. She said helplessly to a skull prayer bead, "I've encountered an accident. I'm afraid I can't return in time." Then she used all her strength and swung her tail. She leaped, creating millions of splashes. With a boom, she dove into the sea and swam in the direction of the Shinming cave abode. Little and nodded slightly. Her white kasaya and blood sea banner danced together. In an instant, a thick blood color spread out from under her feet. The waves turned red and turned into a sea of blood, killing all the fish and turtles. Then she slowly pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. The image of white bones could be vaguely seen in her beautiful face, and a red mole between her eyebrows was clear. Behind her was the Shinming cave abode. There was no reason to retreat from this battle. Between the sea and the sky, the dragon returned to its lair. The blade of the sword gently slashed in front of her. The sea of blood filled the sky, cutting off her way back. Countless skeletal ghosts rode the rushing blood waves and surged toward Ao Xian. With a wave of her left hand, the skull prayer beads scattered. Just now she looked up, her ethereal eyes blazing with fire. Ao Xian was shocked. "It's you." Then who was in the cave abode now? Not only did she obtain the formation plate of the Shinming cave abode, but she was also able to enter the cave abode in such a short time, break the Shinming formation and erase his imprint. The sea of the mountains that were the most familiar to him was now covered by the sea of blood, as if an unknown monster was hiding there. The skull prayer beads in Li Qingshan's arms had already turned into powder when they entered the light ball. In the abyss there was dead silence. A voice urged, "Wake up. Now is not the time to sleep." With a flash of red light, Li Qingshan opened his eyes. He realized that the voice came from the Yin demon in his heart. With a long roar, he got up from his broken body and stepped down. The earth cracked, the mountains shook, and the dragon lake collapsed. Chapter 1449. Ao Xian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the roar. He shouted fiercely, "Get lost!" The dragon's roar was like a mountain-splitting axe, tearing through the sea of blood and creating a deep blood-colored canyon. All of a sudden the wind howled. 54 skulls cackled and surrounded Ao Xian from all directions. Flames were burning in their eye sockets as they formed the skeleton fiend formation to block Ao Xian's way. Little and waved the blood sea banner, and countless skeletons rushed out of the sea of blood towards Ao Xian. It was like an ambush from all directions, trapping Ao Xian in the center. Kill? As Ao Xian roared angrily, the Grand Canyon suddenly collapsed and drowned him. I wonder how long I can stop him? 15 minutes? Little Anne was thinking when two spots of golden light flashed in the sea of blood. She suddenly sensed it and dodged. Buzz! Two golden pillars of light pierced through the sea of blood, sweeping past her and the frozen rocks in the distance, instantly turning them into powder. Boom! Ao Xian soared into the sky in the sea of blood, holding a skull in each of his dragon claws. He crushed them and broke out of the formation. His eyes shot out two beams of golden light, and wherever he looked, the thousands of skeletons and ghosts evaporated. How dare you play in front of a true dragon? Before he finished speaking, the dragon's shadow flashed, and a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in front of little Anne. The dragon's teeth were like swords as they bit down. Little Anne swung her sword to cut off the dragon's teeth. With a clang, sparks flew everywhere. The huge dragon whistled past the sea of blood and flew towards the Shinming cave abode. The dragon's teeth broke off and fell into the sea. The cold golden dragon eyes glanced down. Little Anne was bitterly holding on in the dragon's mouth. If one dragon's tooth was broken, there were still thousands of them. Even though she had obtained the Sutra River fruit and stepped onto the path of immortals, she could not withstand the bite of a true dragon that had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations. I thought you had some tricks up your sleeves. How foolish. Ao Xian was about to bite her to pieces when the 3-burial robe on Little Anne suddenly rose into the air and expanded in the wind. It was like a large cloth wrapping around Ao Xian. She was expressionless. Her black hair fluttered in the wind, and her red lips opened and closed as she hurriedly chanted blasphemous scriptures. Lines of black scriptures flowed across her Taoist robe, and the chaotic soul bell on her waist rang urgently. Ao Xian immediately felt annoyed. He rolled in the sky and waved his dragon claws, wanting to tear apart the 3-burial Dharma robe. However, the 3-burial Dharma robe was not affected at all, expanding and shrinking at times. In his haste, he was unable to escape, courting death. With a cracking sound, the dragon's teeth snapped together. At the critical moment, Little Anne took advantage of the loosening of the dragon's fangs to escape the dragon's mouth. His left arm was almost severed at the base. It suddenly turned into rolling white flames and exploded in the dragon's mouth. Ao Xian's angry roar whistled past, and the sound of the bell stopped. Even though he didn't suffer any injuries, being obstructed time and time again already made him extremely furious. Golden light shone from his eyes as his body expanded. Swoosh! It tore apart the 3-burial Dharma robes like silk. The white bone secret treasures were all damaged. With just the Buddha slaying sword in his hand, he could not withstand it. With just the Buddha slaying sword in his hand, there was no chance of piercing through his dragon scales. He probably couldn't block it anymore. He could even ignore him and go straight into the mysterious underworld cave abode. However, she didn't hesitate and flew toward the giant dragon. Ao Xian looked over fiercely. 2 golden stars flashed and were already swallowed by the golden light. In an instant, Zhu Yan's flesh and blood evaporated, revealing white bones. They also started to soften as if they would melt at any moment. However, the flames in her eye sockets were still the same. She muttered, "Qingshan." At this moment, a roar sounded, "Ao Xian." The somewhat familiar voice caused Ao Xian to look up. Luo Ho Xiaoming stood at the peak of the mountain, the slingshot in his hand drawn to the limit. A black sun and moon appeared in each of his eyes. The boundless darkness swallowed all light. Ao Xian felt a sharp pain in his left eye. One of the golden lights suddenly disappeared, and he was blinded in one eye. The remaining golden light was also quickly swallowed by the darkness. An invisible force grabbed Little Anne and pulled her back into the mysterious underworld cave abode. She fell into Li Qingshan's arms. Seeing her miserable appearance, he couldn't help but be furious. He said coldly, "Little Ming, lure him in." Before he finished speaking, Luo Ho Xiaoming was also hit into the abyss and slammed into the rock wall. He was almost smashed into a pile of flesh. He pointed up and said, "He's here." The sky darkened. A dragon's head reached into the cave. Its dragon claws dug deep into the frozen mountain rock. A single eye met Li Qingshan's red eyes. Ao Xian's power was almost unparalleled. Only Luo Ho Xiaoming could really hurt him. Instead, he was completely enraged. His murderous intent was like a dark cloud covering the sky. He wanted to immediately pounce down and kill them all. However, he saw Li Qingshan stretch out his right arm and reach into a bright light ball beside him. The core of the formation condensed as if it was solid. "Who are you?" The low, hoarse voice was filled with murderous intent. Its huge body slithered into the cave like a snake. Li Qingshan kissed Little Anne's forehead and let go of her. He faced Ao Xian alone and announced loudly, "I am the master of this place." Ao Xian said angrily, "Let go of your filthy hand. I am the master of this place." "Hey, you are just an old guard dog. How dare you call yourself master?" "What did you say?" Ao Xian's expression became even more ferocious. "Oh, I'm sorry. Comparing you to a dog is really unfair to a dog." Ao Xian suddenly pounced down. In the blink of an eye, his sharp dragon teeth were inches away. At the same time, Li Qingshan pulled out his hand from the light ball. The condensed light ball immediately stretched out. This process was so fast that time seemed to freeze. The crisscrossing light and runes affected the 9 layers of formation inside and outside. Once again it became invisible. However, deep in the core there was already his mark. It was a totem of a bull's head. The mysterious underworld formation was reactivated. Time resumed its flow. Ao Xian's figure was frozen in midair. He was no longer the master of this place. He was a thief who had forced his way in but was caught red-handed by the master. According to the mysterious underworld formation, the mysterious underworld formation is extremely powerful. It can even defend against a worldly immortal. Not to mention a demon emperor who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations. Suddenly, an evil gust of wind rushed into Li Qingshan's face. Ao Xian broke free and bit at Li Qingshan. Go to hell. Since he still dared to break in, he had already expected the worst. Otherwise he would not have walked right into the trap. He could tell that Li Qingshan's cultivation level was only at the Yin spirit level. He had just mastered the mysterious underworld formation and would not be able to operate it freely. With his own strength and understanding of the mysterious underworld formation, he could easily break free and kill Li Qingshan on the spot. Then, the mysterious underworld formation would naturally belong to him. Even though he was a disciple of the nature sect, he could not care less. Li Qingshan laughed coldly and bared his fangs. He punched Ao Xian in the face. The dragon's head twisted violently, and a large part of its cheek caved in. A wave of vibration was transmitted from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. Ao Xian's remaining eye was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He was only a Yin spirit level cultivator. Even a demon emperor would not be able to injure him so severely in just one move. Looking at Li Qingshan again, he was no longer in human form. He had horns on his head and his feet had turned into hooves. He had turned into a half-human, half-bull ox demon. Under his greenish-black skin, his muscles were like mountains and rivers, accumulating endless power. Ox demon transformation. He clenched his fist. The void seemed to distort and collapse inwards. The fist was so huge that it filled his vision like a huge mountain. That's right, it was a huge mountain. He gripped the 9 heaven living soil tightly and activated the ox demon transformation to the maximum. Another uppercut. The ox demon transformation had never been known for its speed. This punch was extremely slow in Ao Xian's eyes. Under normal circumstances he could easily dodge it. However, not only was he suppressed by the Shenming formation, but the punch also had a strong suction force, making it impossible for him to dodge. Bam! The iron fist hit Ao Xian's lower jaw and dozens of dragon teeth broke. The dragon's head was raised high, and its entire body was dragged along. It almost flew out of the cave. This move is called the Rising Dragon Fist. When the dragon's abdomen was exposed, Li Qingshan bent his waist into a horse stance and followed up with another straight punch. This punch was simple and ordinary without any special moves. Even a mortal who had learned a little martial arts could easily throw a punch like this. However, Ao Xian was smashed hard into the cave wall by this punch. His dragon scales were broken, and his organs were on the verge of rupturing. The mountain trembled and rocks fell like rain. Ao Xian's angry roar was tinged with a hint of fear. He wanted to fight back, but the powerful vibration force spread through his entire body, and he could not muster any strength to resist. Furthermore, the weaker he was, the stronger the Shenming formation suppression became. He could only watch as Li Qingshan punched again and again. Crack, crack, bones shattered and scales fell. Heavens, how can there be such a monster in this world? Wait, Ox. Kunpeng, chaotic heavens, great sage, Ox. Could it be? He raised his hoof high and stepped on the dragon's head. Li Qingshan clenched his fists and raised them high. Some thin cracks appeared in the void. This punch seemed to contain the power to crush everything. It was like the earth was flipping and the mountains were hanging upside down. Go to hell. Ao Xian suddenly shouted. I am willing to surrender, spare my life. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment before smashing his fist down. Boom. Ao Xian's eyes bulged and blood spurted out of his mouth. The sound of his skull cracking could be heard as he fell straight to the bottom of the abyss. Li Qingshan raised his right hand and used the earth force field to pull Ao Xian back. What did you say? Ao Xian said weakly. I am willing to surrender. He was heavily injured and he was completely suppressed by the Shenming formation. He no longer had any strength to resist. Just now, if not for Li Qingshan holding back at the last moment, he might have been smashed to death in his nest. Li Qingshan said curiously, "Why are the dragons of the human realm so spineless? Even the Dragon King of Ink Sea, a dragon king in a painting, is much tougher than this guy." That's probably because of the 5 absolutes immortal. Little N was collecting the scattered dragon scales, dragon teeth and dragon blood to heal his damaged bones. Li Qingshan nodded. That makes sense. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. If you don't want to surrender, then kill me. Ao Xian closed his eyes angrily, but left a gap to observe. Chapter 1450. I'm doing this. Li Qingshan waved his arm proudly. He only wanted to hear Ao Xian's last words and did not want to keep the dragon as a pet. The difference in their strength was too great. Today he only managed to subdue Ao Xian because of the suppression of the Shenming formation and the surprise attack. Even so, he maintained the state of ox demon transformation, at all times, ready to throw a punch at any moment. If he let the dragon return to the mountain because of a moment of carelessness, it would be too late for regrets. However, from what Luo Ho Xiaoming said, he might really be able to subdue Ao Xian. He smiled and asked Little Ming, "Aren't you afraid of being doomed eternally?" "I'm not following you. We just happen to be going the same way," Luo Ho Xiaoming said proudly. However, he knew that from the moment he fought alongside Li Qingshan, there was no turning back. It was not as simple as returning to the Azura path to take revenge. Moreover, he did not want to turn back. As a bloodthirsty and warlike Azura divine child, he would regret it if he missed out on this great massacre. "I've already guessed your origins. This is fate. What else can I do?" Ao Xian said pitifully. After confirming that he was in big trouble, he seemed to have admitted defeat. Li Qingshan grabbed the dragon's horn and waved his fist. "I still think this guy is unreliable. Why don't we kill him and feed him to Little An?" Yes. Little An nodded. Dragon blood and dragon scales tasted great. Spare me. You must be reliable. Ao Xian hurriedly begged for mercy, and he'd completely thrown away his last bit of backbone. To a certain extent he was rather flexible. "Don't worry, I have a way," Luo Ho Xiaoming said. "Little dragon, are you willing to be my mount?" Ao Xian said flatteringly, "Yes, I'm willing. Being the mount of the exalted god is my dream." "Be careful of the backlash," Li Qingshan reminded. If they were able to subdue Ao Xian, then the benefits would naturally be much greater than killing him. However, their current strengths combined were still inferior to Ao Xian, so once he found an opportunity to bite back at them, then they would be idiots to the extreme. "Very well, then don't resist." Luo Ho Xiaoming grinned hideously as he walked forward. He cut open his right palm and pressed it on the dragon's head. Blood, chi and darkness spread at the same time, enveloping Ao Xian. Ao Xian immediately struggled, his dragon body stirring the lake, causing waves to surge. He had been looking for an opportunity to counterattack, and it was perfect for him to become a mount. It was impossible for the weak to control the strong, regardless of whether it was through magical treasures or spells. There was a way to break it. However, he had forgotten one thing. The other party was no ordinary cultivator, but the Rahu god race. Since ancient times, they had inherited a set of methods to subdue mounts. Amongst them, the one with the strongest control ability was this dark blood contract. It used the purest god's blood to connect their powers and fuse their bloodlines. Li Qingshan stepped hard on the dragon's head. "What, you still dare to resist?" Ao Xian tried his best to resist Luo Ho Xiaoming. His expression became ferocious again. "There's one thing you have to tell me. Otherwise, I would rather die than submit." Li Qingshan said, "What is it?" "Did you guys kill Lin Xian?" Ao Xian questioned. This was purely a kind of intuition. He felt that he shouldn't have died so easily, unless he had encountered an unfathomably strong enemy, such as these people in front of him. Li Qingshan and Little An looked at each other. Chu Tian was killed by Chen Rongji because he was heavily injured in a fight with Li Qingshan. Lin Xian was killed by Chen Rongji because Little An leaked the secret. Of course, the latter was just speculation. It really couldn't be said that it had nothing to do with them. Then they shook their heads together. "Definitely not." "Is that so?" Ao Xian was doubtful. Li Qingshan swore calmly, "If I was the one who killed him, may the heavens destroy me and I die a horrible death." "All right then." Ao Xian closed his eyes and finally submitted. He allowed the divine blood to enter his body. The dragon blood was like boiling magma. He knew that Luo Ho Xiaoming was taking revenge, so he could only lower his head and endure. A moment later, Ao Xian opened his eyes again. Under the effect of the Rahu god's blood, his blinded eyes had completely healed. They flickered with golden light and were brimming with vigor. A black sun and moon were reflected in each of them, and the dragon scales on his body became even darker. Luo Ho Xiaoming took a few steps back. His face was pale and he looked very weak. Ao Xian, our grudges are written off. If you are willing to serve me as your master, I will not mistreat you. If you want to betray me, you will be burned by the flames of karma. Ao Xian bowed his head. Yes, master. Just now the battle had come to an end. Ao Xian couldn't do anything else. Li Qingshan touched his chin. I suddenly remembered that I also have a mount. It's time to summon him and let the 4 heavenly kings reunite. Where is our wind-watching heavenly king? The ocean current was not smooth. Gu Yenying, who had turned into a big fish, was tired from swimming and floated on the vast sea. So slow. Her voice was like a whale's song. When she finally returned to the Shenming cave abode after a long journey, Li Qingshan had already started to check the spoils of war under the guidance of Ao Xian. The master of this Shenming cave abode was indeed the eldest senior of the myriad sect for many years. He was much richer than Chuolong. Among them there were 12 heavenly tomes, the True Dragon Heavenly Book, the Purple Mansion Heavenly Book, the Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book, and so on. Although they were only a small part of the myriad heavenly book, they contained all aspects of cultivation. For example, the True Dragon Heavenly Book focused on body refinement, while the Cloud Furnace Heavenly Book focused on alchemy. They were probably prepared for reincarnation. Although they weren't of much use to him, if they were in the 5 continents world, any one of the heavenly tomes could establish a large sect. If they were gathered together, they could establish a small myriad sect. It was very suitable for his grand plan of national cultivation. Thinking about how it would probably cost nearly 10,000 green jade lots to buy these heavenly tomes in the heavens, he felt that he had made a huge profit. There aren't many treasures. He cultivates the True Dragon Heavenly Book and doesn't really care about these external objects. Most of them are given out as rewards, so he only keeps a few to admire and play with occasionally. Ao Xian explained. Li Qingshan didn't care too much. He also rarely used treasures. He just felt that it was a little regretful that Lin Xian was too generous. However, after seeing the dozen or so treasures, this feeling of regret disappeared without a trace. The degree of exquisiteness and the power contained in these treasures were incomparable to the treasures of the 9 continents. Among them, there was a small porcelain plate that was full of cracks that could fill a lake. If it was on the battlefield, it only needed a slight tilt to drown an army of 100,000. The treasures of the human realm were also divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. It was similar to the 9 continent spirit treasures, which were divided into supreme grade, superior grade, intermediate grade, and inferior grade. In the human realm, the treasures of the 9 continents could only be considered inferior grade or even lower. Only those extremely powerful treasures could be considered as yellow grade treasures. However, of course, treasures like the last frenzied flower saber and the forsaken immortal sword were not limited to this. However, none of them originated from the 9 continents. The mysterious underworld Great Formation was opened. The wind-watching heavenly king, Gu Yenying, swam in through the underwater cave. Her body gradually shrunk and turned back into her human form. She joined the team that was dividing the spoils. I want this. She casually took the small porcelain plate and drank it in one gulp. She burped and licked her lips. I'm so thirsty. Shaoan tilted his head. A woman with fish lips. To be continued? Chapter 1451. Damn skeleton monster. Gu Yenying pointed at the plate. If there's any water in there, I'll splash it on your face. She had a relaxed smile on her face. This battle was not a waste after all. Li Qingshan played with the treasures one by one and asked, does anyone else want them? Little and naturally did not need them. Luo Ho Xiaoming said in disdain, trash. Then I'll keep them. Just like Lin Xian in the past, Li Qingshan rarely used these arcane treasures either. There were no arcane treasures that could rival the power of a punch from him. Even if he did use something as simple and direct as the wildflower blade of his end. But he was still very satisfied. Just these treasures alone were enough to pay for the Shenming cave. After all, it was Lin Xian's lifetime collection. Li Qingshan patted Ao Xian's shoulder. What else do you have? Take them all out. Ao Xian said, there's nothing else. Li Qingshan said doubtfully, really? Don't hide it. He tried to search with the Shenming formation. There was no secret room and Ao Xian did not have a Sumeru ring. But he had a feeling that Lin Xian's savings should be more than this. Ao Xian said, there's really nothing else. Look into my eyes. Luo Ho Xiaoming shouted. We'll talk. Ao Xian shuddered. He met Luo Ho Xiaoming's eyes, and an uncontrollable power surged in his blood. His lips moved but he could not say a word. Give up. Luo Ho Xiaoming said, you can't lie to me. Li Qingshan clenched his fist. I don't mind if you become part of the spoils of war. Little An licked his lips. Gu Yenying stood lazily with her arms crossed as if watching a joke. Ao Xian felt humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. He could only sigh. Follow me. The group came to the bottom of the abyss. Ao Xian waved his hand, and the rolling waves formed a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool was dark and deep. No one knew where it led to. Blessed Enclave. Li Qingshan's spirit was lifted. A young spirit cultivator should naturally be like this. However, he wasn't in a hurry to enter. Instead, he activated his innate ability and created a mirror image clone before diving into the vortex. His cautiousness made Ao Xian completely give up on the thought that the Blessed Enclave would not be suppressed by the Shenming formation. Perhaps there was still a chance. When Li Qingshan arrived at the Blessed Heavenly Abode, a huge dragon head suddenly appeared in front of him. His heart trembled. Could it be a trap? However, the dragon's head was motionless and its eyes were tightly shut. It turned out that it was just a dead dragon. He immediately understood, this is the corpse left behind by Lin Xian. Seal it in ice during the reincarnation cycle. It'll be perfect for Little An to nourish him. As far as the eye could see, the size of this blessed land could not be compared to that of the 100 Herb Garden. However, the spiritual qi was unusually dense, even more so than that of the 100 Herb Garden. This was probably where Lin Xian cultivated in seclusion. At this moment, Lin Xian was already dead, leaving behind a dragon corpse that gave off a bone-piercing chill. Li Qingshan couldn't help but sigh. Ao Xian instructed again, there's a jade box in the dragon's mouth. There's a dragon pearl in the dragon's stomach. Take it. Li Qingshan pried open the dragon's mouth and found an exquisitely carved jade box with cloud patterns. When he opened it, green light shone on his face. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The jade box was filled with green jade lots neatly. There were at least 10,000 of them. Li Qingshan threw his sigh to the back of his head and laughed out loud. That made sense. Recovering his strength required a large amount of resources, so how could Lin Xian not make preparations? Even the Chua dragon had a few green jade lots. How could eldest senior brother Lin not have any savings? Why would he worry about debts after getting such a windfall? He then dived into the dragon's stomach and took out the dragon pearl. It was clear and deep like the ocean, yet it was dim as if it was covered in a layer of dust. However, one could clearly feel the majestic power contained within. This is mine. Li Qingshan vaguely felt that this dragon pearl would be of great use to him, so he carefully put it away. Come up, I have something to say. The few of them followed Li Qingshan back to the abyss. Sunlight shone down and rippled. Li Qingshan stood on a protruding stone platform, raised his hands and announced in a loud voice, friends, comrades. From today onwards, this is our base in the human realm. Clap, 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 clap. There was a round of applause, but unfortunately only Little An responded. Gu Yenying asked, what do you want to say? Li Qingshan said matter-of-factly, to show off your merits, of course. All right. Li Qingshan patted his chest. First of all, you have to thank my wise leadership. Gu Yenying immediately raised her hand. I'm going to cultivate. She turned into a giant koan and jumped into the abyss. Luo Ho Xiaoming held his forehead, then walked away silently. Hey, I'm not done yet, it's your turn to praise. Me? Little An blinked. Of course. Li Qingshan grinned. Forget it, it's their bad luck if they don't listen. I'll just praise you. He praised Little An from top to bottom. In the empty cave on the rippling surface of the water, only his voice echoed, mixed with her bell-like laughter. From time to time she would add, what else? Their cooperation was very tacit. Gu Yenying thought helplessly, I wonder just who's the one spoiling who? But after going through so many twists and turns she could finally relax. This was an excellent place for cultivation, even better than Chuolong's Dragon Pool cave abode. It was also safer. It was also directly connected to the ocean, very suitable for cultivation. So she closed her eyes and recovered her strength. She dreamed of the day she turned from a Kuan to a Peng and soared into the sky again. Luo Ho Xiaoming had already started cultivating. After undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation, he was captured by Ao Xian before he could recover his strength. Now he could finally let loose completely. For him, bottlenecks were almost non-existent. He was getting stronger with every passing moment. Not long after, Little and arrived at the bottom of the abyss and landed on Gu Yenying's huge body. Then they entered the blessed land and faced the huge dragon corpse. Although many White Bone secret treasures were damaged and needed to be repaired, it was a waste to directly turn the dragon corpse into the Samadhi flames of White Bone. After some thought, he had an idea. He threw up the 3 burial Dharma robe and wrapped it around the huge dragon corpse. Then he started chanting blasphemous scriptures. Qing Shan is about to head to the battlefield in the demon realm. This will be a great help to him. Wanxiang City True Inheritance Hall. On the high platform, Dai Mingfan watched Ruan Yaozhu argue with Gu Xing in boredom. This was already the third discussion. The first 2 had ended in Ruan Yaozhu's failure. Gu Xing did not need to argue at all. He only needed to crush her with his advantage in numbers. However, she was still unwilling to give up, even if no one was listening. In order to avoid direct conflict between the true inheritors, the Wanxiang sect had set up an extremely complicated discussion process to ensure that both sides were convinced. However, the cultivation path was not a place to be reasonable. Gu Xing could not help but say, "Junior Marshal Sister Ruan, why do you have to do this? Right is right, wrong is wrong." Ruan Yaozhu suddenly stopped talking. Was she really the same as before, without any selfish motives and only here to argue about right and wrong? Yes, why did she have to do this? The True Inheritance Hall fell silent. Dai Mingfan frowned and looked outside the hall. Who dares to barge into my True Inheritance Hall? I am Li Qingshan. Chapter 1452. Li Qingshan. The direct disciples who were bored to death immediately sat up straight. The culprit who caused them to waste so much time was now outside. Ever since he was sent flying by Li Liehua's punch, it was as if he had evaporated from the world. No one knew where he went. Some even suspected that he had betrayed them. They didn't expect him to suddenly appear outside the direct inheritance hall. Lu Tian and Pai Yangqiu looked at each other and had the same question in their eyes. Did he succeed? Ruan Yaozhu's heart tightened, but she was slightly relieved. Even though she felt that he was despicable, she still hoped that he was safe and sound. Gu Xing frowned and cupped his hands. The direct inheritance hall doesn't allow ordinary disciples to enter, but since he is the person involved, why don't you call him in and see what he has to say? The other direct disciples naturally wouldn't object, but they saw Dai Mingfan's surprised expression as if she had seen something unbelievable. Other than her, the other direct disciples couldn't see the scene outside the direct inheritance hall. The true disciples could not help but become even more curious. Most of them had never seen Li Qingshan before, but even if he had 3 heads and 8 legs, there was no need for the third senior sister to react like that, right? Dai Mingfan waved her hand. Open the door. Li Qingshan turned his head and instructed, "Be quiet later, I'll bring you to show off." A voice replied, "Don't worry, do you think I'll embarrass you?" The door of the direct inheritance hall opened, and Li Qingshan walked up the stairs calmly. He passed through the door and looked around at the direct disciples. He saw that they all had similar expressions and he couldn't help but smile and cupped his hands. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. All the direct disciples' eyes were focused on Li Qingshan's shoulder. There was a phoenix standing there, its flame-like beautiful feathers almost touching the ground. However, he didn't even look at them, no matter how powerful they were. She preened her feathers, looking aloof and proud, yet so natural at the same time. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. This kid's comprehension is not bad, you've learned some of my skills. This phoenix was naturally Li Qingshan. After Li Qingshan occupied the nether cave abode, he immediately used the heaven-climbing vine to connect the 5 continents in the mortal realm. He summoned Li Fengyuan. Of course, it wasn't just to show off. Li Fengyuan's cultivation was already infinitely close to the 4th heavenly tribulation, and he needed a wider world. Furthermore, he was the king of cooking. Haha, you flatter me, you flatter me. I'm far inferior to Big Father. While the father and son were flattering each other, the true disciples understood why Dai Mingfan was surprised. Is that a phoenix? This kid is Li Qingshan? Li Fengyuan wasn't the only one who kept quiet. Li Qingshan also had a humble expression on his face. He was delicate and gentle like a young man, giving people a good impression of him. It was impossible to imagine that he was the traitor who challenged the Myriad Appearance sect's senior brother and senior sister within a year of entering the sect. The divine bird, the phoenix, was the rarest and most precious mount in the world. Eldest senior brother Lin Xian's mount was just a dragon. The dragon race seemed extremely arrogant, but they were actually very flexible. They could tempt them with benefits or subdue them with force. Having a true dragon as a mount was not a delusion. The phoenix's aloofness and arrogance were deep in their bones. They wouldn't eat unless they were subdued by force. Even if they were subdued by force, they would rather die than submit. There were far fewer phoenixes than dragons. Generally speaking, although dragons were better at fighting, what cultivators needed the most was not power but lifespan. As long as they had a long enough lifespan, they would always have power, and it would be true power that belonged to them. The phoenix was the mount that could extend a cultivator's lifespan to the greatest extent. Li Qingshan smiled at Ruan Yaozhu. Senior sister, I didn't lie to you, did I? Before Ruan Yaozhu could speak, the nine-colored deer couldn't help but exclaim, a phoenix mount, it's actually real. Of course, Li Qingshan didn't want to ride anyone, nor did he want to be ridden. Except for one situation. He was purely using Li Fengyuan to keep up appearances, and it seemed like the effect was pretty good. Dong dong dong. Dai Mingfan knocked on the table. Li Qingshan, since you're here, do you have any objections to this evaluation? Junior brother Li, if you have any dissatisfaction you can say it. I will definitely consider it. Gu Xing patted Li Qingshan's shoulder with an affectionate expression. Military orders are like mountains, they can't be changed. However, the law is nothing more than human feelings, it's not impossible to delay for a while. The direct disciples looked at each other. You were the one who personally gave the order to recruit this kid into the army, and now you're pretending to be a good person. However, they didn't know that ever since Gu Xing met Li Qingshan, he thought highly of him and had the intention to resolve their grudges. Later, when Li Qingshan faced Li Liehua head-on, his bravery made people not dare to underestimate him. Now that he brought out a phoenix, his future was practically limitless. So what if he lost a few bets? As long as he didn't die midway, he would have enough time to make a comeback. And he had just gone through 4 heavenly tribulations and could block Li Liehua's full-powered punch. No matter how one looked at it, he wouldn't die so easily. Such a person would have to be out of his mind to become enemies with him for a few hundred green jade lots. Li Qingshan said, Thank you, senior brother Gu. I have no objections to this evaluation. However, if I can delay for a while, that would be for the best. Of course. Gu Xing readily agreed. The atmosphere in the direct inheritance hall instantly became strange. The originally intense dispute was instead eased by the arrival of the person involved. The other direct disciples sized up Li Qingshan, and they also became more cautious. To be able to tame a phoenix as a mount, the Wanxiang sect would probably have another direct disciple soon. Ruan Yaozhu and Li Qingshan's eyes met. Li Qingshan had never been at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. Ruan Yaozhu didn't know what she was thinking, but she stubbornly refused to look away. Dai Mingfan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that junior sister's heart is really moved? She originally thought that it was impossible, but after seeing Li Qingshan with her own eyes, she suddenly felt that it wasn't strange anymore. Pai Yangqiu and Lutian walked up and asked impatiently, Is it done? Li Qingshan smiled and nodded. Of course it's done. Really? Pai Yangqiu still couldn't believe it. How long had it been, and he had already taken down the Shenming cave abode. Li Qingshan took out a jade box and grabbed a bunch of green jade lots. This is the price of the Shenming cave abode and the bookmarks I owe you. He took out another bunch and gave it to Lutian. This is yours. Pai Yangqiu and Lutian looked at the bookmarks in their hands. Their expressions changed and they laughed together. All the direct disciples were stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world. But one had to know. A few hundred green jade lots was already a huge sum. It was extremely rare for thousands of green jade lots to come and go, even among the departments of the Wanxiang sect. Moreover, this was merely a private exchange. Since when did an inner disciple become so generous as to spend more money than them? Lin Xian had been stuck at the peak of the human sovereign realm for many years, and he had been the eldest senior brother of the Wanxiang sect for many years. His status was naturally not something a normal direct disciple could compare to. Moreover, because his cultivation was stagnant, he didn't consume much. He also prepared for reincarnation for many years, which was why he had over 10,000 green jade lots. Li Qingshan relied on the strength of his teammates and various methods to pull the chestnuts out of the fire. Otherwise, even if Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao worked together to break into the Shenming cave abode, they wouldn't be able to stop Ao Xian from taking the items and escaping. Lu Tian smiled and hooked his arm around Li Qingshan's shoulder. Junior brother, why don't we write off our bet? On the high discussion stage. Dai Mingfan shook her head. This was probably the first time in history that a direct disciple had suppressed a group of direct disciples in the direct inheritance hall. No one would believe that a direct disciple and a direct disciple had their arms around each other's shoulders. Moreover, Lu Tian had always thought highly of himself. He didn't even look up to all the direct disciples. Otherwise he wouldn't have toyed with everyone here. He was practically treating Li Qingshan as an equal. No way. However, Li Qingshan bluntly rejected him. Once the 30-year limit is up, I will naturally pay you 1,000 green jade lots if I lose. Ah, you really don't give me any face. Li Qingshan closed the jade box. He then looked at Ruan Yaozhu and handed the entire jade box over. In an instant, all the direct disciples' gazes were attracted by the jade box. There were at least 2,000 green jade lots inside. It can't be. What is this kid taking the green jade lots for? They had been entangled here for many days for the sake of a sum of 600 to 700 sapphire lots, which ranged from 1 to 200 sapphire lots at most. Now, not only had they not obtained any benefits, but their respective bets had become even more dangerous. However, under Ruan Yaozhu's stupefied gaze, the jade box suddenly disappeared. It was stowed away in the Sumeru ring again. Li Qingshan yawned and yawned. I better put it away. Ruan Yaozhu softly snorted and looked away. However, to thank the two senior brothers for their support, please choose one each. Li Qingshan took out Lin Xian's treasured treasures. They floated in the air and said so. Lu Tian smiled. I wonder how many people are yearning for these items. Although Pai Yangqiu was tempted, he still said, you earned them yourself. You don't have to give them to us. Two senior brothers, you don't have to be so polite. I always repay kindness and hatred. Since I've said it, how can I take it back? It was not that Li Qingshan was particularly generous. Arcane treasures had always been external objects. No matter how precious these arcane treasures were, could they possibly increase his chances of victory when he fought against Jianghu? When he had just started cultivating, 80 to 100 taels of silver was very important. Now it seemed like it was nothing. As long as he kept moving forward, it would be the same. If he stopped, what was the point of keeping it? To die with him? This was where he stood. Life and death were terrifying, but as long as he stood firm, he would have courage. Since these external objects were useless, why not give them up? Then I won't stand on ceremony. If you lose, I'll forget about your debt. Pai Yangqiu and Qiu Letian each chose a treasure. I'm willing to lose, there's no need for that. A true disciple suddenly stood up, pointed at a magic weapon and said, Junior brother Li, I want to buy your 9-dragon seal, name a price. Without waiting for Li Qingshan to reply, Lu Tian smiled. Junior brother, if you have no use for these remaining treasures, let me auction them. After all, they are eldest senior brother's treasures. They are very valuable. Li Qingshan said, then I'll have to trouble senior brother. Chapter 1453. Since no one has any objections, then this discussion will end here. Judge Li Qingshan to join the battle as soon as possible. Dai Mingfan waved her hand, and all the doors and windows suddenly opened. Sunlight silently poured in and dust floated in. There was silence in the inheritance hall. All the true disciples had different expressions, as if they had not recovered from the shock just now. An inner disciple had done what they could not do. He took down eldest senior brother's Shenming cave abode and inherited everything. How was this possible? How did he do it? When did Ao Xian become so easy to talk to? It was unbelievable and incomprehensible, but everything in front of them was real. The only logical explanation was that there was external help, and it was an extraordinary power. However, this was the myriad phenomenon sect's territory, and the biggest suspect was Spirit Venerable Guihai in heaven. It was said that every time he went to heaven, he would be personally summoned by Spirit Venerable Guihai. This was undoubtedly the most direct evidence. This kid must be related to Spirit Venerable Guihai. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant when he just entered the sect. Thinking of this, they felt better. When they looked at Li Qingshan again, they immediately felt that he was unfathomable. Spirit Venerable Guihai had always lived in seclusion and would never interact with ordinary people. What was his background? Junior brother, I will give you another month to prepare. This is already the maximum deadline. Gu Xing patted Li Qingshan's shoulder and said, Sigh, if not for the situation, I really can't bear to let a talent like junior brother go to the battlefield. Li Qingshan smiled and said, thank you, senior brother. 1 month is enough. Ruan Yaozhu rode the deer and left the inheritance hall alone. She had a bit of a carefree feeling of leaving after the matter is done, hiding his achievements and fame. After walking for a while, she looked back and asked, why are you following me? Li Qingshan followed her from afar. There is one more thing I need your help with. The 9-colored deer said, hey kid, don't push your luck. Do you know how annoying you are? Unless you give us that jade box. What? Ruan Yaozhu glared at Ji Yunshu's head and complained, even Lutian and Pai Yangqiu can benefit from it, but we have to work for nothing. What? Ruan Yaozhu ignored her and said to Li Qingshan, speak. I really don't have anyone else to ask. Li Qingshan smiled and pointed at Li Fengyuan on his shoulder. I'm going to the battlefield soon. Can you help me look after him? Ruan Yaozhu was surprised. Aren't you going to bring him along? It's so dangerous, why bring him along? I want to go too. Li Fengyuan flapped his wings in dissatisfaction. Cut the crap. We'll talk after you pass the 4th heavenly tribulation. Don't drag me down. Li Qingshan said bluntly. Moreover, the mysterious underworld cave was deep and cold, not suitable for a phoenix to rest in. The herb garden was the best choice. All right. Li Fengyuan hung his head dejectedly. He had just arrived in the human world and had yet to adapt to the laws of heaven and earth. Okay. Ruan Yaozhu was a woman of few words, but she still agreed. The alley was empty. Wisteria covered the top of the wall. Bright and open. Li Qingshan looked at her, wanting to say something but hesitating. Ruan Yaozhu asked, is there anything else? Li Qingshan said, I'm a person who pays attention to repaying kindness and enmity, because whether it's kindness or enmity, it's a kind of burden. Whether it's revenge or repayment, it's all to get rid of this burden. Ruan Yaozhu said, so there's no difference between benefactors and enemies to you, right? Ah, of course not. Most of my benefactors are living well and most of my enemies are dead. But if I carry too many things on my back, I won't be able to walk far. Even if a person had the strength to pull up a mountain, they would still be overwhelmed by layers of emotions that were as small as dust. That's why they had to stick to these principles. Killing the enemy with 1 slash, returning kindness tenfold was good enough. Only then could they walk away with ease. If one day they couldn't walk anymore and fell on the road, they didn't want people to laugh or cry. So you might as well take it. Li Qingshan took out the jade box again. Inside was a huge sum that could even move a human emperor, but now it was like a hot potato that couldn't be given away even if he wanted to. Ruan Yaozhu hesitated slightly. The 9-colored deer resisted the urge. After a while, it sighed softly, hand it over. Li Qingshan signaled for Li Fengyuan to grab the jade box and hand it over to Ruan Yaozhu. Then he placed it on the antler. The 9-colored deer glanced at him, full of joy. It decided not to care about these small matters. Because you're a phoenix. Li Qingshan was relieved. He cupped his hands, turned around, and walked away in a relaxed manner, preparing for the upcoming battle. Ruan Yaozhu held the jade box and looked at his back. She wondered if he would turn around to look at her. If that happened, her mood would be different. However, he didn't. He disappeared at the end of the alley. Suddenly, she felt a little disappointed. Jiao, the path of cultivation is really lonely. The 9-colored deer said, yes, he is a natural cultivator, a person with a heart of stone. Li Fengyuan said disapprovingly, nonsense. Ruan Yaozhu smiled gently and asked, what's your name? I'm Li Fengyuan. Li? Is that his surname? Ruan Yaozhu asked curiously. Of course, that's my first father. Li Fengyuan said proudly. Father. Ruan Yaozhu laughed in surprise. At the same time, in the sky, Spirit Sovereign Guihai saw everything, including the guesses of the people in the Legacy Hall. He looked at Wanxiang City leaving and disappearing into the vast ocean. He felt emotional. It was not that he was fickle, nor did he have no desires. However, he was able to let go and not be shackled by any shackles. Such a temperament was rare. It was no wonder he was chosen. The wind started at the end of the green duckweed and stopped at the grassland. Deep in the mountains there were dragons and snakes, and heroes emerged from the grassland. Changes were about to happen, and it was difficult to escape the calamity. The 7 great sages would never admit defeat, and no one could completely destroy them. The so-called suppression was just a truce. The 9 heavens gods and Buddhas were probably well aware of that. This child was probably born in response to the calamity. It was time to inform Master. Spirit Sovereign Guihai came to the highest level of heaven. Moments later, the myriad image array formation that enveloped Wanxiang City suddenly stopped circulating. All the spiritual power gathered towards the sky. The pearl at the top of the building suddenly emitted a light more dazzling than the sun. A beam of spiritual light shot into the clouds, breaking through the samsara barrier and sending a message to the 9 heavens. Everyone in the city looked up in shock. No one saw this scene with their own eyes, so they did not know what was happening. Only the legacy disciples just now understood that Spirit Sovereign Guihai was sending a message to the 2 sect masters and even the Grand Sect Master. As the samsara laws were just too powerful, even immortals who were beyond the 6 paths and not within the 5 elements would be greatly affected. However, it was even more surprising. This was because unless it was an extremely urgent situation such as the sect being invaded by external enemies, such a situation would only happen. However, that chaotic era had passed tens of thousands of years ago. It was almost impossible for the Wanxiang sect to be invaded again. But other than that, what else could compare to the sect being invaded? Spirit Sovereign Guihai looked up into the sky. Let Master make the decision. Should he betray this kid? Chapter 1454. A month later, Li Qingshan arrived at the supply department once again. Gu Xing received him personally and brought him to the teleportation hall. He glanced at the basket on his back in confusion and asked politely, "What did you bring, junior brother?" "Treasure." Li Qingshan smiled brightly. Gu Xing became even more curious. What could he call a treasure that could not be stored in his Sumeru ring? However, he did not get to the bottom of it. He showed equal respect and raised his hand. The teleportation formation shone brightly, and a door condensed from light slowly opened. "May you be victorious and prosper, junior brother." Li Qingshan nodded slightly and stepped through the bright door. Gu Xing rubbed his chin. If he went over, there would probably be another fierce battle. Suddenly he shook his head. If it were anyone else, entering the dangerous battlefield of the demon domain and being viewed as enemies by those 2 at the same time, it would be extremely difficult for them to stay alive, let alone fight. However, he did not sense any fear from him at all. Instead, he was in high spirits as if he was ready to take part in an interesting game. As a result, even Gu Xing felt that he would never allow himself to be trampled upon. When Li Qingshan emerged from the teleportation gate, he was already millions of kilometers away. The sky was gloomy as if he could touch it with his hand. Heavy snowflakes drifted down. When he looked up, the snowflakes seemed black against the background of the dark clouds. The cold air was filled with the faint smell of blood. Taking a deep breath was refreshing. "Li Qingshan?" A guard wielding a metal halberd asked. "Yes." "The commander orders you to report to the Blaze Hall immediately." "All right. Come with me." The halberd guard turned around and left. Li Qingshan frowned and followed. Was that bastard Li Liehua so impatient that he wanted to deal with him immediately? As far as the eye could see, mountains rose and fell, and rivers stretched for thousands of kilometers. This Black Cloud City was built on a tall mountain. It was surrounded by a chain of barracks and walls. The 2 sect masters of the Myriad sect had personally modified the terrain of the earth within a radius of several hundred kilometers, forming a roaring formation of black cloud thunder. This was where the name Black Cloud City came from. It was one of the strongholds that defended against the demon folk. It had never fallen since it was built. Currently, 2 legions directly under the Myriad Appearance sect were stationed there. The commanders of the Blazing Inferno Army and Xuanwu Army were Big Senior Brother Li Liehua and Big Senior Sister Chao Tianjiao respectively. They also recruited 86 troops from the countries under the Wanxiang sect's rule. They claimed to be an army of 1,000,000. Just like Ruan Yaozhu in the Bailu country, the shadows of the direct disciples could be seen in all countries, serving their interests. The larger the country, the more troops it could conscript. The more contribution points and bookmarks they could exchange for. If not for Ruan Yaozhu, a small country like the Bailu country would have long been annexed by the surrounding countries. This was not a battle between cultivators or sects, but a war between 2 worlds. No one could stay out of it. Basically every demon folk was a soldier, even though a human emperor could easily slaughter hundreds or even thousands with a single technique. However, this might allow the demon emperor to seize the opportunity. It became the key to deciding life and death. And quantitative change could lead to qualitative change. Military formations composed of armies were enough to shake even the toughest formations. The flesh and blood of dead demon folk would pollute the ground, and the evaporating demon chi would blot out the sky. If they did not deal with it, it would turn into demonic soil. This was how the demon domain used the flesh and blood of all demon folk to constantly expand their territory. Even the demon emperor and demon emperor were not stingy. In other words, the demon emperor and demon emperor were the survivors who had been eliminated in this cruel environment. It was impossible for a group of cultivators to contend against the human path. They were forced to borrow the power of mortals. The million-strong army had not been roped in randomly. Instead, they had been selected through a strict selection system. They were the elites of the elites, chosen from billions of people. Every single one of them possessed great martial arts and had undergone the harshest training. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight against demon folk. Before Li Qingshan set off, he had gathered all the relevant information. In particular, the two commanders Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao possessed unbelievably great authority in Black Cloud City. Military orders were absolute. They could not be reasoned with or reasoned with. Whatever they said was law. Even if they were clearly sending him to his death, he still had to go. Otherwise, he would be defying military orders. He would be captured immediately and delivered to the Myriad sect for punishment. He could even be executed first and reported later. Without a doubt, this situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the two of them rarely stayed in the city at the same time. At the very least, one of them would be stationed in Black Cloud City, while the other would either leave the city to attack demon folk or return to the Myriad sect to recuperate. Otherwise, he would probably be screwed over by the two of them at the same time. Thinking up to there, Li Qingshan sniggered. He had already arrived in front of the Blaze Hall, a gray stone hall that stood as tall as a sword. "Commander, I've brought Li Qingshan." The guard with the iron halberd knelt down on one knee. "Let him in." Li Liehua's dignified voice rang out from inside. Li Qingshan curled his lip and strode in. In that moment he sensed over a dozen hostile gazes. Li Liehua sat high up. A huge map hung behind him. The mist and clouds drifted about on the map, displaying the scenery within a range of 500 kilometers in real time. However, there was a large region of darkness above him, as if it was obscured by something. The generals stood to his left and right, either resting their hands on their weapons or standing with their hands behind their backs. They were all brimming with murderousness. None of them were kind. Li Qingshan stood in the center boldly. "I'm here." "How dare you?" An armored, bearded man gripped his sword firmly. His eyes widened in anger as he bellowed thunderously. Li Qingshan bowed slightly. "You're too kind." The bearded man was about to step forward when Li Liehua waved his hand. He squinted his eyes and asked, "I heard you've already taken over the Xianming dwelling?" "That's right." Li Qingshan observed Li Liehua's expression seriously, and he found a smear of anger and satisfaction. "Impressive." Li Liehua gritted his teeth. He had been in disbelief when he received this news back then. Ain Soul Cultivator, a formal disciple, had actually achieved something that even he could not. He suspected that Li Qingshan had reached some kind of deal with Ao Xian, but if that was the case, Ao Xian would never have taken out all his wealth for him to squander away. He could not understand the reason no matter how he thought about it. He did not even want to think about the only possibility. It was that Li Qingshan had completely subdued Ao Xian with his strength. "You flatter me, you flatter me. It's a pity that you weren't in the Myriad sect, senior brother. Senior brother Lu organized an auction for me. Perhaps there'll be an arcane treasure you want." Li Qingshan grinned. Since he had already fallen out with Ao Xian, there was no need for him to put on an act. If he humbled himself, perhaps Ao Xian would spare him. However, he would be better off directly running to the demon domain and joining demon god Qiongqi. Afterwards, he would return with the demon folk army and destroy Black Cloud City. Li Liehua suddenly laughed aloud. His voice shook up the entire room and waves of heat surged out, dispelling the coldness immediately. "Very good. What courage and what ability. I have a mission for you right now. Are you bold enough to accept it?" "Why wouldn't I be?" Li Qingshan said calmly. "If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, I can't avoid it." Since he was bold enough to come, he had already been prepared. There is no joking in the military. Li Qingshan, heed my orders. Li Liehua's eyes lit up like two burning charcoal. He pointed at the dark region on the map behind him. "I want your Yin spirit to leave your body and investigate the situation here." This military order was extremely dangerous. The most crucial part of leaving one's Yin spirit was to protect one's body properly. In an environment filled with hostility like this, which cultivator was bold enough to abandon their body? If Li Qingshan turned him down, then he would be defying a military order, and he would definitely be humiliated. He could not endure it or not, but if he did, his mind would suffer a setback. His valiant and determined aura would take a blow to the head, and his cultivation would definitely suffer. If he did not endure it, then there would be even greater trouble. Arguing with his senior brother in the Myriad sect and rebelling against his superiors in the military were two completely different things. Here, Li Liehua represented the order and laws of the military, as well as the general trend of the human world against the demonic region. In front of this general trend, even if you were a dragon you would have to coil up, and even if you were a tiger you would have to lie down. If you resisted even a little, you would be considered a traitor. Alright. Li Qingshan agreed without hesitation. Even if his Yin spirit left his body, what would be left behind would not just be an empty shell. No matter what was in that region, at most, his Yin spirit would be destroyed and he could recover after some time. Moreover, he was certain that Li Liehua would not harm his body. With his personality and path, even if he wanted to harm him, he would do it head-on. He would not use such insidious methods. But of course, if he did not have this confidence, he would not have accepted this military order. This was the bottom line of all cultivators, and it could be said to be an overt plot. Chapter 1455. Senior brother, if there is nothing else, I will go back and prepare. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and turned to leave. But Li Liehua suddenly asked, "What are you carrying?" This was the question all cultivators would have when they saw it. The basket was made from ordinary vines and wasn't a talisman or weapon. What couldn't be put into a sumeru ring? Yet they couldn't feel any signs of life from it. Treasure. Li Qingshan still answered. Li Liehua wasn't as easy to talk to as Guxing. Open it and see. Li Qingshan said, "Is this a military order? What do you think?" Li Liehua wasn't polite. Li Qingshan placed down the basket on his back and opened it slowly. Everyone's gazes gathered over, only to see a white skeleton curled up in the basket. They couldn't help but be disappointed. What kind of treasure was this? This really was Li Qingshan's treasure. It was the only person in the world that he was willing to carry on his back. Since he dared to come, he was already prepared for the worst. That was to fall out with Li Liehua. It didn't matter if you were an army commander or eldest Shixiang. When a man is angry, blood splashes. He had to show the true face of a demon. Millions of troops and Wanxiang sect weren't useful. Life and death could be decided in an instant. She would stab out with the most fatal sword. But since Li Liehua only wanted to trouble him with a dangerous mission, he didn't need to be in a hurry to act. A mission that was incomparably dangerous to others was a piece of cake to him. And if he wanted to quickly earn contribution points and become a direct disciple, the fastest way was to earn military merits. To encourage disciples to participate, the Wanxiang sect gave high rewards, especially in terms of contribution points. No one could deny it. So Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, who wanted to compete for the position of eldest Shixiang, were active on the battlefield. They left third Shixiang Dai Mengfan far behind. She didn't even qualify to compete. Back then, Lin Xin had gone to the demon realm many times and killed demon emperors before becoming the eldest Shixiang of the Wanxiang sect. The group of direct disciples were afraid that Li Qingshan would improve too quickly in the 100 Herb Garden. Throwing him into the infernal domain battlefield was simply like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Not to mention becoming a true disciple, even becoming the eldest senior brother was not impossible. At that time he would like to see the expressions of Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao, these two bullshit big senior brothers and big senior sisters. Li Liehua felt like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat, but he had nothing to say. Although he could always find a reason to maliciously make things difficult for others, it went against his temperament and path. He was going to become the senior brother of the Myriad Appearance sect. To be able to kill with one's fists and suppress others with great power, one must not be too despicable. Li Qingshan carried the basket on his back and walked out of the gate under the gazes of the generals. "Senior brother." The curly-bearded man stepped forward again, his armor clanging. "This brat is too rude. I'll go and kill him. My Wanxiang sect is not a demonic sect. We don't practice such tricks. Since he is willing to obey my orders, then let him be." As for harming Li Qingshan's body while his Yin spirit was out of his body, he had never even considered it. If he wanted to deal with an opponent of lower status and weaker cultivation, he would have to take advantage of the situation and kill them secretly. Then there would be no need for him to practice the heavenly tome of fire, and there was even less of a need for him to become the first senior brother. Just like how the Golden Demon domain constantly expanded across the 3,000 worlds, the battles against the human realm became more and more intense and intense. Even human emperors and demon emperors struggled to move freely. Once they entered battle, they would face the risk of dying. And, where the human realm and demon domain intersected, the laws of the world overlapped and became chaotic. The powers and techniques of cultivators were suppressed further, so it was nothing strange for powerful cultivators to die to the hands of regular demon folk. The curly-bearded man spat viciously. Tui, this brat has only just arrived. He hasn't seen the world yet, so he doesn't know what war is. I'd like to see just how long he can last. The generals all agreed with him and cursed furiously. This brat is like a girl. Don't faint from fright when he sees corpses strewn across the ground. He's just a lucky bastard. When I tore apart the demon emperor with my own hands, who knows where he was drinking milk? Wasn't it all thanks to my mountain-splitting slash that you were able to tear apart the demon emperor with your bare hands? As he spoke, it became boasting about his military achievements. It couldn't be helped. When this group of people gathered together and didn't have anything serious to do, this was almost a fixed program. It was already a noble person who couldn't help but say it. All of them were veterans who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He naturally had a kind of contempt for ordinary cultivators. Even though we have the same level of cultivation, I can easily kill you. Naturally, I look down on you. Not long after Li Qingshan entered the Myriad Phenomenon sect, he became an inner disciple, occupied the Shenming cave abode, and obtained the vast amount of resources left behind by Lin Xian. They didn't know how many dangers they had gone through to reach this step, but they still didn't have a decent cave abode and they never had enough resources. How could they not be jealous? Li Qingshan walked out of the fiery hall. The heavy snow was still falling and the mountains were still the same. The voices behind him were like the buzzing of flies. He chuckled and threw this group of successful people to the back of his mind. As for other aspects, Li Liehua still gave him the treatment that an inner disciple deserved. A lonely gray stone tower overlooking the entire Black Cloud City served as his place of cultivation. There were many such towers in Black Cloud City, and they were like gray swords pointing to the sky. Surrounding the top of the mountain was a strange-looking iron tower that pierced the clouds. That was the core of the roaring thunder cloud formation, called the Lightning Guiding Tower. The tower was equipped with the most basic formation, but its main function was to gather spirit chi. As a base of the roaring thunder cloud formation, it had a certain degree of defensive power, but mainly to keep out the cold. Li Qingshan climbed to the top of the tower. The wind and snow howled outside, but the inside of the tower was as warm as spring. However, it was empty with nothing inside. Everyone who could live here had a sumeru ring, so they brought their own things. Li Qingshan had also prepared at least enough wine and meat. However, he wasn't in a hurry to decorate the room. Instead, he put down the basket and bent down to open it again. A pair of straight, snow-white arms stretched out and wrapped around his neck. Her empty eye sockets turned into a pair of rippling eyes, and her white teeth covered her red lips. She was smiling and talking. Her body stretched out like a paulownia tree, and her white bones and muscles grew. She had already transformed into a stunning beauty. We can kill that Li Liehua. If they were facing him head-on, even if they joined forces, their chances of winning were slim. It was even more impossible in Black Cloud City. As the commander of the army, Li Liehua could control the roaring thunder cloud formation. However, a life-and-death battle was completely different. Li Qingshan only needed to use the living soil of the nine heavens to activate the gravity and suppress Li Liehua for a moment. With Little An's sword, Li Liehua wouldn't be able to escape death. He wouldn't even have time to react. The Buddha-slaying sword wasn't that easy to take. Li Qingshan smiled. Of course, none of us can kill him. However, it's not the right time yet. Let's keep him alive. I'll be going to the demon domain sooner or later, so I can take this opportunity to investigate the situation. At the very least, I need to know how to get to Mount Qingqi. Yes. Little An hugged him tightly. Li Qingshan could also feel her emotions. After going through so many hardships and being separated so many times, the two of them were once again together. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, walking with her was her home. Chapter 1456. Li Qingshan's spirit left his body and dived into the ground. He passed through the mountains and stepped lightly on the snow-covered ice field. As far as the eye could see, it was really frozen for 1,000 miles, snow for 10,000 miles. It was vast and boundless. He couldn't help but feel that his body was insignificant. Even if he had supernatural powers, he was just a drop in the ocean compared to this world. With this in mind, he sang loudly, "The mountain dances like a silver snake, the plain rides like a wax elephant, I want to compete with God." Clap, clap, clap. The sudden clapping shocked Li Qingshan. He didn't feel any aura. Who is it? A woman walked up from a snowy hill not far away. She was dressed in black armor and wielded an azure long saber. It was cold and sharp, and in the midst of all the other snow-white senior sisters, it was black and glaring. On her shoulder was a black rabbit. It was senior sister Chao Tianjiao. It was as if she had just experienced a bloody massacre. Her aura was 10 times stronger than when she was in the Wanxiang sect. However, she was so close to Li Qingshan and he didn't notice her. This strong contrast made people uncomfortable. What a good compete with God. But I think it's more like, a tiger will be bullied by a dog. Senior sister, are you waiting for me here? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Sure enough, Chao Tianjiao's grievances with Li Liehua ran deep. He would rather compare him to a tiger than reduce Li Liehua to a dog. Aren't you afraid that I'm here to kill you? Chao Tianjiao smiled with a murderous look on her face. Is Grand Senior Sister trying to tease me while I'm still a dragon in shallow water? Humph, you better watch yourself. Don't die so easily. We'll fight to the death in 30 years. The cold snort made Li Qingshan's soul surge. The 4 words, "take care," still echoed through the wilderness, but she had already flown over his head, vanishing into the mountains. Li Qingshan did not dare to be careless. After all, he had not gone through 5 heavenly tribulations, and there was still a considerable gap between him and the human sovereign and the demon sovereign. Especially when he was in the state of Yin God, he almost had no power to resist. Even though the essence of his Yin God was that of a Yin demon. If it was destroyed, it could be reforged, but that would be equivalent to pushing back one of the transformations of the 9 transformations of demons and gods to its original state, and it would take a lot of time and energy to recover. It was best not to suffer any damage. Thus, he used the 5 elements divine escape art and the illusion escape art to conceal himself and move stealthily. A moment later, an invisible force pressed on Li Qingshan out of thin air. His escape technique was almost interrupted. He was already prepared in his heart and knew that this was not a spell from any enemy. This is the boundary between the demonic realm and the human realm. The chaotic overlapping of the laws of heaven and earth will not only suppress divine abilities and spells, it will also make it difficult to control. This is indeed troublesome. If it was just a simple suppression, you just had to get used to it. The key was this chaos. For example, the same spell would sometimes be stronger and sometimes weaker in different areas and at different times. The power of a punch was also different. It was possible to use too much force and lose balance. It was also possible to be powerless and pose no threat at all. The stronger the body was, the higher the cultivation. The more obvious it was. In particular, escape techniques that required constant usage were the most affected. Li Qingshan could not help but get used to it carefully. However, he discovered very soon that the laws of the demon domain did not seem to reject him. This differed drastically from what was recorded in the information. Entering the demon domain was an extremely dangerous matter for cultivators, not only because of the abnormally vicious demon folk and demonic beasts, but also because they would be rejected by the laws of the demon domain. As time went on, even demon commanders and demon kings of the same cultivation might not be able to defeat them. As time went on, inner demons might even grow, leading to chi deviation. If they were regular soldiers, they would be contaminated by demon chi. They would gradually be converted into demon folk. As a result, the army struggled to penetrate too deeply. The cultivators became even more isolated and helpless, forced to face the endless army of demon folk with only a few people. The situation was obviously extremely dangerous. However, Li Qingshan did not sense any rejection from the demon domain towards him. He had no idea why either. It was probably related to the heavenly tome of freedom. Were Yin demons demon folk too? His inner demons became rather restless. His various emotions became more intense, but this was exactly what he needed to cultivate the heavenly tome of freedom, so it was instead a good thing. As a result, all he needed to do was get used to the strange laws of the world here. If he passed through this border and entered the demon domain, it might instead be a form of release. I've really made the right decision this time. What's that? There was a flash of light on the horizon. A while later there was another flash, steady and persistent. An idea flashed through Li Qingshan's head. He held his breath and focused, approaching it slowly. Within the snowstorm, a monk in straw shoes walked across the icy plains. His rosy face was filled with devotion as he chanted, Namo Amitabha. He bowed every 3 steps, prostrating himself on the ground. A ring of Buddhist light surged out from the back of his head, rapidly sweeping through the surroundings. Some of the demon chi in the surroundings dispersed. The laws of the human realm surpassed the demon domain slightly. Li Qingshan understood. As expected, it's a monk from the Pure Land sect. Moreover, it's a 2-fruit arhat who attained the Situa fruit. The demon domain was different from the hungry ghost realm. Its expansion did not rely on its own strength, but the accumulation of the flesh and blood of generations of demon citizens. If the world polluted by demon chi was not dealt with, the demon domain would expand, and the laws of the world would extend. If it reached Black Cloud City, it would only be a matter of time before the city was breached. Therefore there was a Pure Land temple in every border city. The monk's main job was to be in charge of the Pure Land. There was one in Black Cloud City as well, and it was a rather large Pure Land temple. The abbot overseeing it was usually a 2-fruit arhat who had gone through 5 heavenly tribulations. His status was equal to that of an army commander or even higher. The monk in front of him was obviously one of them. Li Qingshan glanced at him from afar. He felt that nothing good would come out of meeting a monk, so he continued forward. Suddenly, a Buddhist light swept past his body. It was harmless, but his back was faintly hot. A strong killing intent erupted from his heart. He wanted to kill this monk. He was alarmed. What's going on? Even when he faced Chao Tianjiao just now, he did not feel like this. Not to mention the fact that he had no grievances with this monk, but he probably could not kill him either. The monk was currently prostrating on the ground when he sensed something. Suddenly, he raised his hand and bellowed, "Which demon dares to spy on us here? Why don't you show yourself?" Li Qingshan shuddered all over. His escape technique had been destroyed and he showed himself. The feeling of disgust deepened. The monk's face was completely sunken. He brought his palms together and chanted aloud, Namo Amitabha. Li Qingshan was tempted to ask, "Do you know anything else?" A towering Buddha statue appeared behind the monk, vaguely sitting on the clouds and looking down at him benevolently. Li Qingshan could not help but recall the feeling he felt when he fended off the huge Buddha statue in the Chan monastery of Devanaga many years ago. His entire body turned numb, unable to resist. He felt an urge to drop to his knees and prostrate himself. His back became hotter and hotter, scorching like fire. He was filled with killing intent. A thought flashed through his head. Damn it, this is probably still because of the heavenly tome of freedom. Sure enough, nothing good comes out of meeting a monk. Chapter 1457. The abbot of the Pure Land Temple of Black Cloud City was the great monk Yangon. He was known as the Yangon Master, or the Yangon Abbot. He was currently using the harsh winter to use the wondrous techniques of the Pure Land sect to purify the land polluted by demon folk. Suddenly he sensed a sliver of killing intent. Raising his head, he was met with a pitch-black, furious face. He could not help but shiver inside. Ambushes, and encirclements of demon folk were all commonplace in the Pure Land, but this face was different from any demon folk he had seen before. Even though it was filled with fury and killing intent, but was that not evil? This feeling was utterly absurd. Demon folk were born evil without a doubt. They could do anything devoid of conscience, and they were extremely hostile towards monks. Perhaps there were many bad people among monks, but there was definitely not a single good person among demon folk. However, his eyes were extraordinary. Ever since he underwent the 5th heavenly tribulation and attained the fruit of Situa, his eye of the heaven had reached major success. He could easily distinguish between truth and falsehood, good and evil. Now that he had to use it instinctively, he had actually made a mistake. He must have made a mistake. He was at the dangerous border of the demon domain, so he could not care too much. He called out the Buddha's name and struck the demon folk with a Buddha's palm subdues demons. The huge, golden palm blotted out the sky and filled his vision. The sounds of chanting surged over from all directions as thousands of snowflakes shattered in the air. Li Qingshan was immobilized like a mouse that had encountered its natural predator. Fury surged through his heart. This monk is trying to kill me without any reason. He really deserves to die. Immediately he stopped suppressing his killing intent. The Yin demon's body swelled up, and his fangs protruded. His face was filled with fury and his upper body was bare. He no longer looked like Li Qingshan. Instead, he vaguely resembled the great freedom demon. The muscles on his arms bulged as he struck the Buddha's palm together. Boom! The ground shook violently and the frozen earth shattered. The Buddha's palm fell and gradually faded away, leaving behind a huge palm print on the ground. The abbot gazed over with a frown. There were 2 red marks on his palms, but the devil was nowhere to be seen. He had blocked him and used the opportunity to flee. He was probably not a demon king, but could a demon emperor block a palm strike from him? And just now his appearance was just too familiar. It was simply too familiar. It seemed to be the terrifying appearance of the Lord of the lustful world. Although that person was a devil among devils, he was also a Buddhist god. Even the 12 demon gods were not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him. His disciples would not fall into the infernal domain. If a demon folk obtained his true intent, they definitely would not be a nobody. The human realm would probably have another strong enemy. Even when he used the heavenly eye to look into the distance, he still couldn't see through the dark demonic domain that was shrouded in heavy demonic chi. He really wanted to eliminate the source of the trouble, but he was worried that it might be a trap. After thinking about it, he gave up. After a while, the winds and clouds in the infernal domain changed color, seemingly confirming his guess. The sudden appearance of an indomitable black shadow caused his expression to change even more. Could that be some kind of evil god? However, he also felt that it was impossible. Otherwise, there would be no need to lure the enemy in. They could just come over and kill him. Only a worldly immortal could resist the terrifying power of the evil god. The moment the black shadow appeared, he had already used the limbs of God and rapidly retreated back to Black Cloud City in the human world. He still felt lingering fear. The Een demon moved rapidly underground, making its way towards the demon domain. It had already reverted to its original appearance. There was a golden palm print on its chest. It was heavily injured. The palm strike had almost dispersed its Een demon, but it instead roused it immediately. All of the anger and killing intent in its heart vanished. It was just confused. Just what had happened earlier. Some kind of external power was influencing its mind. Taking shortcuts came with a price. The statue on its back was still a latent problem at the end of the day. He had to find a way to eliminate it. At this moment he felt his body lighten. He had already passed through the border and formally entered the demon domain. He had fought against demon folk so many times, but this was the first time he had entered the demon domain in person. He had yet to admire the scenery of the demon domain. The black sun in the sky seemed to brighten. It pierced through the hazy demon chi and shone on Li Qingshan. In that moment the world changed color. Surging demon chi gathered towards Li Qingshan, vaguely forming a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, his mind was filled with demonic thoughts, but it also felt extremely delighted. It was as if the world was with him and all life had to bow down to him. The heavenly tome of freedom began to circulate uncontrollably. Li Qingshan was familiar with this feeling. Don't tell me I've become the child of destiny of the demon domain? This was both something he had never expected, but it also made sense. His demonic nature was heavy in the first place, and he practiced the heavenly tome of freedom, so receiving the child of destiny was nothing strange. However, he had never thought he would be grouped with demon folk. Who knew how many demon folk he had killed in the past? Even demon god Xiongqi was a great enemy of his. The demon domain hated him, so why would they turn him into a child of destiny? However, the chaos of the will of the demon domain seemed to be completely unexpected. The fierce wind whistled, kicking up sand and rocks. The Een demon swelled up uncontrollably. Incomparable power surged into its body, and the golden palm print on its chest was swallowed by the darkness soon afterwards. With a wave of his hand, the wind and snow in the air dispersed, revealing the black sun. Ever since he had arrived in the human realm, it had already been a very long time since he had experienced such power. 30 meters, 300 meters, 3,000 meters. His figure continued to expand, but it was not ugly or twisted. The black sun above his head made him as handsome as a god. He had once experienced this appearance and this feeling in his final dream of offering sacrifices to the world of freedom. Now that his dream had come true, it seemed like if he continued like this, it would not be impossible for him to directly undergo the 5th heavenly tribulation and become a demon king, or even become stronger. This place just happened to be an uninhabited region and it was winter. Unless the army marched here in preparation for a new round of attacks, no demon folk would loiter around here. That would be suicide. As a result, although Li Qingshan had caused a very great disturbance, only the abbot Yangon was a spectator. He only took a quick glance before retreating in a hurry. But at this moment, a streak of black light shot out from the center of the black sun, piercing the Yin demon's head and condensing in its chest. It condensed into a miniature black sun inch by inch. This was the demon heart that Li Qingshan had once abandoned. This sight made the entire demon domain look up to it, including the 12 supreme great demon gods. Two words surged into their minds at the same time: the Black Sun demon heart. That was only a legend in the first place. The Black Sun had fallen into the heart of a demon among demons, and the 13th demon god had awakened to rule the demon domain and become the ruler. This legend was just too absurd, such that no one believed it. First of all, it was impossible for the Black Sun to fall. It was only an image that originated from above the 9 heavens. And there could only be one demon among demons, so how could he become the 13th demon god? He did not care about the position of ruler of the demon domain at all. But at this moment, the legend seemed to become true, and it really did have something to do with that demon among demons. Only demon god Qiongqi smiled on Qingqi Mountain. Is it that kid? You've made me wait. No wonder the blood oath of the Nether River can be established. It actually works. Come, let me take away your Black Sun demon heart and become the ruler of the demon domain. Amidst the howling wind, Li Qingshan faintly heard a faint call. Come, my beloved son, I've waited for you for a long time. It seemed to come from the Black Sun in the sky in his heart. Who are you? Li Qingshan looked up at the sky and asked. Go, my beloved son, go and become the ruler. The wind urged in his ears. Are you fucking done? Fuck your beloved son, I'm your father. Li Qingshan was furious. What he hated the most in his life was other people imposing their will on him. One Mahasvara heavenly demon was enough to annoy him, and now there was some inexplicable destiny. He stabbed his hand into his chest and exerted force with both hands, tearing it apart. He took out the Black Sun and stomped on it fiercely. My life belongs to me, not to the heavens. To be continued. P.S. I recommend a new book by an old author, Great God Huan Yu's latest Xinxia work, Immortal Shatters the Void. Those who are lacking in books can take a look. And the fortress was currently littered with corpses and blood flowed like rivers. Miserable cries rose and fell, echoing through the valleys. Terrifying saber marks crisscrossed each other. They basically covered every corner of the fortress. Not long ago, a woman had trampled over the fortress with a black-furred roar and began a massacre. Demon folk had always been on the offensive, and this place was deep within the demon domain, so they did not place too much importance on defense. There were obviously no protective formations like the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder and Lightning Formation, although there was an army stationed here. Setting up a military formation required time. The sudden attack completely failed to react. The Demon King stationed here was the first to be cleaved in half. Trash, you're all trash. A huge, vicious beast riddled with wounds roared furiously as it stomped countless demon folk who could not dodge in time into mush. Quite a while later, just now turned into a hideous, vicious man as he panted heavily. An extremely eye-catching slash extended from his forehead to his crotch. His eyes were still filled with fear. If he were not in the demon domain but on the battlefield up ahead or below Black Cloud City, he would have been slaughtered by that slash already. Fortunately, he had demonified immediately, using his huge, tough body to endure the damage and buy himself some time. He could keep the woman running out of energy and retreating on her own. Just now he managed to keep his life. Even with that being the case, he had almost demonified completely, turning into a frenzied demonic beast. Only after venting for a while through slaughter did his violent demonic heart calm down slightly. He ground his teeth and said resentfully, Chao Tin Jiao. Thousands of tortures and scenes of torture flashed through his head, igniting a violent desire. However, his Demon King's palace had already been reduced to ruins. Most of the demonesses who provided him with pleasure had been crushed to death inside. His black eyes swiveled around, and he casually grabbed a female demonic beast and pressed her under him. The demonic beast struggled and wailed, while the bold demon folk gathered over to cheer and liven things up. They were amazed by his valiance. Before long they had surrounded him in layers. Their voices rose and fell, echoing through the gorge and drowning out the screams. They actually recovered some morale. The grotesqueness of the demon domain and the madness and contortions of demon folk would always exceed the imaginations of outsiders. At this moment, the black sun in the sky suddenly lit up, shooting down a streak of black light towards the icy plains in the distance. It lasted for a short while. Everyone raised their heads. Even though not everyone had heard of the legend of the demon heart of the Black Sun before, they were all dazed by it. They felt a strong urge to rush over to where the light had landed. In particular, the demon king who was currently slaughtering the demonic beasts. He had heard of the legend of the demon heart of the Black Sun before, so he felt an intense temptation. Children of destiny were known as demon seeds in the demon domain. The birth of every single demon seed would lead to slaughter and competition among the nearby demon folk. The demon heart of the Black Sun was enough to drive the entire demon domain into a frenzy. There was another way to understand demon among demons, which was a demon seed among demon seeds. Whoever could devour this demon seed would become the 13th demon god, or even the ruler of the demon domain, the king of demon gods. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. No other demon king was closer to it than he was. Even if the other parts of the demon domain saw the fall of the Black Sun, they would struggle to tell where the Black Sun had fallen. Was this a blessing from the heavens? If it were not for the fear left behind by Chao Tianjiao's slash, he probably would have charged over already. Just when he was about to run out of patience, a cold, dignified voice rang out. Tu Wanqing. A black, diamond-shaped crystal rose up slowly from the ruins, hovering in the gorge. It reflected a pale white, featureless face. What are your orders, Sir Faceless Evil God? The demon king immediately became humble. He tried to suck up to the faceless evil god, like the lowliest demon folk. The faceless evil god completely ignored the messy fortress. He only asked, "Did you see it?" "Yes." The demon king trembled. "Clean this place up. Don't leak the news. You don't move around." "Yes." The demon king broke out in a cold sweat. He understood what it meant to clean it up. In order to prevent the news from leaking, all demon folk who saw the fall of the Black Sun had to die. An army of 200,000 demon folk was stationed in the fortress, including several demon emperors and several dozen demon kings. They were like a colossal beast. Chao Tianjiao's risky ambush this time was mainly to assassinate the demon king, Tu Wanqing, so the casualties were actually very small. Now, they were all going to be slaughtered because of a single order, and the commander had to take action personally. The expressions of the demon emperors changed drastically. They powered their demon hearts and fled as quickly as they could. The demon kings all demonified too, taking advantage of the chaos to flee. Most of them headed in the direction of the Black Sun. Before Tu Wanqing could do anything, the demon hearts of all the demon emperors and demon kings detonated together. Boom, 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 boom. Like a series of claps of thunder, they directly killed over 10,000 demon folk. The valleys on both sides collapsed, and the fortress was completely reduced to ruins. The faceless evil god said nonchalantly, "I'll leave the rest to you. Think carefully and don't move around." Tu Wanqing trembled all over. He knew he had not been cleaned up just because he was a demon king. Instead, he valued his experience in this war zone, especially his understanding of the situation in Black Cloud City. He felt another wave of excitement. Black Cloud City was doomed this time. Perhaps he really would have the opportunity to fulfill his fantasies. He would capture that bitch Chao Tianjiao and make him beg for death. Thinking up to there, Tu Wanqing turned into a colossal beast again, and the wails rang out again. The faceless evil god watched all of this silently. To be continued. Chapter 1459. Bitch. Bitch. The furious man used the most vicious words to insult her. Little fool. The woman's voice was gentle and affectionate, as if she was caressing the man's face. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I'm a roundworm in your stomach. If you want to cross the border of the demon area and return to the human world, you'd better go through Black Cloud City and go directly back to the Wanxiang sect. Let me go back or I'll die with you. The man's voice became cold. This was not just a threat. Okay, go if you want to. We're one. How can I make things difficult for you? The woman said obediently, I'll kill a few disciples of the Wanxiang sect to stop you. I won't let you succeed. The man's voice was firm, but there was a trace of fear. Can you stop me? Bitch. Bitch. Ah. Jia. Eehee. On the black wasteland swept by the strong wind, a figure slowly walked from the horizon. The broken cloak woven from gray hemp fluttered in the wind. Only half of his face was exposed under the hood. He kept talking to himself. In two voices with two expressions, a man and a woman. It was like playing chess with oneself. All the strategies would match and restrain each other, constantly escalate and finally form a dead knot. It would fall into complete chaos and turn into hysterical curses. The man was furious and the woman enjoyed it. I must separate. Even if it's only the yang spirit, even if I have to leave this dragon body to this bitch. The man's thoughts were like those of a husband who was almost crazy after being tortured by his wife. He would rather leave the house with nothing than a divorce. Even the thought of revenge was almost obliterated. You can't escape, you can't escape, you can't escape. The woman repeated it over and over again like a resentful wife, enjoying the pleasure of revenge to the fullest. She felt a great joy that she had never experienced before. And it was not just for power. The man had proposed countless compromises which could be beneficial to both sides. There was indeed no conspiracy. After all, they could not deceive each other. There was a great risk in this twisted state, and it was the same for her. But she could not pretend to agree to play tricks on him. This was the only guest in her hell. How could she let him go? Even if they had to die together. He suddenly stopped and raised his head, revealing a handsome face. It had a face that was difficult to distinguish between a man and a woman. A rhombus was embedded in its forehead. 7 colors swirled within it, illuminating the sky. A streak of black light descended from the sky and disappeared into the end of the wasteland. That seems to be the direction of Black Cloud City. The man was shocked. He seemed to be in a certain demon folk market. He had heard of similar legends. Will she be there? The woman muttered to herself. Perhaps this was the real reason why she had allowed him to go to Black Cloud City. You lowly woman, do you really want to die? Haha, if I die you won't be able to live either. Then, another round of argument ensued, hanging on their waists. The forsaken immortal sword had never felt so normal before. He couldn't help but miss his previous master, even if she had abandoned him. But he didn't blame her at all because he knew it wasn't because he hated her. It was a purely rational decision. However, it was wrong of her to throw herself to such a lunatic. Li Qingshan still had no idea how great of a disturbance he had caused. He had read quite a lot of information, so he knew there were many demon seeds in the demon domain, and most of them would die as soon as they were born. He fiddled around with the black glass bead a little more before stowing it away in his Sumeru ring. No wonder demon folk are fighting over this thing so madly. The benefits are just far too great. Don't tell me someone's going to try and steal my demon heart of Black Sun too. That would be for the best. I'll kill every single one of them. They'll all be food for little Anne. Although he knew nothing about the legends of the demon domain, he still named it the Black Sun, based on what he saw when the demon heart condensed, or perhaps it was the will of the heavens. However, he had never imagined that the entire boundless demon domain could see the Black Sun demon heart. The demon folk who wanted the demon heart of Black Sun included the 12 demon gods. The reason why the demon gods did not kill their way over immediately was because they had to deal with the desireless heavenly palace. They dared not act recklessly. More importantly, they were afraid of internal conflict. Their chaotic and evil natures made it very difficult for them to reach an agreement. Under the threat of common interests, they only managed to form an alliance. If they really believed the demon heart of Black Sun could make them masters of the demon domain, then they would definitely end up just like the regular demon folk who fought over the demon seed. There would definitely be an extremely brutal battle between them, and the entire demon domain would collapse. If the desireless heavenly palace launched a full-scale counterattack, they would have to spit out everything they had swallowed. They would not be able to recover even after 10,000 years. Once the demon domain contracted on a large scale, it would no longer be able to contain the 12 demon gods. People would definitely die. After all, legends were still just legends. The demon domain had many, many legends. Even if a small portion of them came true, it was not worth it to give up on the entire advantageous situation and risk death. That would be far too foolish. However, if there was an opportunity to succeed secretly, they would never let it slip by either. The demon domain was expanding anyway. All they had to do was slightly change the direction of their attacks. Regardless of whether they could find the demon heart of Black Sun or not, uprooting Black Cloud City had always been imperative. They were just bringing the plan forward slightly. Secretly, several dozen demon kings and an army of several million began to mobilize. The eve of the storm instead seemed extraordinarily calm. Li Qingshan's demon patrolled the demon domain in a relaxed and contented manner. Perhaps because he had turned down the demon heart of Black Sun, the circulation of the heavenly tome of freedom became smoother and smoother. Although it did not convert into power immediately, the path ahead became clearer. As it seemed, this heavenly tome really was extremely suitable for him. He basically encountered no bottlenecks when cultivating it. However, it was not like there were no bad things. The great freedom demon statue on his back became even more lifelike and lifelike. He even suspected whether it would turn into a cartoon in the future if this continued. As he patrolled the icy plains, he considered how he should deal with this matter. He could not help but think of the monk from the Pure Land sect who shone. He asked little Anne, "The great freedom demon statue seems to react very strongly to the monk's technique. I wonder why. The great freedom god was subdued by the Buddha. Can I borrow his power and use Buddha to suppress demons?" Little Anne nodded. "We can try. The cultivation method of the Pure Land sect is to recite Buddha's name and pursue rebirth in the Western Pure Land after death. With the profession of reciting Buddha's name as the internal cause and the power of Amitabha's wish as the external cause, the internal and external correspond to each other and rebirth in the Western Pure Land." Li Qingshan scratched his head. "Can you put it more simply?" Little Anne smiled. The Buddha's great wish to use the Mahayana Buddhism to deliver all living beings from suffering is not just for words. Even if it is a peasant, as long as he sincerely recites Buddha's name, he will not fall into reincarnation and can go to the Western Pure Land to enjoy happiness. This is probably the purpose of the Pure Land sect. Li Qingshan expressed his doubts. Is the Western Pure Land really that good? He would be suspicious of everything that came too easily. There is no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Even if it fell, it would hit you in the face. Shaoan said with a smile, "Monks don't lie. Do you think Buddha would lie? The word, Pure Land, is not a lie." Li Qingshan sighed with emotion. "If you can get Pure Land by saying a few good words, why do you have to be so tired and cultivate so hard? Zen still needs to see the heart in nature, Tantra needs to be reincarnated continuously, and it can't be done without great wisdom and perseverance. It's not as easy as the Pure Land sect. We really don't need to be very troublesome and tired to become Buddha." Exactly. Therefore, the Pure Land sect is the #1 sect of Buddhism. Its believers are far more than other sections. Its supernatural powers are not inferior, and it is best at borrowing the power of Buddha. It has the magic that other sects do not have. Li Qingshan grinned. "The Buddha has prepared everything for you. All you need to do is assume a good posture. Of course, kneeling and licking is also indispensable. However, to be able to go through 5 heavenly tribulations and achieve the Situa Maha fruit, it is definitely not enough to just kneel and lick. It is necessary to know 108 methods, which are patterns of kneeling and licking. No wonder the great freedom god hates the Pure Land sect so much, a group of brainless guys. Therefore it is very worth a try. What you hate is what you are afraid of. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. When I go back, I will go to the Pure Land temple and get rid of this great freedom demon elephant." Chapter 1460. Even if you don't threaten me, I don't need you. The Yin demons continued to patrol the icy plains. To be honest, this job was actually quite boring. After all this time, he had not even seen a single proper demonic beast, let alone demon folk. He was not nervous or excited at all. Have they all curled up because it's cold? Although he had turned down the demon heart of Black Sun, the demon domain did not reject him at all as someone who had almost become a demon seed. Instead, it allowed him to use the illusion demon escape even more freely. It was even easier than the human realm. Speaking of which, his journey this time was all because of his grievances with his own people. He had not been attacked by demon folk along the way. Instead, he had been threatened and slapped by his own people. And these 3 bastards just happened to be the 3 most powerful figures in Black Cloud City. Sure enough, the greatest enemy comes from behind. Fortunately, I'm a loyal person. If it were someone else, they would have joined the enemy in anger a long time ago. But this is far too boring. Am I supposed to run errands? I still have to find a way to capture a demon folk and ask them how to get to Kinkishan. The information says that demon folk have a large city as well. It just happens to face Black Cloud City from afar. Do you want to take a look? Just a look. Li Liehua did not ask him to investigate either, as that was no different from sending him to his death, at least to regular Yin spirit cultivators. Even for him, this was a very dangerous matter. A military fortress with the demon emperor in charge was no easier to deal with than Ao Shen in the Shenming cave abode. Moreover, he didn't have any teammates this time, and his original body wasn't here either. Once his tracks were exposed, the Yin demons would definitely be destroyed. However, as someone who would not be comfortable unless he asked for it, he still arrived before the fortress between the icy mountains and valleys. In the wind and snow, he could vaguely make out the 3 large blood-red words Cold Blood Pass. Li Qingshan curled his lip. What a Chinibu name. However, according to the culture and customs of the demon domain, cold blood was a compliment, similar to despicable, shameless, cruel and heartless. They were all compliments, so there was nothing strange about it. However, what he found strange was that there was not a single person on the walls. Only the banners fluttered in the wind. The city was deathly silent. There's no one standing guard on the walls. Was the military discipline of the demon folk so poor? But even so, there are at least 200,000 soldiers here. Why is there no sound at all? Isn't the military discipline a little too good? He tried to sneak closer. When he arrived at Cold Blood Pass, he still did not feel the obstruction of the formation. A stone fortress alone could not stop him at all. He almost suspected that this was a trap. Once he stepped into the city, he would immediately be ambushed. The sounds of killing shook the heavens. But this idea was too ridiculous. Therefore, he bravely passed through the pass and entered the city. The scene in front of him shocked him. Even if there was an ambush from all sides, he wouldn't be so surprised. Collapsed buildings and tumbling ice rocks formed a large area of ruins, as if a vicious beast had wreaked havoc here. The corpses of demon folk littered the entire valley. Even the wind was unable to disperse the overly heavy smell of blood. In particular, a few large pits were piled up with the incomplete limbs of demon folk. The blood had condensed into a lake of ice. Those were the eyes of those who died with everlasting regret. Their faces were frozen with hatred and fear. It was like a living hell. That's far too exciting. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He was in high spirits as he advanced carefully. However, even after walking for quite some time, he still did not discover a single living creature. Don't tell me all of this is because of that woman Chao Tianjiao. Isn't that a little too much? Li Qingshan never imagined that all of this was because of him. Instead, he thought of Chao Tianjiao, who radiated with murderousness. However, she had managed to take down a stronghold of demon folk alone. Not only that, but she had even massacred the entire city. No, that was impossible. The human emperors of the human realm were all capable of such brutality. They would have thrashed the demon folk a long time ago. In reality, the demon king Tu Wanqing had immediately returned to the depths of the demon domain under the supervision of the faceless evil god to await further orders after he had finished cleaning up. He left behind an empty city here. It was impossible for humans to come and occupy this place anyway. Li Qingshan was confused. He relied on his instincts to confirm, something major must have happened. It's probably related to that woman Chao Tianjiao. Instead, he felt a little more admiration for her. To be able to create such a great scene, I really have to give it to you. Although he did not manage to capture a single demon folk to ask for directions, he had already made a great profit. He took out his Sumeru ring and collected several 100,000 corpses effortlessly. He brought them back for little and to burn. There were also many fine armor and weapons. These items would all be useful in the future. As a result, he left this Cold Blood Pass, with a bountiful harvest, returning to Black Cloud City. Black Cloud City, Blaze Hall. The Blaze Legion was currently holding a monthly meeting. Li Liehua asked the bearded man with a smile, "Old Hu, how's the preparation for the competition of the entire army?" Hu Jigang patted his chest. "Don't worry, first senior brother. I've already told our brothers to train harder. We'll definitely make those bitches of the Black Tortoise Squad suffer this time." Everyone laughed aloud. The hall was filled with a warm atmosphere. Someone said, "Has that Li guy left the city yet?" Hu Jigang sneered. "Definitely not. I just saw him planting flowers and grass outside the tower yesterday. He probably still thinks this is a herb garden." This led to another round of laughter. They all said, "I really don't know what's in his head. He's actually planting flowers in Black Cloud City? He's scared. Of course he has to calm himself down and comfort him. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of first senior brother when he's so cowardly? Piss off and drink milk." Li Liehua said to a burly colonel at the door, "If he still doesn't set off, send someone to urge him. If he misses the deadline, don't blame me for not reminding him when he's punished by military law." "Yes, I'll go urge him right now. I can also take a look at his garden." The colonel immediately stood up and left. Before long, he returned with a strange expression. Li Liehua asked, "How come he's back so soon?" "That's hard to say." Hu Jigang said impatiently, "Stop stuttering. Has he already left the city or is he afraid to see you?" "He said that first senior brother's mission has been completed and he has something important to report. He'll report back immediately." The fiery Blaze Hall was in an uproar. The generals looked at each other. How long had it been? How could such a large area be explored in such a short time? Hu Jigang even cursed, "That bastard dares to treat the general's order as a child's play. He deserves to die." Li Liehua sneered, "What a joke." The hall immediately quieted down. "Tell him to report back immediately. I want to see what important matter he has to report." Li Liehua's tone was filled with killing intent. How dare he ignore his military order? Even if there was no enmity between them, he would not forgive him. "There's no need to invite him. Li Qingshan is here." Li Qingshan's voice came from outside the hall. Li Liehua shouted, "Come in." As a result, Li Qingshan walked in openly. "What do you have to report?" Li Liehua suppressed his anger. His eyes shone as if he wanted to eat someone alive. "Think carefully. Lying about military intelligence is a capital offense." "I understand." Li Qingshan shrugged and picked his ears. He raised his head and looked at the sky before scratching his head as if he was trying to organize his words. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at him. Afterwards they heard him say, "The 200,000 to 300,000 demon folk in Cold Blood Pass are all dead." "Fuck you." Li Liehua flew into a rage. He kicked the stone table in front of him away, smashing it towards Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan smashed the stone table with a punch and shrapnel shot through the hall. The generals were not as powerful as him, but with the first senior brother's furious strike coupled with the power of tremors that Li Qingshan had secretly unleashed, a series of cries rang out. Basically everyone was injured. If they were lucky they were covered in dust. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and said righteously, "What right do you have to beat people up? What's so great about being an army commander? Can you beat people up as you please just because you're an army commander?" The three questions were as loud as thunder. The entire Black Cloud City heard them loud and clear. In the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Tianjiao was holding a regular meeting as well. The generals were all shocked when they heard that. They all looked at their commander. Chao Tianjiao's expression changed. She broke out into laughter. "It's that kid." Originally, she was very angry that Gu Xing did not arrange for Li Qingshan to join her Black Tortoise army, but she suddenly felt rather fortunate now. With that kid's temper, it would be strange if he did not make a fuss. In the Pure Land Temple, the abbot was hosting the morning meeting. He was also stunned by the three questions. The two commanders in the city were both short-tempered and decisive. Chapter 1461. Dazzling flames shot out from every window of the fiery blaze hall like torches, lighting up the black clouds and melting the snow, attracting the attention of countless soldiers. "I will burn you to ashes." Li Qingshan clenched his teeth, his eyes turning into two burning charcoal, blazing flames spewing out from every pore. In the scorching hot air, he was like a fire god descending, walking towards Li Qingshan step by step. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and laughed. "What if what I said is true? Then I will give my army commander position to you." With the roar of a fire dragon, Li Qingshan pounced forward. The short distance of 60 zhang was instantly ignited into a fiery meteor, wanting to destroy Li Qingshan in an instant. Wah! Li Qingshan waved his hand and a large flag whistled out. He grabbed the pole that was as thick as a water bucket, and the black flag fluttered in the waves of heat. To everyone's surprise the word, "slaughter," was written on it. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and stared at the flag with wide eyes. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had seen it. It was the flag of the main army of Cold Blood Pass General Tu Wanqing. It was unknown how much blood and souls had been sacrificed to this flag, and it had experienced countless battles and battles. Even though it had been cut in half, the fierce and murderous aura of the army was still there. It was impossible to copy it. "This is impossible. Calm down, don't burn it or else there will be no evidence." Li Qingshan blew out the few sparks on the flag. He had picked it up from the ruins and felt that the aura it contained was extraordinary, so he brought it back. Li Qingshan snatched the flag and looked at it anxiously. Noticing the smooth cut on the pole, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Black Tortoise Blade Astral Blade. Chao Tianjiao must have given this to you, to let you bluff your way through. But I never expected you to be stupid enough to tell such a lie." It seems that someone mentioned my name." Chao Tianjiao's voice came from the Black Tortoise Hall, and she was already in front of the fiery blaze hall. "Chao Tianjiao, look at what you've done." Li Liehua tossed the flagpole to her. Chao Tianjiao casually grabbed the flag and glanced at it. "This flag was indeed cut by me, but I didn't give it to you." You also reached the Cold Blood Pass? You've got guts. Li Liehua frowned. Chao Qingjiao wouldn't lie like this, which meant that this kid had really reached the Cold Blood Gate. Li Qingshan, I can't believe that you're able to stand in the midst of an army of 10,000. Picking up the broken flag was considered a brave warrior. However, you can't escape punishment for lying about military intelligence. Chao Qingjiao smiled and said, Brat, what military intelligence did you lie about? I didn't lie. You're the one who lied. Li Qingshan wasn't polite to the other legion commander. Before Chao Qingjiao could lose her temper, he said indifferently, the 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk army in Cold Blood Pass have all been wiped out. What the hell are you talking about? Chao Qingjiao's eyes widened. She grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder. I've only just returned from there. Although I've slashed that Tu Wanqing several dozen times and slaughtered several thousand demon folk, I've only just returned from there. Although I cut down that Tu Wanqing several dozen times and slaughtered several thousand demon folk, that guy's recovery rate after demonifying is startling. He's clearly still alive and well. An army of several 100,000. Even if they just stand there and let me kill them, my hands will go limp. Your lies are a little too ridiculous. Li Liehua grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and pulled him over. He said murderously, What else do you have to say? Li Qingshan smiled and asked again, What if I'm telling the truth? Li Liehua said, What if you're lying? Li Liehua said, What if you're lying? One was a raging inferno, while the other was an unchanging mountain. As they faced off, everyone held their breaths. Even the generals of the Blaze Legion admired Li Qingshan's courage slightly. Faced with an enraged Legion commander, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Li Qingshan said, I'll die. Li Liehua laughed out of anger. Good, very good. If you're telling the truth, then you can have my Legion commander position. Huzi, go get the monk Rangoon. Yes, sir. Huji accepted the order. A Buddhist chant came from outside the door. Ba, no need to trouble yourself. I'm here. The abbot walked in slowly. His body did not glow. Only now did Li Qingshan see his appearance clearly. His eyebrows and beard were all white, shining like silver threads. His face was ruddy and he had a kind expression. It was exactly what a normal person would imagine a master to be. For some reason, the abbot felt that Li Qingshan was rather familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Li Qingshan grinned. Master, we meet again. You are. The abbot suspected that there was something wrong with his heaven's eye. Could he not even remember people? You only slapped me once. Have you forgotten so quickly? Li Qingshan patted his chest. It's you? The abbot suddenly thought of the demon he encountered not long ago. So you're not a demon folk? Of course not. I just practiced the Tome of Freedom. My own spirit is rather special. I've misunderstood you, Master. Ba, I see. The Tome of Freedom and the Book of All really are all-encompassing. The abbot sighed. He studied Li Qingshan up and down. He did not seem to trust him too much, but he also seemed to feel a sense of familiarity. This was basically how Buddhism felt about the Mahasvara. I wonder what happened here. Before Li Qingshan could answer, Li Liehua interrupted, Master, your heaven's eye and heaven's ear can distinguish between truth and falsehood. You've always been the one to assess the military merits of Black Cloud City. Now, I'd like to invite you to listen to something related to the military merits assessment. Let's see if it's true or not. The abbot said, Since it's related to the military merits assessment, that's my responsibility. May I ask what it is? Li Liehua stared at Li Qingshan intently. Are you brave enough to repeat what you just said? Why wouldn't I? However, while I, Li Qingshan, may not have the authority of some army commander or local tyrant, I won't be wrongly accused. You can't do it more than 3 times. In front of Senior Sister Chao, Master Yangon, and so many people, I'll ask you again. Li Liehua, what if what I said is true? Li Liehua frowned. He was violent, but he was not an idiot. Li Qingshan's confidence made him waver slightly. Was it really as he said? Was there a tiny possibility that what he said had happened? After all, there were always various strange things on the battlefield. Perhaps a human immortal had passed by and slaughtered Cold Blood Pass in passing? No, that was impossible. Human immortals' time and energy were so precious. Even if they took action, it would definitely be for the sake of the overall situation. They would not kill for the sake of killing. And the Myriad sect had always been responsible for this war zone. Even if a human immortal was needed, it would definitely be the 2 sect masters. They would not hide it from him and Chao Qingjiao. After considering all the possibilities, he confirmed that Li Qingshan was only bluffing. With his personality, why would he show weakness? I will answer you for the last time if what you say is true. If what you said is true, then I'll leave my position as army commander to you. Every single word was like a nail being hammered into a rock. If what you said is false, then there's no need to dirty my hands. Take your own life. The atmosphere was as cold as ice, yet as scorching as fire. Killing intent was almost boiling. Li Qingshan smiled. He turned to the abbot and said calmly, "The 200,000 to 300,000 demon folk in Cold Blood Pass are all dead." What? The abbot was astounded too. No matter who heard that, they would find it unbelievable. They were certain it was a lie. However, to his disbelief, his eye of the heavenly ear and eye of the heavenly eye could not tell that he was lying at all. It was basically like he was saying, "The sun is round." There was nothing suspicious about it. Amitabha. He dared not be careless. He brought his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His body shone brightly and he became solemn like a Buddha. "Please say that again, fellow." As a result, Li Qingshan said it again. The light gradually faded. Seeing how the abbot remained silent for a long time, instead becoming rather troubled, Li Liehua's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself not to rush him. Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously, while Chao Tianjiao blinked her eyes. She felt like there was a great deal to this. It was not like she was worried about the commotion and she was not worried about the funeral. She would be happy no matter who died. Cough cough, monks don't lie. Please tell me the truth, master. The abbot's lips trembled. It's true. With that, everyone's expressions changed. They all fell silent. Only Li Qingshan burst out laughing, which rapidly turned into great laughter and wild laughter. Eventually, he spread his arms and faced the sky. The heavens have blessed me. I've become an army commander. Ah! Chao Tianjiao's eyes shone. She thought, what a Li Qingshan. You've gone too far with your joke. Chapter 1462. Li Qingshan's maniacal laughter ignited Li Liehua's anger again. He wanted to burn him to ashes. Chao Tianjiao took half a step forward and blocked the heat wave for Li Qingshan. She chuckled and looked at Li Liehua. Li Liehua regained his composure and thought, why am I so easily provoked by this kid? So far, no one had been able to withstand the full power of Li Qingshan's mockery. It could be described as the greatest ability. Li Liehua said to Yangon, "Master, please forgive me. This kid must be playing some tricks." The Inferno Legion's generals agreed, "That's right. There's definitely a trick. This kid isn't a good person." Li Qingshan curled his lips in disapproval. He really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. This. Yangon was sure that he didn't see wrongly. He had already communicated with the Western Pure Lands and borrowed the power of Amitabha, but he still couldn't tell if it was a lie. There was only one answer. Li Qingshan was speaking the truth. Li Liehua regained some confidence. At least until now, there was no direct evidence to prove Li Qingshan's words. The unfettered heavenly scripture that he cultivates is the latest heavenly scripture created by Spirit Venerable Guihai. He walks the path of the great freedom sky demon, so he probably has many secret techniques. Yangon wasn't convinced. No matter how many secret techniques Li Qingshan had, they had to be based on his cultivation. It was impossible for him to deceive a 5 tribulation expert like him. But this was a serious matter, so he could only sigh. Maybe. Li Liehua felt relieved. As long as Yangon changed his words, there would be a chance to turn the situation around. He said proudly, "Li Qingshan, do you think you can seize the position of Legion Commander with a trick? What wishful thinking. I'll send someone to Cold Blood Pass to investigate." Li Qingshan smiled, "You'll send someone? Then I'll be dead for sure." Li Liehua sneered, "What other tricks do you have?" Chao Tianjiao suggested, "Why don't I make another trip?" Li Qingshan and Li Liehua glanced at her at the same time, but did not reply. Chao Tianjiao said angrily, "Hey, what do you mean? Don't you trust me?" "I don't trust him." Chao Tianjiao gritted her teeth. "These two damn stinky men." Abbot Yangon sighed and said, "This matter is of great importance. Let this old monk go." "No need." Li Qingshan raised his hand. He walked towards the door. "Everyone please follow me. I have other evidence. I didn't want to go through so much trouble." In front of the raging blaze hall, almost all the generals of the Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion were gathered in an empty training field. Some monks from the Pure Land Temple also came to watch the show. They were divided into 3 groups, led by 3 people. These were the 3 major powers of Black Cloud City. Li Liehua stood with his hands behind his back, his expression solemn. Abbot Yangon chanted the name of Buddha and cultivated incessantly. Chao Qinjiao casually put her hands on her hips, waiting for a certain person to be unlucky. Their gazes all locked onto Li Qingshan, who walked towards the center of the training field alone. He stopped in the pure white snow and smiled. He rose into the air. He activated his Sumeru ring. In that instant, countless corpses fell from the sky, like a storm hitting the ground heavily. Bang 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 bang. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of corpses piled up on the training field. The heavy smell of blood filled their noses and mouths. The mountain of corpses of 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk was extraordinarily majestic. Even though everyone present was experienced in battle, they still felt a great pressure and could not help but take half a step back. Li Qingshan stood high up on the mountain of corpses and laughed aloud. Li Liehua, what else do you have to say? There was no reply. Li Liehua, Chao Qinjiao and Abbot Yangon had already arrived before the mountain of corpses and began to inspect them. Li Liehua's expression became more and more solemn. These demon folk were indeed the army stationed at Cold Blood Pass. Their armor, weapons and auras were all fine. The abbot's eyes shone as he glanced around. They've all died recently, and it doesn't seem like they died to the hands of humans. For some reason he thought of the sight he had seen at the border between the 2 regions. The colossal demonic figure that stood on the horizon. Chao Qinjiao rubbed her chin. She was also confused. These demon folk seemed to have been killed off by the demonified Tu Wanqing. Li Liehua noticed this too. He looked over furiously. Chao Qinjiao, you tricked me. This was basically the most logical explanation. Under Chao Qinjiao's coercion, Tu Wanqing had turned into a demonic beast and massacred Cold Blood Pass. Chao Qinjiao rolled her eyes. Why would I trick you? When I left, Tu Wanqing was still alive and well. He didn't turn into a demonic beast. Senior sister is mighty. The generals of the Xuanwu army called out. Li Liehua said, I never thought you'd actually be so despicable. Say that again. Chao Qinjiao squinted her eyes slightly. The 2 commanders were on the verge of a showdown. Li Qingshan sat on the mountain of corpses and watched on. He thought, fight, fight, fight. 1 dead is 1 less. The abbot said, Amitba, please calm down the 2 of you. There are many doubtful points here. Can a single Tu Wanqing really kill so many demon folk? These wounds don't seem like they were left behind by a berserk demonic beast either. Li Liehua sank into his thoughts. Demonic beasts were crazy and bloodthirsty, but they would not kill for no reason. Moreover, demonic beasts lacked rationality, which made them easier to deal with than demon folk. Let alone a berserk demonic beast, even if the Demon King massacred 10,000 cities, it would be impossible for him to slaughter such an elite demon folk army. At the same time, Chao Qinjiao did not possess that ability either. Otherwise, she would have made such a great contribution and basically secured her position as the first senior sister. Why would she use it against him? Chao Qinjiao split open the mountain of corpses. Strange, there aren't any corpses of demon kings or demon emperors here. There's not even a little finger left. On the top of the mountain of corpses, Li Qingshan dodged the blade aura and swung his fist. Why, be careful. Everyone's gazes gathered on him once again. They wanted to understand just what was going on. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. What are you all looking at me for? I just happened to discover it, but someone just happens to refuse to believe me. What can I do? Li Lieu's chest heaved as he clenched his fists. He seemed like he wanted to eat Li Qingshan whole. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and suppressed his anger. He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. Junior brother Li, I was wrong. You ventured deep into the demon realm and discovered the drastic change in Cold Blood Pass. Not only did you complete the mission, you also made a great contribution to the sect. I will resign from the position of Corps Commander to the sect and recommend you to take over. The generals and colonels of Scorching Inferno Corps were shocked. Senior brother, you mustn't do that. Yanggun's abbot hurriedly advised. Fellow Taoist Li, this is a serious matter. Please reconsider. Chao Qinjiao also felt that things had gone too far. The loss of 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers was nothing to the demon realm. There would definitely be a war in the coming year. The 2 corps would still need to work together to fight against the enemy. She frowned. Li Liehua, this is a battlefield, not a place for you to play house. Let this brat punch you a few times. It's fine if you take revenge for that punch. I've made up my mind. There's no need to say more, Li Liehua said decisively. In order to cultivate the scorching inferno heavenly book, he changed his name to Li Liehua. He wanted to learn the true meaning of it. His heart was as fierce as fire. Wrong was wrong. Right was right. It was impossible for him to deny it or compromise for the sake of the general interest. Clap 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 clap. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Li Liehua to admit defeat so easily. He clapped his hands and laughed. Li Liehua, you're really scheming. What am I scheming? Li Qingshan jumped down from the corpse mountain. I'm just an inner disciple. I don't have the qualifications to be a corps commander. Even if you resign from the sect won't allow it. In the end you'll still be a corps commander. Don't push me too far. Since I've already resigned, I won't go back on my word. Ah, I've pushed you too far. Who forced me to hand over the mysterious underworld cave abode? Who punched me the moment we met? Master Yangun, I'm not talking about you. Who wants to show me who's boss? Li Qingshan questioned 3 times. From start to finish, he didn't take the initiative to provoke Li Liehua. But since he had already vented his anger, it would be a little like a villain intoxicated by success if he continued to hold on to such a small matter. Senior brother Li, I don't want your scorching inferno corps, nor do I care. Keep it for yourself. If I want to be a corps commander, I'll establish my own corps after becoming a direct disciple. Since you came at me for that punch, I'll return the favor. Li Liehua looked at him deeply. It was as if he was seeing him for the first time. Okay, I'll be waiting. Li Liehua led the group away. Li Qingshan kept the corpse mountain. Chao Tianjiao said, Brat, you're not suitable to stay in the scorching inferno corps. I'll transfer you to the Xuanwu army. I believe no one will object. Li Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. Sis, you won't harm me, right? Chapter 1463. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as if he had experienced this scene before. He grabbed Chao Tianjiao's wrist and gently moved it away. Senior martial sister, please don't put your hand on other people's shoulders. Chao Tianjiao saw the change in his expression and laughed wantonly. What, are you shy? Li Qingshan said indifferently, I only have Yaozhu in my heart. Senior martial sister, you should give up. At this time, the Xuanwu army's generals were still on the training field. When they heard this, they really admired Li Qingshan from the bottom of their hearts. The army commander had a fiery temper. He had just offended senior martial brother Li, but he dared to talk to senior martial sister like this. They had never seen someone who could court death so easily. Chao Tianjiao grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder tightly and gritted her teeth. You really know how to dream. Even if it was a normal demon emperor, she would have crushed his shoulder, but her fingertips felt a strange toughness. Her strength couldn't penetrate his skin. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid have? His physique is actually so strong. Li Qingshan secretly activated Ox Demon forges its hide, and the skin on his shoulder turned green. He said expressionlessly, Ouch, it hurts. Senior martial sister, please spare me. Chao Tianjiao let go of his hand resentfully. Kid, don't be too proud. The army competition is about to start and I want you to be the first one. I prepared a small gift for you. Don't worry, I definitely won't miss it. Li Qingshan waved goodbye to Chao Tianjiao and was about to return to the tower. Abbot Yangon suddenly blocked his path. Amit Ba, fellow Taoist, please wait. Abbot, what's the matter? Li Qingshan put his palms together and bowed. Abbot Yangon recalled the giant demon shadow that appeared at the border of the demon realm. He felt uneasy and wanted to ask about it. Li Qingshan's Tao of great freedom was inextricably linked to Buddhism, but he was also no different from the devil's Tao, so he needed to be especially careful. You have made a great contribution to the great cause of fighting against the demons. You will definitely receive a lot of contribution points from the Wanxiang sect. You need to leave a note in the Pure Land Temple so that I can report it to the Desireless Heavenly Palace. Li Qingshan wanted to ask the monk for help with something. He smiled and said, So that's how it is. Then I'll go with Master. The Pure Land Temple seems to be shrouded in a warm glow. The snow turns into raindrops before it falls to the ground. It moisturized the grass on the ground, making it look like a patch of spring sunshine. However, Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks and subconsciously frowned. He didn't know why, but he found it annoying. Abbot Yangon did not seem to notice his abnormality. He raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist, please come in. It really is a pure land of Brahma. Li Qingshan smiled and stepped through the gate. In an instant, A tranquil and shapeless power seeped into his skin like the moistening of spring rain, nourishing his heart. The sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures came from afar. If a mortal was here, he would probably immediately leave the clamor of the mortal world. He would have the urge to convert to Buddhism. However, he felt more and more disgusted. The demonic thoughts kept growing and his back started to feel hot again. In an instant, the tranquil and shapeless power was repelled. The sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures were like 10,000 mosquitoes and 10,000 flies buzzing in his ears. No matter how he listened, there was only one sentence, Amitabha. Fellow Taoist, you don't seem to like this place? Abbot Yangon turned around and asked. No, this place is very good. Li Qingshan suppressed the annoyance in his heart and forced a smile. I really made the right decision to come here today. He had to quickly get rid of that Mahasvara statue. When he arrived at the Hall of Great Strength, the Buddha's gaze fell. He looked down at all living beings indifferently as if he saw nothing. Li Qingshan was restless. He slightly lowered his head and wanted to smash this Buddha into pieces with one punch, then kill all the chanting monks. He took a deep breath and finally sat on a praying mat in front of the Buddha. Abbot Yangon sat on the other side of the table and pushed a book of merits over. Please write it down, fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan took the brush and wrote. Li Qingshan was ordered to explore the demon domain and discovered that Cold Blood Pass had been massacred. It was now an empty city. He was about to put down the brush. Abbot Yangon continued, if you have other merits you can write them down as well, such as killing a few demon folk or discovering something else. They will all become your contribution to the myriad sect. Hearing that, Li Qingshan raised his head. Do the demon folk I've killed in the past count? Abbot Yangon's eyes flickered. Yes. In order to fend off the demon domain, not only did the mortal realm unite all the major sects, but they even did everything they could to encourage the smaller sects and independent cultivators to participate in the war. Cultivators who had fought against demon folk before were all geniuses, so they obviously would not be stingy with this bit of benefit. Something like that happened? I've killed quite a few demon folk before. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. This was a pleasant surprise. When he was in the 9 provinces, he had engaged in many battles to the death with demon folk. Countless demon folk had died to his hands. He actually failed to discover this when he investigated before. That was because there were far too few examples like this. Cultivators of the mortal realm obviously would not run off to the battlefield for no reason. However, among the 3,000 worlds he just happened to be invaded by the demon domain, yet he was not devoured by the demon domain, and he even managed to ascend successfully in the end. Every single one of these incidents had a small probability of happening. Even Hui Long, who also originated from the 9 provinces, had never experienced something like this. If Li Qingshan were a regular soul nascence cultivator, it would already be very difficult for him to kill 1 or 2 demon kings, and it was very likely for him to die. He would not have the life to claim the merit. Amitabha. Killing demon folk is a merit. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Though I don't really remember the exact number. Amitabha. As long as you didn't purposefully lie and the number is not too different from the truth, it's fine. This is before the Buddha. The Buddha will bear witness for you. That's good. Li Qingshan thought about it and began to write. After he was done, he pushed the book of merit back to the abbot. It's done. When Abbot Rangoon saw the numbers on it, he was shocked. Li Qingshan smiled silently. In the past, he had even killed demon emperors as well as many demon kings and demon commanders. His number completely surpassed the 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk army in Cold Blood Pass. If all of this was counted as merit and turned into a contribution to the myriad sect, would he not rise up in a single stroke? He even thought about how many demon folk and demonic beasts had already been nurtured in the world of the 5 continents. If he killed them all later, would he still be far from becoming a true disciple? Probably never in their wildest dreams did the group of true disciples imagine that they would receive a great newcomer's gift as soon as they sent him to the battlefield of the demon domain. The abbot looked at the Book of Merit before looking at Li Qingshan. This was the Pure Land Temple. Before the Amitabha Buddha, even cultivators of the same cultivation as him could not lie without being discovered. Amitabha. I didn't think you'd actually make such a great contribution. I've been disrespectful. Li Qingshan sniggered. You flatter me, you flatter me. You're too polite, master. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have known I'd made such a great contribution either. The abbot asked further, may I ask where you killed so many demon folk? Li Qingshan thought about it. It wasn't in the human realm anyway. Don't tell me it was in the demon domain? The abbot leaned forward as his eyes shone brightly. Li Qingshan was taken aback. What are you thinking, master? Don't tell me you suspect me of being a spy from the demon domain? Chapter 1464. Before he knew it, the chanting had stopped. The monks' faces were sunken. The smoke from the incense curled into the grand hall. The Buddha watched on silently. His expression was unfathomable, as if he was smiling. Li Qingshan immediately felt tremendous pressure. He could no longer hold back his violent demonic thoughts. His back felt like it was on fire. His face was twisted and furious as he leaned forward as if he wanted to lunge at the abbot. His forehead almost pressed against the abbot's bald head. Suddenly, he powered the spirit turtle's method of C suppression and halted all of his movements. He emphasized every single word, "Of course not." The abbot was basically tempted to ask, "If you're not, then who is?" He only managed to hold back the violent killing intent that rushed towards him. Even the deterrence of a demon king was nothing more than this. And this was the Pure Land Temple, right below the Buddha's feet. His demonic nature was actually so heavy. However, Li Qingshan was not lying. The abbot could not help but admit this. He sat up straight and brought his palms together. "Amit Ba, I've wronged you. Though, with how you're behaving, how far are you from becoming demonic?" Since ancient times, there had been countless cultivators who had fallen into the demonic path. In particular, at the border of the demon domain, even those with the strongest willpower would constantly be corrupted. "I'd advise you to leave Black Cloud City and return to the Myriad sect." Li Qingshan frowned. Ignoring whether Li Liehua and Chao Tianjiao would let him go so easily, he did not really want to go back right now either. He had only been here for a few days, yet the benefits he had received were practically innumerable. The corpses of several 100,000 demon folk, armors and weapons, tremendous amounts of contribution, and he had even gotten his revenge on Li Liehua viciously. If he remained in the Myriad sect, he would never be able to obtain something so good. As a result, he smiled, but in the abbot's eyes, his smile seemed even more vicious and vicious. "Master, it's not my fault." "Then whose fault is it?" The abbot countered with a question. "Please take a look, master." Li Qingshan turned around and took off his clothes, revealing the lifelike image of the great freedom demon. It was deeply imprinted on his sturdy back as if he was born with it. "This is..." Abbot Yangon was shocked. He could clearly feel the divinity within it. This was not just a tattoo image but an imprint that could actually communicate with the realm of freedom. "I'm the first person to cultivate the unfettered heavenly tome. I don't have the experience of others as a reference, so I can only fumble around on my own." In order to speed up his cultivation. Therefore, he used the sacrificial method of the Holy Scripture school, but he did not expect the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant to possess him. Although his cultivation has increased greatly, his mind is still unstable. Even if we cut off his flesh, it will be difficult to remove it. Li Qingshan's words were not false at all. Abbot Yangon was suddenly enlightened. I see. In this way, the inexplicable hostility that Li Qingshan often revealed at that time was not strange. The master of the 3,000 worlds hated the Pure Land sect. The cultivators of the Pure Land sect were most likely to be disturbed by demons when they were going through tribulations. Demons of vexation, 5 demons emerged endlessly, and even the Son of Heaven demon came in person to prevent people from proving Arhat Buddhahood. The Pure Land sect was also the one who did the most to fight against the heretics. These two paths were fundamentally incompatible. The Mahasvara converted to Buddhism. What they respected was the power and wisdom of the revered one. They did not pursue extravagant pleasures as people thought. Instead, they attached great importance to asceticism and practiced hard on the Great Snow Mountain all year round. They were the protectors of all ascetics. The Pure Land sect advocated the Mahayana Buddhism that could deliver all living beings from suffering. They widely accepted believers, established a Buddhist country, and went to the Pure Land. Even the Zen sect, which pursued enlightenment, and the Tantric sect, which paid attention to the mysteries of secret methods, were deeply affected. Other cultivation methods were despised as the Hinayana Buddhism, and even the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant. Heretics were always more abominable than heretics. Therefore, the Mahasvara was both a god and a demon. I have just arrived in Black Cloud City. It is impossible for me to return to the Myriad Manifestations sect. Otherwise I would be a coward. But please rest assured I will see you later. I will naturally take a step back. Li Qingshan did not want to owe this monk a favor, so he did not ask for it. But he had a feeling that as long as he showed this Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant, Abbot Yangon would definitely take action. Because hatred was always mutual. Since the Mahasvara hated the Pure Land sect so much, then the Pure Land sect must also hate the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant. The situation was as he expected. Abbot Yangon thought to himself, the Mahasvara heavenly book, the myriad manifestation sect is really going too far. If I let this kid go on like this, he will become a demon person and step into the outer path. The latter is even worse than the former. But it seems that he is not satisfied with this situation. I can try to guide him. Since the revered one can subdue the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant, I can also subdue this mere demon elephant. So he said, I can try to erase this Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant for you. What do you think? He made up his mind. Even if Li Qingshan opposed it, he had to do it. Li Qingshan was delighted. He knew that in front of this monk, any deception would be seen through, so he did not pretend. Then I will trouble you, master. Since both sides were willing, things were simple. Abbot Yangon ordered people to remove the table. Then he rang the bell and gathered all the monks in the temple. He told Li Qingshan to sit in the center of the hall while he sat behind Li Qingshan. Several hundred monks sat around him. Are you ready? Master, please do it. The sound of chanting rose and fell, accompanied by the sound of the golden bowl, wooden fish, and other magical artifacts. The buzzing sound echoed in the hall of great strength. Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba, Namo Amitba. It almost made Li Qingshan's head explode. His back felt like it was burning. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant glared at him as if it was about to come alive. Hey, it really is effective. Abbot Yangon brought his palms together. His eyelids were half closed and he was dignified and solemn. A golden halo rose up behind his head, making him seem solemn and dignified. He seemed slightly similar to the great Buddha. Namo Ami Tua Buddha. Ma and I Pad Mi Hum. He spat out 12 words slowly. Every single word contained great power like a lion's roar. The hall of great strength trembled slightly. As he spat out the last word, he slammed his palm towards Li Qingshan's back. Bang! Li Qingshan felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. His organs felt like they were being torn apart. He thought to himself, this bald donkey is really ruthless. Is he trying to kill me? Abbot Yangon only had eyes for the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant. If he couldn't destroy it, then he would have to destroy Li Qingshan, who was walking on the path of Mahasvara. Although he was a disciple of the Wanxiang sect and couldn't be killed directly, he could injure him severely and stop his cultivation from advancing. At the very least, he could stop the Mahasvara heavenly scripture from spreading in the Wanxiang sect. The great Tao cannot coexist. Don't blame me. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and withstood the attack. His body was so strong that even Abbot Yangon was shocked. He quickly calmed down and activated all of his strength. His body shone brightly like a sun falling into the hall of great strength. The great Buddha was shining brightly in the light. His palm pressed into Li Qingshan's back inch by inch, pressing on the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant's chest. The world is like a house of fire, all living beings are suffering. The pure land of bliss, deliver all living beings from suffering. Amidst the incomparably devout chanting, the monks could vaguely see a translucent great Buddha walking down from the throne. The great Buddha's foot passed Abbot Yangon and stepped onto Li Qingshan's back. Li Qingshan felt an explosion in his head as if it was going to explode. His sea of consciousness was in chaos. Only the great Buddha was standing there, looking down at him with a mysterious expression and a smile that wasn't a smile. The Mahasvara heavenly scripture began to circulate uncontrollably. Li Qingshan resisted with all of his strength almost instinctively. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant really started to move. It waved its arms angrily and wanted to fight. However, this power was so vast and this will was so firm. It was the only one in the world and it couldn't be shaken. He couldn't even move a finger. The only thing he could do was to worship and convert to the Buddha. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. He couldn't have gone too far this time, right? In the eyes of Abbot Yangon, the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant gradually became blurry and distorted. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Suddenly, a wool filled with great destruction descended from the sky and penetrated the top of Li Qingshan's head. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant behind him opened its third eye on its forehead and shot out a wisp of black divine flame. It hit the space between Abbot Yangon's eyebrows. Ah! Abbot Yangon cried out in pain and fell on his back. Li Qingshan also fell down. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant behind him disappeared. It was as if all of its power was shot out along with the black divine flame. In its place was a golden Buddha. Chapter 1465. After an unknown period of time, Li Qingshan's fingers twitched. Every inch of his body felt like it was torn into pieces and pieced back together. Then he was soaked in lava. Every slight movement was 10 times or even 100 times more painful. However, compared to the damage to his consciousness, this was nothing. A Buddha stood in his consciousness, stepping on the Een demon that was on the verge of destruction. He had never liked Mahasvara so much because the statue of Mahasvara usually didn't affect him. However, this great Buddha always wanted him to worship and kneel down to beg for mercy. He didn't dare to relax, otherwise he would convert to Buddhism. It would be an irreversible and terrifying influence. Even nirvana rebirth would be useless. He staggered up from the ground and glanced at Yangon. He saw that his face was filled with pain and his eyes were closed. There was a small hole between his eyebrows and a wisp of black smoke rose from the hole. Even though Mahasvara couldn't fight against Buddha, it didn't mean that any monk could destroy his statue. Fuck his ancestors, this bald donkey has bad intentions towards me. As expected, he's not bald or poisonous, not bald or poisonous. No, I have to leave this place quickly. Li Qingshan endured the crazy pain and climbed up from the ground. He staggered out of the hall. Abbot! Abbot! There were cries of shock in the hall of great strength. The monks all gathered around. A monk with half of his shoulder exposed blocked Li Qingshan's path. You are not allowed to leave. He had passed 4 heavenly tribulations and obtained the Sutua River fruit. He was the protector monk of the Pure Land Temple. The other guardian monks returned to their senses as well. They wielded sticks and blades, surrounding Li Qingshan in the grand hall. If it was on a normal day, Li Qingshan could kill them all with one hand. But now, any novice monk could defeat him with a light punch. There was a saying that a tiger would be bullied by a dog when it fell. Now, it had actually become a prophecy. Li Qingshan was furious. His eyes were about to pop out. Who dares to block me? His voice was low and hoarse and his eyes were red like blood. The monks trembled and retreated. Those who were timid fell to the ground on their buttocks and scrambled to escape. Especially the leading protector monk. His eyes became absent-minded, as if he was not in the hall of great strength, but in the dark and gloomy mountain forest, facing a fierce tiger that had gone mad because of injury as a mortal. A sense of terror gripped him in an instant. When he came back to his senses, he had already made way for them. The others didn't dare to stop him. They watched as Li Qingshan walked out of the door step by step. His back was hunched and his footsteps were light. Every step seemed to exhaust all his strength, but no one dared to attack him. The Buddha was still sitting on his throne. His expression was unfathomable as he watched Li Qingshan leave with a faint smile on his face. Li Qingshan finally stepped out of the gate of the Pure Land Temple. The heavy snowflakes fluttered in front of him, dyed red by the blood in his eyes. The world was hazy and chaotic. His mind relaxed, and with a bang, snowflakes flew everywhere as he fell heavily to the ground. Little N, in the gray stone pagoda, Little N was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, cultivating. Suddenly she felt uneasy and opened her eyes. Qingshan is in danger. She hurried to the pagoda and opened the door. Li Qingshan was lying outside the door, covered in mud. A long trail was left on the snow. Qingshan, she cried out in surprise. She held him in her arms and brought him to the top of the pagoda. Li Qingshan spat out 2 words with an extremely weak yet extremely determined voice. Slay the Buddha. Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. She had already seen the golden Buddha statue behind him. She waved her hand and pulled out the Buddha-slaying sword. After a moment of hesitation, she held the sword hilt with both hands and stabbed it down. The Buddha statue radiated golden light, but it cracked under the white sword. The sword pierced the chest of the Buddha statue. It also pierced deeply into Li Qingshan's back. There was a loud bang in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. The Buddha statue collapsed, and his sea of consciousness shattered. The moment the Buddha statue disappeared, blood flowed all over his body. His bones turned into powder and his internal organs turned into mush. Little Anne hurriedly threw away the Buddha-slaying sword. She wanted to hold Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan collapsed between her arms. His aura disappeared completely. Her whole body froze. She was dumbfounded and her heart sank. After an unknown amount of time she heard a weak phoenix cry. Her flesh and bones turned into flames. They were also very weak. It took a lot of effort for them to gather together and form a human nirvana rebirth. In the endless darkness, Li Qingshan felt his cheeks moisten. He slowly opened his eyes. Shaoan looked at him with tears in his eyes, and his eyeballs kept falling down. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Little An threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. He couldn't help laughing. He patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." His nose was also a little sore. This time he really took a trip to the gates of hell. He didn't expect that the one who almost killed him wasn't Li Liehua or Chao Tianjiao, but a monk with whom he had no grudges. But he guessed that the bald donkey didn't have it easy either. This was equivalent to two mighty gods and Buddhas passing through their bodies, and they were both punished for destroying their statues. At least he still had the nirvana rebirth. That bald donkey probably wasn't so lucky. This is really embarrassing. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. But fortunately he had finally wiped away the messy statues behind him. He also felt very relaxed. At this time, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. He yawned and murmured, "I want to sleep." Little An carried him horizontally and placed him on the soft big bed. She still held him in her arms. This girl? Li Qingshan thought and fell into a deep sleep. What happened in the Pure Land Temple quickly spread throughout the whole Black Cloud City. In particular, the news that Abbot Rangoon had a hole in his head and was still in a coma had shaken the entire Black Cloud City. In the fiery hall, Li Liehua was seriously listening to a monk's account of what happened in the Pure Land Temple. The monk cried, "The abbot suspects that Li Qingshan is a spy from the demon area. That's why he was plotted against. Senior brother, please help us arrest Li Qingshan immediately." Li Liehua was silent. A spy from the demon area? How could there be such an arrogant spy in the world? And even he definitely would not be the abbot's opponent in the Pure Land Temple. How could Li Qingshan possess something like that? Moreover, he had his back towards the abbot, forcefully receiving the palm strike without putting up any resistance. There must be something wrong with this. In any case, Li Qingshan was a disciple of the Wanxiang sect. Outsiders couldn't interfere. Got it? You go back to the temple first. I will investigate as soon as possible. Hu Jigang scolded, "This kid is really a disaster." Li Liehua frowned, "Don't talk nonsense." "First, senior brother, I'm not talking nonsense. There's definitely something wrong with this kid." All the generals agreed. At the same time in the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Tianjiao listened to another monk's account. The same thought flashed through her mind. This kid has only been in Black Cloud City for a few days. First he went to the demon area. The demon folk stationed at Cold Blood Pass were all killed. When he returned to the fiery hall to report, almost all the generals of the Fiery Legion were wounded. Commander Li Liehua was greatly humiliated. After another trip to the Pure Land Temple, Abbot Yangon immediately collapsed. This is too strange. Now he has entered the Black Tortoise army? Hiss, it won't be my turn next, will it? Chao Qinjiao, who had never been afraid of anything, also felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly felt a little regretful. To be continued. Chapter 1466. Li Qingshan slept for 8 days and 7 nights in a single breath before waking up. He still felt powerless all over and his mind was sluggish too. It had really been a long time since he had been so heavily injured. Or in other words, he had never been so terrifyingly injured before. In the past, even if he was crushed to pieces, he could recover with a single nerva. But this time he almost died without even using the Phoenix's nerva. He failed to recover even after a long slumber. He gained an even deeper understanding of the existence of gods and Buddhas and how dangerous they were. If he were a regular person, he would definitely want to keep a respectful distance right now. Instead he felt an urge. Just a glimpse was so stimulating. If he stood before them in person, who knew what it would be like? That day would not be too far away. He would have to come into close contact with demon god Qiongqi very soon. Time waited for no man. He had to make preparations to reach the depths of the demon domain and arrive before Qingqi Mountain. But right now he had to go to the Black Tortoise Hall first and see his first senior sister, Chao Tianjiao. Because the abbot had still not woken up, it had already caused a great uproar in Black Cloud City. If it were not for the strict military law of the army, the warrior monks of the Pure Land Temple might have demolished the Grey Stone Tower already. Serves you right. Li Qingshan felt no sympathy for him at all. If it were not for Little An, he would either be completely dead right now or he would be living a life worse than death. Little An nodded in agreement. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek with a smile. It's all thanks to you. It's all thanks to the Buddha-slaying sword. Little An avoided his hand and drew the Buddha-slaying sword. After slaying the large Buddha statue, the edge of the sword became even more lustrous, but it gave Li Qingshan an extraordinarily sharp feeling. Little An had benefited tremendously from her trip to Black Cloud City this time. Not only did she obtain the flesh and blood of several 100,000 demon folk corpses as food, but the Buddha statue had also strengthened the Buddha-slaying sword a step further. Moreover, her comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened during this process. She vaguely felt like she was about to break through a bottleneck. Li Qingshan passed the Sumeru ring that contained the demon folk corpses to her and smiled. I'm going out for a stroll. You stay here and cultivate properly. According to the recent situation, the slaughter in the future will be even more intense. I can't live without you. Little An nodded solemnly as if he was accepting an important mission. Li Qingshan smiled and lowered his head. He was just about to kiss her on the forehead when he suddenly stopped. He was ready to leave. She suddenly raised her head, her ethereal eyes staring at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that she had really grown up a lot. Her skin was still as tender as water, white and rosy. There was a red mole between her eyebrows, giving her a dignified beauty. It wasn't like a fairy descending to the mortal world, but the exact opposite. It was a kind of otherworldly flying posture. Of all the beauties in the world, none could compare to her. The so-called outstanding beauty was nothing more than this. Li Qingshan lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. He smiled and said, "Satisfied?" Xiaoan touched her lips and seemed to be in thought. This little girl really knows how to make trouble. Li Qingshan laughed as he walked down the tower. Little An bit her lips and said angrily, "What?" Li Qingshan arrived at Black Tortoise Hall. It was empty except for Chao Tianjiao. She was standing on a floating balcony with her back facing him, as if she was looking at the demonic domain. Even when Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, "Senior sister, I'm here," she acted as if she didn't hear him. Li Qingshan thought, this woman is trying to show off again. He didn't say anything and began to admire her back. He had to say her figure was excellent. Standing straight in the wind and snow, even from the back, she looked heroic. Her legs were slender and straight. Her waist was flexible and strong, her buttocks, look at that, but as expected of the eldest senior sister. Li Qingshan licked his lips. He stared at her. Crack. The stone railing in Chao Tianjiao's hand cracked. "If you take another look, I'll dig out your eyeballs." Li Qingshan knew that she wasn't just talking. He even guessed that she had done so. Considering that he was currently in a weak state, he retracted his gaze and said with a smile, "Why are you looking for me, senior sister?" Chao Tianjiao looked back and said, "Do you know? If Yangon doesn't wake up, what will happen to you?" "He will wake up." Li Qingshan wasn't worried at all. As one of the people involved, he believed that Abbot Yangon wouldn't die. After all, he was a two-fruit arhat who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, and he was in his own territory. Most importantly, as one of Buddha's most loyal brothers, Li Qingshan pointed up. Buddha is protecting him. That's not wrong. Chao Tianjiao came back to her senses and looked Li Qingshan up and down with great interest. Then who is protecting you? Now that Abbot Yangon was still unconscious, he acted as if nothing had happened. Li Qingshan said proudly, "I have always protected myself." Chao Tianjiao said sarcastically, "I heard that you crawled back." Although the snowstorm that day was fierce, there were still people who saw this scene. Under the propaganda of the generals of the Fierce Flame Regiment, it quickly became a laughingstock in the army. Li Qingshan smiled. "There are times when I can't protect myself." Chao Tianjiao was surprised. She had always seen him as a fanatic. This kind of thing would be regarded as a great shame by an ordinary soldier. She didn't expect him to admit it so readily. Instead, she felt a trace of admiration. If he wasn't ambitious and determined, he wouldn't be so broad-minded. As far as she knew, Li Liehua didn't laugh when he heard about this. Instead, his expression was grave. "It's a pity that he joined too late. Otherwise, he might really be able to compete with us for the position of eldest senior brother." Of course she wouldn't say these words. She said solemnly, "Tell me in detail what happened that day at Cold Blood Pass." This strange situation made her feel uneasy. Internal conflicts and grudges were small matters. The war against the demon region was the bigger picture. In the years of war, demon emperors often fell. There were also many human emperors who fell. They wouldn't be merciful just because you were a direct disciple or eldest senior sister. They would only be more sinister and cruel. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. He understood the gravity of the situation. His greatest enemy was demon god Qiongqi, not Chao Tianjiao or Li Liehua. Even if he retaliated against Li Liehua, it would just be along the way. He wouldn't waste time to set up any traps. Blindly getting entangled in these grudges and gratitude was the path to death. She frowned and thought for a moment. Then she said, "The situation is complicated. It's too hard to describe. I'm new here. I don't know what you want to know. If you trust me, I'll let you see it with your own eyes." Chao Tianjiao crossed her arms. "Is it the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon's technique?" Li Qingshan smiled. "Not really. It's just a demon." "Come." Chao Tianjiao let go of her mind. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. His Yin spirit came out of his body and pounced on Chao Tianjiao. In an instant, the scenery before Chao Tianjiao's eyes changed. Standing at the bottom of the cold blood pass, the wind howled and the snow swirled. Even the smell of blood in the air was clear. He couldn't help but praise, "What a good move." To be able to pull her into the illusion so quickly was because she let go of her mind. It was quite impressive. Li Qingshan stood beside her. However, he was in a translucent state. It was as if he would disappear at any moment. After being suppressed by the great Buddha, his Yin spirit was greatly damaged. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Without the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon statue, the hallucination escape technique and other spells were greatly affected. They were much weaker. However, the Book of Freedom had entered a whole new realm. The Yin spirit became closer to the Yin spirit. He didn't have to worry about losing control anymore. He was much more free now. Back then he had no choice but to worship the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon. Praying to the gods and Buddha was an evil path. Now he was on the right path. "Let's go in and take a look." At the same time, the abbot Yangon was walking slowly. The weather was mild. A warm breeze caressed his face. Buddha's aura filled the air. The land was flat and boundless. There were no mountains or deep chasms. His body was burning with black flames that could destroy everything. However, there was no pain or fear on his face. Instead, he had a calm smile. He looked like a wanderer who had returned home. His eyes were filled with infatuation and devotion. Suddenly, a deluge of heavenly flowers fell from the sky, sprinkling down on his body. The flames were immediately suppressed and quickly extinguished. He knelt down and put his palms together. He was excited. "Is the revered one summoning me into the pure land of bliss?" Then he woke up. Even the hole on his forehead was healed. There was a trace of understanding in his heart. His mission had not been completed and he should continue. Li Qingshan. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.